standings, and Braun-Duin got here through the Grand Prix Master Chase at the Grand Prix level this year. Interestingly, a bittersweet thing, because at the end of the year he fell a little bit short of platinum. Needed a couple more wins on the Pro Tour to get to platinum. Now he's 2 wins away from getting to platinum after all here at the World Championship.
Outstanding stuff. Matej, who is BBD up against?
He's playing against Yasooka, the most experienced player in this top 4, a Hall of Famer, had a great platinum season behind him, and also freshly off of top 8 at GP Rimini just a couple weeks ago. So he's going in on a bit of a heater.
With the same deck, basically, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be an amazing first semi-final. That's what you're going to see about an hour from now. But then, semi-final 2, Oliver 2.
If Yasooka has the most experience in this top 4, Oliver 2 clearly has the smallest resume. He has only played in 4 Pro Tours, but over the course of those 4 Pro Tours, he was the best constructed player on the Pro Tour. That got him here to Worlds. He went 6-1-1 in constructed, 2 more rounds to go, and he could find himself a world champion in his rookie season.
Okay, Matej, who's he up against?
He's up against Carvalho, the Limited Master, so it's an interesting matchup between the Constructed and Limited Master. Marcio did go 5-1 in Limited at this tournament, but he also went 3-1 in Standard, which is the format for the top 4, so I anticipate he might do quite well against Oliver here.
Braun-Duin versus Yasooka. Oliver 2 against Marcio Carvalho. That is your world's top 4 coming your way live from the Paramount Theatre all day today. Don't you dare go anywhere. But before that, we've got a great show lined up, a great bunch of pros waiting for us down on the Paramount stage. Let's waste no more time. Let's head down there. It's time for Kaladesh with the pros.
Hello everybody, and welcome to Kaladesh with the Pros panel here at PAX. We've shown you a lot of cards this weekend from Kaladesh, and I thought, you know what, I want to sit down with some professional level players and get into the nitty gritty on these cards, so that's exactly what we're going to do today. I'm your host, I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. I'm going to be moderating this panel as we work our way through some of the cards that have already been previewed and talk to some very high-level professional players about what they think about the cards, what's going to happen in Standard, Limited, maybe even Modern and Forward. So let's get into this. Let's introduce our pros. First up, we've got from Sweden, Joel Larsson. Joel, welcome.
Thank you, Marshall. Thank you.
It's nice to see you. I know you have a lot of strong opinions about this set, and I'm excited to hear those. Sitting right next to Joel, Brad Nelson. Brad, looking good, buddy.
Hey, everyone. You don't own a T-shirt? Not one?
Nope.
Down, I guess.
Brad, did you own goggles before showing up here, or is
yes,
this recent?
Yes. No. I was prepared for this set.
Yeah, you can tell that you're prepared. It also gives you a hint of some of the cards that Brad happens to like in this set. We'll get into more into that in just a few minutes here. Over on my right, I'd like to welcome Steve Rubin to the panel. Steve, welcome.
Thanks for having me, Marshall.
Yeah, congratulations, everybody, by the way, on making it to the World Championship. I know you'd rather be playing, but not a bad second prize. You get to hang out with me for a while. Last but not least, on the end of the couch there, Reed Duke. Reed, welcome.
Hello, everybody.
Reed, is it true that your favorite color is green, and is that Magic-specific color or in general?
That's both. That counts everything.
The old 2-for-1. Okay, guys, so, of course, this weekend at PAX has been all about the new set, Kaladesh, and we've been barraged with preview cards as we've worked our way through here, and let's get into this. We're going to start off by going over the mechanics. For anybody at home that maybe didn't get a chance to get fully caught up on it, I want to get your initial take on the new mechanics in the set as we work our way through, and then we've picked out some choice cards and even some combos to go over as well that you guys have chosen that have you excited about, you know, various formats and various cards. So let's start things off with energy. Take a look at energy. It's a new resource generated by and used to pay for costs and activated abilities. It doesn't go away at the end of the turn like mana, and most cards that give you energy also provide a way for you to spend it, and vice versa. Reed, what are your first thoughts on energy? It's kind of a new in-game currency.
Yeah, energy seems like it's going to be very cool. It's just a completely new resource in Magic that we've never seen before. The fact that it doesn't empty at the end of your turn, like mana, as you mentioned, means that it can play to my greedy nature when I play Magic and just amassing all the energy and finding the best way to use it. It's going to be fun as the spoiler season, progresses, seeing the new energy cards roll out and the ways that we actually get to spend the energy that cards like this are making.
Yeah, you guys can take a look at the screen to get an idea for some of the energy cards. And Steve, I wanted to touch on what Reed was saying there, which is that we kind of need to see the whole picture before we know, right? It's like, oh, these cards make energy. Well, where can I spend it?
Yeah, of course. Once we see all of the energy cards, it's going to be interesting because some cards will generate you energy, and then big finishes like we see the Etherworks Marvel here is some way of getting a big finish to energy spender, but it might be tough to get energy. Your opponent might be able to remove your energy or something. We don't really know exactly what R&D has in store for us. So.
That's right, and it could be incremental gain over the course of a longer game. Yoel, you have something to say?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's all gonna be about how hard is it to get actual energy versus the benefit of having it. We can see the Marvel. Sure, it's great to activate that and hit Emrakul. Everybody's gonna love that. But how much resources can we actually use? I mean, how much resources do we need to put into getting energy?
Right.
That's a big problem, right?
Yeah, you look at it and you say, how many cards, how much mana do I need to convert to this? What jumps out to you about energy, Brad?
Well, the only thing about energy that stands out to me is that I'm probably just going to get energy screwed along with mana screwed and all the other things that happen. So that's what I see.
Yeah, you can get screwed so many ways.
We call that complaint equity, right? And now you can tweet about something new, about how did this happen to me. Okay, so that's energy. We're going to talk a little bit more about energy later with some of our cards. Let's move on to the next main mechanic, which are vehicles. You can take a look at vehicles. They're artifacts that can turn into creatures by crewing them with your other creatures, which is kind of a cool concept. It gives you this picture of creatures jumping into some type of vehicle, car, and riding off into battle, which looks like exactly what we're going to be doing. You tap the creatures with their power equal to the crew number. Each vehicle has a crew number, which we'll see here. And then the crewed vehicles remain creatures until the end of turn. So if you want to recrew, you're going to have to do that. I want to show a couple of vehicle cards again, just by way of getting you up to date on what a vehicle card looks like. And we're actually going to go much deeper on a few of these, especially the second one, Brad. I know. Yeah. You're all ready to jump in the flagship. I can see that here. But Steve, I did want to ask you, what's your first thoughts on crew and vehicles?
I think it's a sweet mechanic. I mean, it gives you the ability to use creatures that might, later in the game, they might get outclassed by your opponent's creatures. And it's also, in a way, in Constructed, what's interesting is that these creatures, they aren't actually actively creatures unless you activate them. So if you're playing against a deck that plays sweepers and such, it's nice to be able to commit to the board without, compromising yourself, essentially.
That's right. Now, Brad.
Okay.
I can see that you're excited about vehicles. You look like you're ready to jump into one of these things right now. What jumps out to you about this new mechanic?
Well, the first thing about vehicles that excites me is that they're colorless. They're just these powerful creatures that have better base stats than normal creatures, with the downside that unless you crew them, they're not creatures. But the one benefit that I like about them outside of that is they dodge sorcery speed removal. So there's a lot of them in the set that have haste, so in Constructed, they're going to beat Languishes or new Wrath effects that we're going to see coming out.
I mean, do you think, it's going to feel, looking at the Sky Skiff here, right, it's going to feel like that has haste a lot of time anyway, right? You're going to have it on the battlefield and be able to just get it in the air the next time you cast a creature.
Oh no, definitely. Both Steve and Brad said, it's very good against sorcery removal, and it's gonna be interesting to see how many of these you can put in a deck, where you kind of need to balance the amount of crew members and the amount of actual vehicles, how that's gonna play out. I'm just gonna be ready to crew a vehicle and then use that vehicle to crew another vehicle and then use that vehicle to crew another vehicle.
You're going to chain crewed vehicles.
And then I put a vehicle in your vehicle. So
I don't really like that strategy, truth be told.
You're just going to have a parking lot full of broken cars by the end of the turn.
Yeah. It's probably not going to work out too well.
Reed, Yul brings up a really interesting point here, right? If you just play all the vehicles, then you're never actually starting any vehicles and never getting in there. And we all know that, specifically for limited, that balance between creatures and non-creatures can be pretty touchy. How do you think vehicles play into that?
Yeah, when I first looked at vehicles, I was like, oh, it's kind of lame that I have to waste my creature to be able to activate the vehicle. But something might not necessarily be obvious is that you can cast a creature, and even though it has summoning sickness, it can crew a vehicle right away. So it gives you a use for creatures that can't attack because of summoning sickness, or the board is gummed up and that you don't have a profitable use for these creatures. So especially when it comes to limited or constructed, if you build your deck to make the best possible use of vehicles, they're just going to be great ways to spend these resources that are otherwise going unused.
Yeah, and go ahead.
I think another very interesting thing about vehicles when it comes to constructed, the combination with manlands, where you can actually, when you run out of creatures, you can just activate a manland and crew your vehicle, and just continue that train.
The chain of attacks, yeah,
yeah,
for
exactly.
sure.
So you can just make it so it never runs out, pretty much.
Yeah, the other thing, looking at the Sky Skiff here as well, is that you do get paid off, right? I mean, that's a 2-mana 2/3 flying if you can crew it, right? You would never get a 2-mana 2/3 flying, without a drawback of some sort. So again, it's just all about the balance. Okay, let's move on to Fabricate. This is the last of our new mechanics. Creatures with Fabricate enter the battlefield either with +1/+1 counters on them, or they create 1/1 colorless artifact servo tokens. You can also modulate your creature's power to perfectly crew your vehicles, right? And that's a big deal when it comes to balancing those out. I'll bring up a couple of those. Brad, did you have something to say?
Oh, no, that was just a point I was going to make about vehicles, is this works really well with Fabricate.
Yeah, so what do you like about Fabricate in general, or what are you seeing? Is there potential here for constructed applications with this Cultivator of Blades as an example? You basically get a whole bunch of creatures.
I don't know about that. A lot of these cards just help.
You can say no.
Limited. Yeah, I don't think so. They don't seem that powerful, but they do help with crew, and vehicles seem very difficult in limited outside of constructed, because constructed is where you get to play with all the rares and mythics and the powerful creatures. So this seems like a really good mechanic to bridge the gap between the two.
So one thing that's important in constructed, a recurring theme, is that you want to be careful with putting all of your eggs in one basket, because your Cultivator of Blades, your 5-mana creature, can just get answered 1-for-1 by a murder or whatever it might be. But Fabricate gives you the flexibility to get some guaranteed value out of your more expensive creatures, or just diversify if you're worried about something like that happening.
Yeah, another thing that jumps to mind, of course, are effects that matter for having multiple creatures on the battlefield as well. The type of cards that pump up multiple creatures. It seems like Fabricate's just custom built for that.
Yeah, I mean, in limited, we're going to see what they end up printing, but the important thing is that you have control. As Mark Rosewater said yesterday, you're the inventor. So when Fabricate comes into play, maybe you've got multiple vehicles with low crew counts, and you need to, make some more crew members to power them, or maybe you have a big, like a flagship or something, and you'll need to actually, the power matters, right? If you have a crew 3 card, you have the option through Fabricate to either make the big creature or make the small creatures to fuel them. So
you might be the inventor, but you're the pilot, my friend.
Oh, I'm for sure the pilot in this one.
All right, let's move on to some cards. Now, these are cards that have been recently shown, and they could have huge impact. These are some of the cards that we've picked out to talk about as a panel, and also just ones that we knew that you guys would want to hear about at home. So we're going to start off with some really big hitters here. The new dual lands. You can see these here.
These are great.
And these are a big deal. So I'm going to make sure everybody gets a chance to chime in. Who wants to talk first? Yoel, you have something?
So we had these before in the old Scars of Mirrodin lands, but now they are enemy colored, as we call them. And these cards were just, these lands are great. They're just so good. They were heavily played in Standard. They're played in Modern, as we speak, in various jump decks, etc. It's going to change the difference between Jund and Absent in Modern, more streamlined, because Jund had Black Cliffs and Absent didn't, and now they do, and there's going to be all these things, and these lands are just great.
Yeah, what did you think when you first saw them, Brad?
Well, they're really good in Modern, but also to Standard. They really cater towards aggressive formats. You have really good mana in the early turns, and right now enemy mana bases have creature lands and fast lands. So I think that these are going to be the more aggressive colors, and then we're going to see the other colors maybe trying to control them.
Yeah. Reed, does this open up any doors in your mind? Like, do you see any decks that didn't have access to this type of mana or any color combinations?
Yeah, for sure. In basically every format that exists in Magic, these lands are going to be big. I actually played Jund in the modern portion of the World Championships because Jund had Black Cleave Cliffs, and Abzan didn't have a similar, black fast land.
Now you get Blooming Marsh.
Yeah, now Blooming Marsh opens the door to either play, straight green-black deck or Abzan or Sultai, whatever it might be, and still have access to that super powerful effect. This is the card in Modern that you want to see in your opening hand more than anything. It's like, awesome, I get to cast my spells on time, not take any damage in a really aggressive format.
Yeah.
It's just great. I think the blue-red land is perfect fit for something like Delver, like blue-red Delver with Lightning Bolt, Delver of Secrets, Monastery, Swift Spear. We've been waiting a long time for these lands. They're awesome.
Yeah. What about you, Steve? You like these things?
I like them a lot. They're obviously, it's interesting they're point in standard because they're sort of replacing the enemy Painland cycle, which is interesting because it's going to make the decks that want to operate on the early turns a little bit smoother, but it's going to make the decks that want to go bigger a little bit worse. Not to mention that you're actually losing the Painlands, which provided colorless mana. And as we saw through Oath of the Gatewatch, there's a lot of cards that people might be playing in standard, like Thought-Knot Seer, Reality Smasher, using colorless mana, and that we're actually losing that dual land cycle essentially, and we're
I think we're all
replacing them
sick
with
of
the
them
slower
too,
lands.
though.
Oh, sure.
I think we just don't need that.
I'm totally
anymore.
fine with that. That's fine.
I'm not sick of them yet, so I'll see you at the next Pro Tour.
I'll let you guess what they played in the Modern format. What kind of decks don't want these lands? Like, if you're a control deck, are you just like, nah, I don't need these type of things, or do they still end up making the cut?
I think it really depends how fast the format's going to be. If control decks have to interact a lot in the early turns, but not later in the game, it's still going to be good for control decks. It just depends how the format will develop overall, I think. But it's obviously worse for control, for sure.
The big thing about the enemy cycle or enemy color combinations for standard is that after turn 3, all of your dual lands come into play tapped. So you might want a lower curve. Like, you may be able to build your deck to be bridged at like 3 and 5s or 4 and 6s, but you're not going to want just an up curve like maybe a green-white deck might want, because those lands could be sequenced in a way to get them all into play untapped. So I think that's what we're going to see. You're actually just going
to build your deck fundamentally around the fact that you're going to plan for having some lands come into play, some tapped on certain turns.
I mean, you have to, or you're just going to, have a Flagship in your hand and be really excited and just top deck like a Hissing Quagmire and then not be able to cast it.
That's a sad story.
Yeah, I think there's a limit to how many you want to play. Like, say for the sake of argument, you're playing a Sultai color deck, you have access to the black-green fast land, the blue-green fast land. You might not want to play all 8 because then, as Brad mentioned, you put yourself in a situation where you can't wait to draw your 4th land for your big expensive card, and that 3/4 of lands in your deck come into play tapped. It's not a great feeling. So there's a balance to find.
How deep do you guys think these lands can go? I mean, we have seen them in Modern. Occasionally, they'll replace dual lands even in later formats. Given the state of things currently, are these going to see play outside of Modern?
I don't think so, unfortunately.
You just have too high of a bar to reach.
Actual dual lands, and fetch lands, and brainstorms to go with that, and it's just very hard to break that kind of very powerful mana basis.
Yeah, and one of the things to note here is, of course, these do not have the basic land types on them. They are just non-basic lands. Okay, we've picked some cards, and by we I mean all of us have. We got together last night, had a snuggly little meeting where we decided to pick out certain cards for you guys. So let's take a look at our first color pair here. We've got Sky Sovereign Consul Flagship.
I wonder who
wants to guess who picked it?
Can you guess whose that is?
Yeah, Yoel, go ahead and Speedway Fanatic. So what do you like about this 2-card combo here, Brad? What's got you going?
Well, the thing is, let's look at the mythic, right? Like, this card looks like Infernal Titan. It's really powerful. It comes into play, can deal with planeswalkers. It's any color. So you can play this in a blue deck or a green deck that normally doesn't have good answers for planeswalkers or creatures. But then if you pair it with Speedway Fanatic, maybe Thalia's Lieutenant gets it to 3 power, maybe use it along with another creature, you have this 6/5 that comes in play and deals with something, attacks, and deals with something else. So you can take down a huge creature, a big planeswalker, in a color that normally doesn't have that reach. And so I'm a really big fan of this card. I think it's going to see constructed playable. When I saw it, I was just like, this is their card. This is one of the Avacens or the Emrakuls or something that Like, this is the legendary permanent from the set. I think this is going to be winning a lot of matches when it comes out.
Yeah, they didn't hide it, did they? They
No.
put Flagship right on the title.
It's also just my favorite type of Magic, which is just battle cruiser Magic, and it's literally just a battle cruiser. Like, you just build up to this huge, gigantic ship and attack people.
Yeah, it's funny. The picture is literally a big battle
It's
cruiser.
Brad in a nutshell.
Oh, yeah.
This is his style.
He's gonna
These
get sick
guys
of me
test
playing
together
this.
on
Yeah,
the Pro
I mean,
Tour.
I'm testing with this guy. It's gonna be annoying.
How many Sky Sovereign decks do you think he's going to pitch to the team? Is like, this is the one.
Just a few.
So there's 5 colors, and there's, 10 color combinations? So, like, 15? Oh, and there's Eldrazi, so that, I don't know. There's going to be a lot, though.
There's a lot of lands. You can just go 3 colors too. You'll figure it out.
You're in trouble.
What do you guys think about this combo that Brad's discovered here?
Yeah, I mean, like Brad said, you can set it up for the crew. Like Brad mentioned, Thalia. Obviously, always watching is another card that can pump you up. But the other thing about the Flagship is that we were saying before about vehicles. It's just so powerful for any aggressive strategy to be able to play a creature that cannot be killed by sorceries. We have Ruinous Path. There's probably going to be another Sweeper that they print. But to be careful that though there is the Sky Sovereign is a legend, so you can't get those chaining vehicles like Joel was saying with them. So
That's a good thing to know that it is a legend. What about the Speedway Fanatic though? Is that like a critical piece of the puzzle for you, or is that just like a cool 2-card combo that you see?
I mean, it's not a critical piece of the puzzle because, like I said, Sovereign is colorless. It can go into any deck. There's going to be a lot of strategies that just need that type of effect at the top end. But when I'm looking at a new card from a new set, I don't want restrictions. I don't want to know like what deck exactly needs it. I just want to see how busted the card can be. And Speedway Fanatic is exactly what you're looking for. A way to give it haste, attack it right away. Especially since you already have to crew, like you're gonna have to tap a creature anyway. Might as well have an ability with being a crew.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so I think that coming to vehicles, there's some aggressive ones, and since you can play it in all the colors, like it's colorless, I think you're gonna have some cards that makes it better to play it in their color. For example, the Pilot. As we have seen in Standard for a long while now, red hasn't really been a thing. I mean, I've splashed for Fire Impulse and played Castle's turn, but Castle's turn is not even red. You know? so I think we're gonna see some kind of return of like good red cards, and the Pilot's just an example of a card that would make other vehicles better in red decks.
Okay.
And I think red is coming back.
I laughed the other day on the stream. Big Z was talking about Speedway Fanatic, and he's like, yeah, forget about the vehicle thing. 2/1 haste, cool. That's the thing is that this card is not even that bad, on its own. Even if you only have a small handful of vehicles you draw, it's a reasonable creature. It's good for an aggressive red deck.
That's a really good point. You just curve out with a Speedway Fanatic, and it kind of gets you coming and going. That's actually pretty good.
Definitely.
Okay, let's take a look at our next set, and I know that these ones are for you. We've got 3 different cards, but they're kind of in 2 groups. So we'll start with Filigree Familiar for you, Yoel. Can you read that one for us and tell us what you like about it?
All right, so all of these cards, I mean, they're kind of 2 sides of myself. Like one side is the sweet value, like kind of kitchen sink Joel.
The good side of you.
I'm just gonna attack and try to win again, Joel. Part of me.
So where do you want to start?
So
the value side or the attack side?
So Filigree Familiar is just a great card. It's any that can play it. I would say it's close to Kitchen Things, but you don't get a returning body, but it's really close. And we all remember how good Kitchen Things was. And still is in Modern. It's just a great card. And I think this can just be a natural way for a mid-range deck or a control deck to continue to hit their lands. If they're lucky, they might trade this off. Like, this is even better than Nissa in the early game.
Can we also say that we've been playing Pilgrim's Eye a lot lately, and this card just seems like a strict upgrade?
Yeah, can we just
You can
that too?
definitely say that. Yeah, of note here, Filigree Familiar is an artifact creature as well, in case that matters for delirium purposes, like you were mentioning.
For Emrakul, for example.
Yeah, for Emrakul. And then, we have seen quite a few cards in this set that seem to care about artifacts or you controlling them, and this will meet that criteria as well.
Yeah, it's just this just seems like a supernatural fit with Ishkana, for example.
There you go.
It's just the same type of decks just wants to play these cards, and it's just going to be great, I think.
Yeah, Emerge.
Emerge.
Anybody?
Also.
All right, let's get to the
Emerge.
vehicle.
All right, Brad wants to man the vehicle. Go ahead,
right,
Joel. So Fleet Wheel
so-
Cruiser and Saheeli Rai.
Yeah, so Fleet Wheel Cruiser on its own, it's just what you got to think about cards when you're trying to rate them early is that no card is ever good in a vacuum, as a Magic deck is never good in a vacuum. It's always about what the meta says and like how good is this card right now, depending on what the other decks has, etc., etc. But you can, like, to get some sense, you can compare them to old cards. For example, Surak. I mean, the 5/4 and sometimes it with haste. This is just always haste for any color combination, which lets me believe it has potential. I think it's just a powerful card attacking for 5. And then if you want to get real crazy, you can combine it with Saheeli Rai. I would assume Saheeli Rai, like, I don't like Saheeli Rai that much right now.
Okay.
Because I don't have a actual like super combo besides this. Because Saheeli Rai is a planeswalker that just isn't powerful on its own. It doesn't protect itself. But however, if you have it, for example, in sideboard against a deck that doesn't attack them much, like play it on turn 3 is going to be a big threat if you have cards like Fleet Wheel Cruiser. It's just going to attack him for 10. I mean, on turn 4.
Yeah, that's pretty exciting, right? I mean, you can play a Saheeli Rai plus, then the next turn play Fleet Wheel Cruiser and just tend them.
Yeah, exactly. Just tend them with trample.
Like, that's pretty brutal.
Can definitely lead to some fast wins.
And that's the big thing about Standard right now that I've noticed is when both life totals are really high, you don't really have to worry about them, and the boards can keep building up. But once one player is very low on life as a resource, it's really easy to use powerful cards in a combination to just sneak through that extra 4 to 6 damage. It might leave you completely vulnerable if the game continued, but it's always really difficult for a deck to come back from such a huge life deficit like that.
No,
and this card really pushes that.
There hasn't really been any like super good card that gains you life for a while. I mean, we had like Course of Crucifix and Siege Shrine a while back. Those are like the best cards ever to gain life, but that just hasn't been a thing. Like maybe Filigree Familiar would change that a little bit, but like going low on life, like Brad said, it just lets you being able to be burned out or attack through or sneaking damage, and I think that's a big thing of coming Standard.
Steve, when you see this type of combo, this Fleet Wheel Cruiser into Saheeli Rai, what jumps out to you? Is this a risky thing for you? Is this something that gets you going?
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, with a high risk, high reward, right? You're playing a burn deck like Brad and Joel said. If you get your opponent low, it's going to be very easy to finish them off. But even a simple card like Grasp of Darkness, which is going to be in a lot of decks, can break up something like this. For 2 mana, if you're going to spend 4 mana on your cruiser, try to copy it with Saheeli Rai, all I need is that Grasp of Darkness. All of a sudden, I'm untapping. And
you brought
I'm
the
playing,
Dies to Doomblade argument here.
Well, this is, though, piling on a couple of extra things onto the plate before the Doomblade comes and smashes it.
Sure, yeah, and I'm sure, and that's why in your blue-red decks, if you play a deck like this, you need to take account for that. You might need some card drawing. You might need some way to come back from that.
Yeah. Reed, too risky?
Well, the
Just
first
risky
thing
enough?
that Joel said was it's a Planeswalker that doesn't protect itself, which that's a great point. It's a huge deal. One of the first things you look for with Planeswalkers. However, historically, sometimes with Planeswalkers, the best defense is a good offense, as they say. And a curve out like this that we're talking about, put them at 9 life on turn 4. Now they're in the position like, okay, I can send some creatures to the Planeswalkers, but you also have a 5/3 creature and I'm at a low life total, so I can't really do both at the same time. I can't block and pressure the Planeswalker. Sometimes you can put your opponent in tough spots.
So the best defense is a good offense?
Yeah, definitely. You can compare it to the old Cough of the Hammer, which was an amazing card in Standard at that point. Sure, we had like Callblade, which kind of disabled that card, but it was still an amazing card in the sense of just a good offense is a good defense too.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, Steve, you've got some exciting ones to line up here. You've got Rashmi, Eternity's Crafter, and Verdurous Gerhulk. You went big, man. You're not messing around.
Yeah, I mean, these are the cards that excited me. The big green cards. That's kind of my style. Like the kind of decks I like to play. Rashmi is pretty exciting to me because I think that what she does well is just draw you extra cards, which is great. But she works good with cards that find her. So essentially, if you're playing cards like Oath of Nissa, cards like Anticipate, you can use those cards to find Rashmi. And then once you find her, those cards fuel your deck. Then you're drawing extra cards every time. If you play ramp spells, they're cantripping, and you're potentially casting free spells off her. It's better than cantripping, essentially, because every time you cast a spell, if you reveal a spell that is less, then of course you get to cast it for free. Not to mention we haven't seen the whole set, but there could be scry cards. So there could be big, huge turns where you set the top of your library, cast apart the Water Veil, you're exiling the right card, and you're just essentially annihilating your opponent. So I like that it fuels itself. Drawing cards is fun, playing big spells is fun. So I like Rashmi a lot.
Yeah, this is one of those cards that I look at and I'm just like, somebody's going to do something disgusting with this card.
Oh yeah, I think Steve has a nice point about part of Water Whale. I think that combo is like, obviously it's super sweet. Let's just start there. But one thing about this legendary creature is that it's only when you cast your first spell each turn that you get the ability, which is a very powerful ability. I mean, it's very comparable to Cascade. And when I say that everybody know what that means, pretty much. And if you cast Part of Water Whale, you get the ability, but you also get it next turn, which is a huge factor. And the other way you can look at it is you can play this card, and you can try to play cards in your turn and your opponent's turn, because it triggers in their turn too. So with every flash card, it's just gonna trigger multiple times, and that can be very, very powerful.
Wow. I'm sure the Commander players have their eye on Rashmi as well.
I was about to say, I might get thrown off this panel if I mention Commander, but a 5-player game, you get to trigger this 5 times every round.
All right, now, you said you like to do big things. Verdurous Gearhulk is about as big as it gets for 5 mana.
Yeah, Verdurous Gearhulk is an awesome card, I think. It's the direct comparison is the Wolfear Silverheart. If you guys aren't familiar with that card, it was a card from Absent Restored that essentially gave a creature +4/+4 when it came into play. The Gearhulk is nice for many reasons. The first one is it's an artifact. We'll see coming up in this set what you can do with artifacts. We don't know exactly what it's going to mean right now, but we know at least there's a few combos with it. The other thing is that it's just, I think it's good in all states of the game. It's nice, if you're behind a Planeswalker, your opponent is Liliana Liliana the Last Hope, on one of your creatures, and you're falling behind the Liliana, you can play a Gearhulk to pump your creature up, attack Liliana, catch back up. It lines up well against some cards that I think are going to be in the format, like Reflector Mage and Spell Queller, stuff like that. Just a big green effect, like Reed said before, it's nice to have cards that you don't want to ever put all your eggs in one basket. If you're playing an aggro deck, you can distribute the counters. You don't have to put them all on one creature, so you can go wide, or you can go really big on a Sylvan Advocate or something to kind of just push through a ton of damage.
Yeah, this is pretty much the reinforced card the best reinforced card that doesn't say reinforced.
Yeah, Reed, you love green. Is this is this right up your alley?
Yeah, I mean this card's sweet. Remember when Force of Nature was one of the best creatures in Magic? This guy's looking pretty good, and I'm waiting to see if there's going to be a 15 mana crew 8 ship for Brad to use this guy.
I would need this card, but I actually
Emrakul ship.
Yeah, I was thinking about it with you guys saying that. I was thinking about the blue-green card. It's like you guys are like talking about Part the Water Veil. I'm like, if I can set my deck up, I just want to Emrakul into Ulamog, like just get the whole band back together. But this giant Hulk, the thing I like the most about it is that it, in Magic and in a game, like you think of it right now in a vacuum, but like in an actual game, all the little dials that it creates is going to be important. Like you don't know right now that you're going to need your 2/3 to become a 3/4 and this to become a 5/5, and your 1/1 to become a 3/3. And so like in these games, you're going to be able to like completely change the math. And it's going to be really difficult to play against because your opponent never knows exactly how big your creatures are going to be when you when the opponent's attacking.
Yeah, that's a great point. And also going back to crewing, right? If you can get one creature at exactly the right crew level, tap that one to make a vehicle active, and then still have your other creatures to attack. That's ideal.
Not only does it like build well with crewing up your small guys so it can crew, but it also plays into like the card plays into having a massive board where sweepers generally are good, and if you have a vehicle, that's not going to be hit by the sweeper. So,
the one thing I'd like to say is like I don't know if this giant 8 power worth of creature is going to become a deck or going to go into a vehicle deck. Like I feel like vehicles are going to be like helping the little creatures have bigger effects.
Gotcha.
I mean, this is just a giant green card. Like, yes, it's going to be able to drive in one of these vehicles, but I don't think the deck's going to need it. Yeah,
that's a license for sure.
Gearhulk in
I just think it is a vehicle. Look at it.
Yeah, it would
It's
rather
giant.
drive itself, if anything.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
There's a decent chance that the Gearhulk just doesn't need a vehicle to ride at all. It's fine on its own.
It might not fit.
It's true. All right, one more card. We've got Gear Per Orrery here. Reed, this is the card that really jumped off the page to you when we were taking a look at it.
Yeah, I like this one. So this is what I usually call a symmetric effect. It can help both players in the same way, which means you have to be careful with it. The last thing you want to do is let your opponent draw 3 cards before you've gotten any use out of your card. But it also means the rewards tend to be extremely high if you can set yourself up to make better use than your opponent. And I mean, 3 cards every turn, it's just outrageous. This is going to be at its best in like a low mana curve deck where you can empty your hand and really take advantage very quickly of those extra cards that you're drawing. It's also good with cards that can keep cards in the opponent's hand, like a Vapor Snag, Adjust the Wind, something like that. And yeah, just to draw inspiration from some old decks that have used cards like this, you could play burn decks in the past have used like Grafted Skullcap, Howling Mind, Fevered Visions more recently. This card has a similar effect that you could see it alongside Fevered Visions in certain decks. Also just
are
like
discard
turbo land
outlets a thing?
strategies.
Like, is discard outlet, like, can you discard for value and then just to rebuild back up? Is that a thing that you'd be looking at?
Yeah, having ways to discard is going to be perfect with the Gear Per Orrery because it means you can manage your hand size. You can make sure your hand's empty every turn. If you just get unlucky and draw 3 lands with your draw step, you're not going to be able to play all 3. So you need other ways to get it out of your hand. In a Madness deck, especially alongside burn spells or blue, tempo-based spells, this card's just going to be awesome.
Like cards like Noose Constrictor, for example, Lighting Axe is perfect examples. I think that it also is going to go well where if you're trying to play discard effects and discard, it's kind of works with graveyard strategies too because you kind of want some kind of value for discarding your cards. You know what I mean? I don't want to play a Noose Constrictor and then turn 4 I play this and just dump my hand, which is like 4 cards, and I just switch them for 3 new ones. I need some additional value to go with that. But you can also look at it the other way, as we talked about. I play Howling Mind effects a while back, where in decks that tries to take extra turns, and that can be like super powerful too. You play this, play another land, then you dump your hand into Ram spells, and then you can Spot the Water Veil, enter your hand, take another turn, draw 3 cards, just pretty much combo off.
Yeah, no, that seems...
it's a very, very powerful card.
Brad, what's the risk of playing cards like Gear Per Orrery, right? It's not all sunshine and roses when you throw one of these on the table.
I mean, there's a lot of risks when it comes to these things. I just want to make one point about it that, everyone sees it as this engine and that you can keep cards in your opponent's hand or make them draw extra cards. I just see another card that works with Reflector Mage. That's all I see. Just another 4-mana card that lets you play Reflector Mage.
That's mean.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
You just strand a card in their hand for a turn cycle.
For 2 turns.
Oh, that's so mean.
I mean, there are risks to cards like this because you just die. Like we said, we can have Speedway Runner with a haste or a bunch of aggressive elements. And when you're trying to set up something that is turn 4 is a very important turn in Magic, because sometimes accelerants let you play a 5-drop on the turn, or Gideon. And I mean, Gideon isn't going anywhere. That card's still in Standard. It still punishes decks that are trying to do things like this. And so I feel like this is more of a casual card. Maybe it's a sideboard option. Maybe there's some crazy combo deck
that you have to build fully around.
Yes, but it's not something that I'm going to be looking for pieces. The pieces have to just jump out at me.
Okay. All right, so those are the cards that we chose to talk about as a group here, but we've got a couple more cards to talk about. We've got 2 exclusive preview cards just for this panel. Who wants to see them? All right, yeah, they want to see them. Do you guys want to see them?
I want to see them.
All right, let's take a look at our exclusive preview cards here. First up, Aerial Responder, and as a limited enthusiast, this card absolutely jumps off the page to me. Yoel, what was the first thing that came to mind when you saw this card?
Vampire Nighthawk, probably. Anybody who has played Vampire Nighthawk in old Zendikar just knows that card was completely busted in Limited.
Yes.
It was probably the second best card in the entire set,
and an uncommon,
including rares. Oh, it's uncommon.
Yeah.
And this card, that was a very aggressive format where the lifelink and the free toughness really shined. In a format where it was really hard to block, but I think this, even if that's the case, this card is going to be amazing. I think in Limited, obviously, and when when cards are amazing and limited and they just very much overperform, I usually tend to think about them in constructed too. Because if that really happens every time, there might be somewhere to put it in constructed.
Yeah, this is just one of those hyper-efficient cards, right, Brad? I mean, you look at it, it's just packed with stats, good at 2/3 for 3 mana, and then it has 3 different relevant abilities.
Yeah, and Vigilance is extremely relevant in limited with backed up with combat tricks, which white usually has a lot of those. So you're able to play it early if it's not dealt with. It's just pecking away. It has a 4-point life swing, which is something your opponents can't ignore. And like they could just be spinning their wheels trying to set up all their vehicles where you're just getting in like 4 to 6 damage. Now you have this huge life buffer. And it even has constructed applications if white isn't already trying to be the aggressive color. Like we'll see what white's going to be doing. But this card seems good with like a Gideon emblem or Always Watching. I mean, it has one of the abilities already on Always Watching. But I do think that this card has a chance at seeing constructed and being one of the best uncommons in the set for limited.
Yeah, Steve, when I first saw this card, I thought, like, what are the chances this isn't just one of the best uncommons in the set for limited? It just has to be on the short list, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's very likely to be white's best uncommon. It's just a good-sized body. It's hard to beat. It's hard to race. We'll see what removal exists to kill it. Part of the problem with Nighthawk was it was very hard to kill that card in that format. So maybe we'll see if there's some good answers to the arrow responder.
Yeah, I mean, pack one, pick one.
Yeah, absolutely. This could easily be better than Vampire Nighthawk, especially because white is a color whose thing is pumping up creatures. You play equipment, you play Gideon Emblem, Always Watching, as Brad mentioned, combat tricks. It's shaping up that dwarf is going to be a relevant creature type.
I noticed that too. This is a flying dwarf soldier. They went deep with this set for sure.
There hasn't been a lot of flying dwarfs in Magic yet.
Yeah, no, I'm the card inside. I'm actually just excited to see dwarves. It's kind of like a cool new thing to Magic. This guy flies around with his hot air balloon. It's pretty cool, responding, putting out fires, doing other stuff, which is just sweet. I mean,
I did see that your favorite card is Goblin Balloon Brigade.
Goblin Balloon Brigade has a place in my heart. So I think aerial responder. I love this guy. He's awesome.
These look better than the dwarves from Fallen Empires.
Yeah, the dwarves have grown up a little.
I've played plenty of Vampire Nighthawks and Constructed, and I think I'll be considering this guy as well.
Okay, that's Aerial Responder. Now, that was kind of the limited focus card that we have. Our other one, it's about as spiky as they get. Let's take a look at our next preview card, Ceremonious Rejection. Blue instant counter target colorless spell. I saw the mic go up over there, Yoel. What do you think?
It's just really good. Like when they print these low-costed niche counter spells, you just have, as we see in this spell, etc. They just have this huge, it can just be played anywhere. I think this card is going to be, as Reed mentioned earlier when we talked about this card, is that it's going to be played in every single format.
Every format?
I think so.
Wow.
In Standard, there's all these Eldrazi, colorless cards, Reality Smasher, Fatma-Seer, etc., etc. We're going to push these guys out. This is also going to be an artifact set, so that's going to be huge there. In Modern, there's Affinity, etc. Vintage, there's Stacks and like the Mishra's Workshop decks, etc. So I just think this card is amazing.
I just love the design of it, like actually getting to putting this in the set. It's like, all right, so we've had a lot of Eldrazi, and we have Emrakul, which isn't Eldrazi, but it's also winning a lot.
Yeah.
All right, and then we have vehicles. Like, let's just make sure that, like, if they need an answer, it is as efficient as possible.
As far as checks and balances go, we definitely have one here.
It was
I love
like
the
when
name,
they printed
too.
Annul back in cars. It's like, yep, probably should be here somewhere. You never know.
Yoel was saying that you said maybe this goes all the way back. Like, are we talking vintage here?
All the way back to vintage. We've seen Eldrazi in every single constructed format. We're going to see Ceremonious Rejection in every single constructed format. Now, I'm not trying to say this is the best card ever printed, but Annul and Steel Sabotage, these are very important niche role players in vintage, and Ceremonious Rejection is definitely on par with these, especially as these Thought-Knot Seer, like Stacks, creature-based aggro decks become popular. You're going to see this card mixed in. It can counter Eldrazi's, can counter big artifacts, can counter
Black Lotus.
Can counter Black Lotus out of a Storm deck or just a normal
It's a Mox.
everyday vintage deck. This is really strong card with a lot of applications.
Yeah, any card that you see, they don't usually print very efficient counter spells, and this is pretty much as good as it gets, like Reed said, in formats where there's Snapcaster Mage. A card like this is just such a huge potential for blowout. And even in a format like Standard, I have my Fevered Visions going, I have my Ceremonious Rejections in play, you're drawing extra cards, you're trying to resolve Emrakul's and Thought-Knot Seers, and I have 1 mana counter spells. Like, it's just so good, it's so efficient, it's pretty much everything you want in a clean answer.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if it makes it to any cubes as well, as there's plenty of targets for it too. All right, so those are our preview cards. Now we're going to be taking questions. We've got some actually from the internet. So we took these from Twitter, and I've got questions. I'm going to be pointing to you guys to answer these questions. So Brad, I'll start with you from Keen Jez. He says, what do you look for when you see previews for a new set? What are you looking for? What stands out to you?
I just want to say yes to all of them and see where they're going to be. Like, any card has the potential to doing something busted, but if you just say no and you just are like dismissive towards them, you're never going to really see how powerful they actually can be. So the first time is like, Wizards printed this, why? Like,
you're trying to reverse engineer it.
Yeah, I'm trying to reverse engineer it. They printed it. There should be a reason why they printed it. Find that reason. Find what they saw on the card first, and then we can build upon that. Like, that's what they do. They send the cards out to us, and we just like all figure things out a lot faster than they would have with like 10 people in a room. But they did make that card for a reason, and so we should find it.
Except Rune
That's really great.
Well, that's just not constructed.
I know.
Yo, this question comes from Dragod, who says, when trying to learn a new draft format, what's the strategy?
All right, I think that is a tough question. Usually, I think you have to wait until the entire spoiler season is out to see all the colors and see what kind of tricks there are, which are the best cards, and its color combination, etc., etc. Like, how many like top-notch commons is there in black, for example, and you kind of have to refer that, and then it's just all about like starting to actually jam drafting. Like, you might not think that a card is that great and limited because it hasn't been before, but because all of these new mechanics, this old effect that wasn't that great before has just got better. So you'll just notice these interactions when you start playing a lot. I think that's just the key to it. Just play.
Kevin Embrex wants to know, Steve, going to Kaladesh, what did you want or expected to have for Standard or to change for Standard? Was there something you were looking for, an answer to a problem, something like that?
I was not particularly looking for anything. I was excited for artifacts, mostly seeing what kind of cool things that R&D would be tinkering with or whatever. We're seeing Collected Company rotating out of Standard, which is the biggest thing, which is kind of the sigh of relief for me. I'm excited not to have to play against that card, and just seeing like what cool things you see in Kaladesh. I'm not particularly excited for anything because R&D usually does a good job of surprising me, and I'm hoping that they already have. So I'm hoping that they can push through some more interesting stuff.
Yeah, we've seen a handful of cards here at this time, but there's more to come. Ultip wants to know, Reed, how do you evaluate energy cards? He says, I find cards like Die Young, which is a card that we showed yesterday, hard to evaluate because they have so many moving parts.
Yeah, and there are a lot of moving parts to energy. It's almost a brand new aspect of the game that's not going to be easy to evaluate just at a glance. So I think it's going to be a little bit of a wait and see in terms of seeing what we can actually do with energy as the new cards get spoiled, and also just a trial and error thing. Like,
sure.
I know that I'm not going to get my energy deck right the first try, but I'm going to be putting these cards in decks and seeing what jumps out at me. It seems that energy is a mechanic that you can either go full speed ahead and build an energy deck, or you can just piecemeal things together here and there. One thing I heard that's going to be very important is that every card that requires energy to use also has a way of producing energy for you. So
they may be contained. Like, you may not have to build a full-on energy deck. You may be able to have little pockets of energy in a build.
Exactly. It'll definitely be possible to build a normal deck with a small handful of energy cards, but the more you combine together, the more options you have, and the more you can use energy from one card to power an effect that might be better in the given game.
Okay.
We'll see.
I got one more question for you, sir. Watton wants to know, do you predict vehicles will be used a lot in Standard?
Yes. Not all of them, but some of them. I'm expecting them to come out with an uncommon that might be like on a low curve, and then have the big mythic 6/5 flying battle cruiser.
Your flagship.
Yeah. So I'm assuming that there'll be and the 5/3, the 4-mana rare. I'm assuming that there will be a low to the ground 2-mana vehicle that is constructed playable.
Okay. Guys, I wanted to say thank you all for joining us, and thanks for joining us, of course, on the stream, and say thanks to Yoel, say thanks to Brad here, Steve and Reed, and for joining us for Kaladesh with the pros. I certainly hope you learned something from it. That's what we are going for here, and that's going to do it. We're going to sign off. See you guys.
Thanks to all our pros who were part of Kaladesh with the pros, and Marshall Sutcliffe, our moderator, down there on the floor of the Paramount Theatre. Up here on the top deck, it's Rich, BDM and Matej with you for the next 20 minutes as we gear up for semi-final 1 of the 2016 Magic the Gathering World Championship. Why don't we show you what the day has in store, because it's World Championship action all the way for you. Here is our top 4 bracket, and this is what we are going to see today. We are going to begin with the #1 seed from the United States of America, Braun-Duin, with his Bant Humans deck against Japan's Shota Yasooka, the Hall of Famer, with Bant Company. Then, after a little break, we'll head down to semi-final 2. It'll be Portugal's Marcio Carvalho with Bant Company, and he's against the second American in the top 4, the #3 seed, Oliver Chu, with Turbo Emrakul. So, gentlemen, here we are, gearing up for it. We're going to concentrate on our first semi-final. Later, we've got Marcio against Oliver. But why don't we start by looking at the #1 seed and what a great story this is. Here is Braun-Duin. BDM.
Yeah, I mean, this is a person who got himself here to this tournament through the Grand Prix circuit. He became the Grand Prix master by accruing the most pro points at Grand Prix, but interestingly fell a little short. You see gold pro next to his name, in a room full of platinums. That was kind of conspicuous. Came a couple matches short at the last Pro Tour of getting to platinum, and now here he is 2 matches away from $70,000 platinum status, and a lot of happy fans at home.
For sure. So why don't we take a look at his path to this top 4. Now, just to pass this information for you, rounds 1 to 3 are draft, 4 to 7 standard, 8 through 10 back to draft, and 11 to 14 back to constructed, in this case modern. Well, let's do the math for you. He didn't lose a match in constructed. The draw with Marcio Carvalho was intentional. They shook hands and walked off into the sunset. So BDM, no one has a better constructed record than BBD.
Yeah, absolutely. He just swept through those 4 standard rounds at the end of day 1 to be one of the co-leaders of the tournament with Marcio Carvalho, and so he's got to feel pretty good about how his deck is looking here going into the semifinals. For
sure. So why don't we take a look at his deck for you. He is playing Bant Humans. He's the only player in our top 4 playing this deck. It's there for you on screen. Matej, you're our pro expert. You've been in this sort of stage before. Walk us through what his deck is and what it's trying to do.
Well, overall, the deck is just trying to deploy as many humans as possible and using just your other card like Thalia's Lieutenant just to pump up your board and really try to go wide, as we like to say. So deploy a lot of creatures fast on the battlefield and just start attacking the opponent. Fairly enough, this is supported by 2 copies of Tamio Field Researcher, which is really there to try to either clear the way or really make sure you never run out of gas.
I think sometimes lost in the shuffle, as it were, BDM, is just how many creatures are in that deck. 27 creatures, very few spells. It's just basically Collected Companies and Dromoka's Command.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's if you are going to build a Collected Company deck, that's really been where you're pushing. What's the minimum number of creatures you can think? You'll see 25 sometimes.
25, 26, yeah.
But you really want to get to 27, maybe even some decks going as high as 29, as we've seen people cutting Dromoka's commands from some of their decks.
So let's take a look at a couple of the cards that are going to feature in BBD's deck. Here comes Thalia's Lieutenant. Matej, what's going on with this?
Well, Thales Lieutenant is probably the most key difference between this Banned Humans deck and the rest of the Banned Company decks, because there are a lot of different cards, but a lot of similar cards. And some of those are humans, and here you overload on humans to make Thales Lieutenant better, because it will pump up your whole team, and if you keep playing humans, it just makes sure Thales Lieutenant will grow itself.
And it also means that this deck has more explosive draws than I think the traditional Bant Company decks, right?
Yeah, for sure. You can deploy bigger creatures much faster than a traditional Bant Company deck who is looking to gain small advantages over the game, whereas this deck goes boom.
Okay, let's take a look at another card in BBD's deck. It is Reflector Mage. There you see it. BDM, this is a real all-star.
Yeah, I mean, this is a card that, you know, as soon as you saw it, you knew you wanted to draft it. As soon as you played it in a draft, you're like, oh, wait a minute, I want to put this in a constructed deck. It is such a punishing card. You get to, you know, the stage in the game where you're able to deploy your creature, you get it into play, and then you have to wait a whole nother turn to get it back into play again.
Well, Brian David Marshall had a chance to sit down with BBD earlier this morning. In fact, last night, sat down with him, find out all about his expectations coming in to the top 4 of the World Championship.
I'm here with Magic the Gathering World Championship top seed competitor, Brian Braun-Duin. Brian, talk to me about your sort of road through this Magic tournament that's got you here in the top seed. You started out drafting Eldritch Moon and Shadows over Innistrad. How did that format treat you?
I ended up going 3-3 in limited.
So not well.
Yeah, not particularly great. Actually didn't lose a match in constructed, so that was kind of the golden ticket for me. But in limited, the first draft was like really weird one. I ended up drafting like a really heavy base green deck that was splashing black and blue. And it was kind of like one of the weirdest decks I've drafted in this format. It was like part Emerge, part Delirium, graveyard based, and then part like human aggro. I had 3 Hamlet captains and a bunch of cheap humans that I was basically playing them just because they were like 2-drops and creatures that I could emerge off of. But I had a few games where I just like beat down with a bunch of humans really early. Some games where I went like super late with like Lashweed Lurker, Recursion, and things like that. So I ended up going 2-1 with that deck. And then the second draft, I drafted a green-white deck that was pretty consistent but low-powered. I ended up going 1-2 with that one.
Now, Modern, on the other hand, seemed to have treated you a little better than that second draft. Talk about your Modern deck of choice.
I ended up playing Bant Eldrazi. Going into the tournament, I was debating between a variety of different decks. I started out testing an Abzan deck with Grimflayer, but felt that I couldn't beat Bant Eldrazi, which I thought was going to be really popular. So I dropped off of that. Then some of the players I was testing with, Joel Larson and Martin Mueller, tried to get me to play Living End. So there was some period of time where I was going to do that, and then I basically got cold feet on that, ended up going with Bant, and went really well, went 3-0-1 with it.
And of course, that draw with Marcio. But you played in the last round, despite the fact maybe you didn't necessarily need to. You were already the top seed. What was your thinking going into that last round against Lucas Blohan?
Main thing is that like every win is 1 pro point. So if I win that match, I get another pro point. If I win the match, I'm also going to be either first or second seed, depending on how Marcio did in his round, which is also big. Being on the play is really important in the top 4 in Standard in general, especially with Bant Humans, which is my Standard deck. So I really wanted to be on, like, have first seed was a big thing too. And also Lucas was probably the worst possible matchup for me in Standard. So there was a lot of reasons to play. It really didn't make sense for me to draw.
Okay, and he was playing, of course, the Gen Delirium deck.
In Standard,
Yeah,
yes.
in Standard. Not in Modern, so you could actually beat him there.
He was also probably the worst matchup for me in Modern, too. I got pretty fortunate, to be honest.
So tell us a little bit about the Standard deck that you are playing. You went 4-0 with it.
Yeah, it's just Bant Humans. It's basically Bant Company deck, but with a lot of the cheaper human creatures instead of Sylvan Advocates and Jaces and Selfless Spirits and things like that. Deck that Brad Nelson spent a lot of time working on. He played it a couple weeks ago at the SCG Invitational, and then he put a lot of time into it for this event. And we all kind of just came to the conclusion that he had it right, and it was just the best. We thought it was the best Standard deck, and didn't lose a match with it. It seemed really strong, and I'm really happy to be piloting it, especially on the play in the top 4.
Okay, so you mentioned Brad Nelson, obviously someone that you work closely with and he'll be rooting for you. There's some other players here. Who is going to be rooting for you and cheering for you this week? this weekend as we go into Sunday. It doesn't even need to be people here. It could be some of the people at home who've been sending you messages.
Yeah, a lot of my friends from back home, or even just people I've met playing Magic over the years. A lot of them have sent me messages saying they're rooting for me. Really exciting. I know a lot of people are cheering for me just as somebody who's kind of started from the bottom and grinded their way up one level at a time. So really excited to be here and kind of play for that underdog kind of story. And yeah, just all my teammates, past and present, and a lot of my friends and everything like that. Pretty excited about that.
All right, well, good games here at the Magic the Gathering World Championship on Sunday.
Thanks very much to BBD giving us his time yesterday. It is an inspiring story, and BDM, it is a story of someone who really has, he said it in his own words there, he's grinded his way from the bottom up, and at every step of the way, he's paid his dues, he's made the mistakes that keeps making him better. And even in this tournament, we've seen him on Twitter going, when fellow pros from the balcony are like, hey, why didn't you just blink this in response? He's like, yeah, punts occurred. But he doesn't mind because he understands it's a game of mistakes. You don't beat yourself up about it. He's going to make more mistakes today. What a privilege to make those mistakes.
Have you ever carried a hot cup of coffee or a hot cup of tea and you're walking with it and it starts to slosh about and you're like, what do you do to not burn yourself? You stop moving, you take a breath, and you let it calm down. If you go, oh no, I'm gonna burn myself, and you do this, you're gonna just splash everything over, you're gonna get blisters, you're gonna get really hurt. And I think the best players, when they grind their way to the top, that's what they learn.
Health and safety with Brian David Marshall. Now we're going to turn our attention to our second semi-finalist, and this is Shota Yasooka. Let's take a look at him. Here he is, the Japanese master. He got in as one of the top pro point players for Asia Pacific, only by a single round in the top 8 of Proto Eldritch Moon did he avoid being overtaken for this slot. But boy, has he made the best of it. He's 31 years old, closing in on 500 lifetime pro points, over $250,000 in lifetime earnings already, and he was the player of the year in 2006, when Oliver 2, by the way, was just 8 years old. So that's Shota Yasooka. Why don't we take a look at his path to the top 4? So again, a reminder, 1 through 3, that's draft. 4 through 7, standard. 8 through 10, that's draft again, and then modern rounds 11 through 14. Matej, what stands out to you here?
I quite like the way Shota really put on the afterburners on day 2 there with round 8, 9, 10, 3-0ing his spot with a lot of formidable players, and then winning one more against the tournament leader, Marcio Carvalho, at the time, to really put himself just one win close. He did drop 2 rounds then, but came back and got into the top 4.
Stands out for me is the fact that he played Oliver Chu, his potential finals opponent, 3 times and got the better of him 3 times. So that's going to be an interesting story to see if both of those guys make their way into the finals of this tournament.
Oliver would quite happily lose 3-1 in the series as long as the last one is the one that really counts. So yes, also worth bearing in mind, whereas BBD 7-0-1 in constructed, Shota only 4-4. I mean, it's a tremendously tough field, but in a way, he'd love it to be draft today in terms of his results. But let's get to his deck. What is Shota Yasooka playing? Well, it's Bant, the same 3 colors as BBD, but this is a more traditional Bant company list. And this time, I'm going to attempt to correctly identify the number of creatures, because BBD had 25. So let's see, 3, yeah. Okay, so you can see it on there. Matej, what's going on with the Bant company list?
Well, I wouldn't say it's a more traditional approach to Bant company here, but ultimately, as we've seen the metagame develop, Shota Yasooka has some interesting card choices. Spell Queller, a card that we've seen being talked a lot about and was a staple for of. Shota only plays 2, but of course he has the traditional 4 collected companies, one of the most powerful cards in this deck, and he supplemented it by 4 Jace Vryn's Prodigy, a card that I've regularly seen being cut from the deck, and he made room for those because he's also running Declaration in Stone, which would be quite good against the heavy creature heavy deck from BBD.
BDM, when you were talking with Shota through the weekend, particularly talking about modern, but in general, he said, look, you know, it isn't the Wild West out there. These are known formats. I'm not necessarily going to play crazy, but I am going to play good.
Yeah, absolutely. When he first was at the Players' Championship 5 seasons ago, he made it to the finals playing the most insane modern deck we've ever seen, right? Eternal Witness, Cryptic Command, Aether Vial, and setting up this crazy loop. He's like, this format's too sophisticated for that now. I'm just going to play the best deck, and that's really his focus when he plays Constructed.
So why don't we take a look at a couple of the key cards that are in Shota's deck? Well, it is called Bant Company, and there's the company bit. Matej.
A collected company format-defining card. Either you play it or you try to beat it. That's how it's been for a few months now.
Which format? Because it was also played in Modern this weekend.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a very powerful card. And as we talked about creature-heavy decks, just for 4 mana, you get to put in maybe 6 mana worth of creatures, all at instant speed as well. Super tricksy, and it just leverages the creatures that are in the deck, which are all very efficient on themselves.
Let's take a look at Spell Queller. This is another card that's central to his plan BDM and a very efficient flyer.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you'll see people just flashing this in sometimes without even any spells on the stack. Sometimes you just need to keep the pressure up and you get to play, keep your mana open, represent maybe a collected company, and then just add to your board with a Spell Queller.
Yeah, it's a terrific card. Beautiful art again. We've seen so many great cards from Kaladesh. What will next year's Worlds look like? Who knows? But right now, we're gearing up for semi-final 1. Why don't we hear from Shota Yasooka in his own words, thanks to our translator, Kyoko from Japan, and here's BDM with that interview.
Here with Pro Tour Hall of Famer and top 4 competitor here at the World Championships, Shota Yasooka. Shota, you were at this tournament 5 years ago. You made it as far as the finals. What does it mean to be back here playing at the World Championship?
5年前の世界選手権からまた戻ってきてこの舞台で戦うわけですが、お気持ちをお聞かせください。
いや、素直にとても嬉しいです。ただやっぱり前回取り逃したトロフィーを持って帰りたさらに嬉しいと思います。
Very happy that I was back, and I'd like to get the trophy that I couldn't get last time and bring it home.
So you are a very competitive Magic player. What has that little fire burnt from that loss in the finals of the last World Championship you played in?
明らかに安岡さんはとても競技心が高いプレイヤーだと思うんですけれども、やっぱり最終戦で負けたということはどのぐらい悔しかったでしょうか。
いや、もうとても悔しいとしか言えないですね。はい。
He he couldn't get over it for a while. It was tough.
So now tell me about the deck you brought for Modern, because when we think of that first Players' Championship, we think of that crazy deck, but you played something a little more traditional for this tournament. What was your Modern deck of choice?
モダン電気は何を今回使ってますか？
アブザンカンパニーです。
Abzan Company.
And then what made you choose that deck? What was the reason you wanted to play Abzan Company in Modern?
どうしてそのデッキにしたんですか？
ちょっと前のモダンの GP で1回使って、それからあんまりもやってなかったんで、ちょっといじって持ってきました。
He participated in Modern GP a while ago, and he hadn't played Modern for a while. So he decided to bring the similar deck that he was used to using.
And then how did that deck perform for you? What was your record in Modern today?
成績はどうでしたか？モダンの。
4敗ですね。
4敗。
今回ですか？
今回。
Today?
Today. 2-2.
Okay. It was just good enough. But you must be excited to get back to your standard deck, which was Bant Company, which I think for a lot of people is a surprising deck. When we think of Shota Yasooka, we think of Dragon Lord Silumgar. We think of, board sweepers. We think of counter spells. But you're playing a lot of small creatures. You played this deck, obviously, in Grand Prix Rimini as well. But what made you go from the control player to the Bant Company player?
今質問お分かりだと思いますけど、安岡さんファンが見たときに、珍しいデッキを使っているな。で、安岡さんだとやっぱりドラゴンロードだったり全体除去を使ったものとかカウンタースペルとかが思いつくと思うんですけど、どうしてこのデッキにしたんですか？
いや、できればそのドラゴンデッキ使いたかったんですけど、カウンターそのバントカンパニーに弱くて、そのドラゴンとかも結構エムラクールに弱いんで、かなり辛い環境だと思ったんで、ちょっとこの前使ったバントカンパニーに使いました。
He wanted to bring the Dragon Lords, but it didn't really work out, and he wanted to use something that he was familiar with. He has used this deck before, so.
Okay, now tell us who maybe here in Seattle this weekend or at home in Japan is rooting for you and cheering you on. What kind of support have you gotten as you go into this top 4 and attempt to win the World Championship trophy?
今回また日本のファンの皆さんとかが応援していると思うんですけれども、どのようなサポートがありますかと。
いや、サポート
日本のファンとかどのような人たちが安岡さんの応援をしていると思いますか。
いや、よくわかんないですね。
I don't know, I have fans.
まあでもみんなの期待に応えるために頑張りたいですね。
I'd like to do my best.
Okay, well, he always does. That's why he's in the Hall of Fame. That's why he's here in the top 4 of the Magic the Gathering World Championship. Shota Yasooka, good games the rest of the way here in Seattle.
BDM, thanks for doing that. I love when we get the chance to hear directly from the Japanese players. There is a language barrier. Kyoko's, of course, our Nico producer for our colleagues for the Japanese live stream. It is not always easy to piece together a U, 3 microphones, a Watanabe, a Kyoko, a camera, some lights. So it's brilliant when we do get the time to be able to do that and actually hear from them, because they're really a great bunch, and you've had a chance to chat with all the Japanese players this week.
Yeah, no, it was fantastic. And, I think one of my favorite moments was actually talking to Yuya Watanabe, who I think a lot of people think of as this very fearsome, serious competitor. And he's like, no, I'm this incredibly goofy guy. I'm a lunatic. I love anime. I like being silly. But, when I'm playing Magic, I can't be silly.
Silly is not a good combo with winning, generally. That is certainly true.
Yeah.
Matej, I don't want to put you too much on the line, but how do you see this matchup panning out? We've got Bant Humans for BBD, we've got Bant Company for Shota. Is it Humans or is it Company that wins?
I would say it's around 50-50. When we talked to the players both felt that they're not favored in a matchup, but when I first looked at Shota's list, I would think that he made some concessions that would make this matchup worse, but actually the more I looked at it, the more it made me feel the matchup is actually better, running the 4 Jace Wind Prodigy, as well as Declaration Stone as a 2-of in the main. That should be very helpful in dealing with the hordes of creatures that BBD will present. Plus, Brian is going to be on the play, which I think should favor him a little, so I assume it will be a real 50-50.
Now, BDM, that Brian being on the play, that's another part of the little mystery puzzle that went on the back ends of the modern rounds yesterday, where BBD was locked into this final 4 and kept on playing.
Yeah, absolutely. He had the 2-for-1. He got to knock Lucas Blahan and his Jund Delirium deck out of the top 4, which was a deck that he did not want to face, but it also meant that he assured himself top seed and gets to be on the play for both matches. And I know that he thought for a while that he was actually favored against Shota, and then played against Seth Manfield a big set of games and just felt like he got crushed. He's a little nervous, and they have some intense sideboard planning going on.
He is also a little nervous about the fact that the player on the other side, never mind the deck, the player on the other side is Shota Yasooka. And BBD is pretty straightforward about saying if there are games where there is a tiny edge to be had, it is more likely that Shota will find them and exploit them than that I will find them and exploit them. So he is very much fighting the man as well as the deck on the other side of the table.
Yeah, Shota has been playing this deck for a while. He top it at the GP with Band Company, and I remember Andrea Mengucci saying himself that he really enjoys playing mirror matches with Shota Yasooka, but he just can't win. That Shota is just so good at the deck.
So if you're just tuning in, welcome to our coverage of the World Championship here at the Paramount Theatre, live in downtown Seattle. If you are within driving, walking, flying distance of Seattle over the next half dozen hours, get here. You're welcome to come see us here. If you've got a PAX badge, come on in and watch the World Championship play out. It is an epic, epic stage. One tiny table in a pool of spotlight in this vast stage that takes grand opera. It's pretty pulsating down there. It's an amazing sight. Now, again, if you're waiting for semi-final 2, let's take a look at our bracket for you, and we'll show you what's coming your way here at the World Championship on our final day of World Championship action. Plenty more from Kaladesh coming tomorrow. But here is our top 4 bracket. So, we're underway with Bant Humans against Bant Company. It will be the best 3 games out of 5. here between BBD and Shota Yasooka. They will sideboard after the first 2 of those. But we have a couple of minutes. The players are still shuffling and gearing up down on the stage. So we should talk a tiny little bit about semi-final 2, just to whet your appetite for the second semi-final coming your way. And this features, well, 2 masters at BDM. We have Oliver Tew, who is the constructed master, and we have Marcio Carvalho, who is the limited, the draft master. What are the decks, BDM?
So we have another Bant Company deck coming in the hands of Marcio Carvalho, but we have perhaps the most interesting deck certainly the most interesting deck in this top 4 in Turbo Emrakul from Oliver Tew. And again, this is the player who had the best constructed record on the Pro Tour over the course of 4 events, playing in the first 4 events of his Magic career. It's just an absurd fantasy he's living right now.
Yeah, and one of the best constructed records at this very tournament also. So I'm sure Oliver is going in confident, and from what I talked to with Andre Strasky, his teammate for this tournament, they're feeling very confident about Oliver's chance for the whole tournament.
Oliver went 6-1-1 in constructed, so only just behind BBD. BDM, you know him pretty well now because over this last year you've had plenty of chance to see him. I think it's good for him that he's in semi-final 2. He gets to just get used to the day, get ready for it, gear up, get all the sleep out the eyes and gear up. But we are wide-eyed because it is time for our first semi-final. Will it be BBD or will it be Shota Yasooka? Let's find out. Here comes semi-final 1 of the World Championship 2016.
Welcome to the Magic World. Welcome to the Magic World Championship Top 4, live from PAX West at the historic Paramount Theater. This is your first semifinal match. Introducing first, the number 4 seed from Tokyo, Japan, Shota Yasooka. His opponent, entering as the number 1 seed from Roanoke, Virginia in the United States, Braun-Duin.
And we see our players just seated here for this, our very first semi-final here at the World Championships in PAX Seattle. Braun-Duin came in as number 1 seed. Ian Duke, tell us a little bit about his journey to get here.
So Brian actually went undefeated in constructed, went 7-0-1 throughout both the standard and modern rounds of this tournament here. So he is coming in with a lot of confidence and in great shape.
And of course his opponent, Shota Yasooka, he's been here before, Ian. He managed to make it through to the very finals of the first of these World Championships of this format, where you have the smaller field. Both of these players, just excellent players, and we're going to get a chance to see a fantastic match here. Now, both of these players are on variations of a Bant Collected Company deck, but Ian, take us through the differences between the two, what we might expect.
So Braun-Duin's deck is what we're calling Bant Humans. It is similar to the traditional Collected Company decks, but it's leaning a little bit heavier on human synergies, human cards that work together with each other, the most notable of which is Thalia's Lieutenant, which puts +1/+1 counters on all the other humans. On the other side of the matchup is Shota Yasooka. He's much more close to the traditional Bant Company list, but has a couple of twists on it himself. He's actually playing the full 4 copies of Jace Vryn's Prodigy. We see it there in his hand, as well as trimming down on copies of cards like Selfless Spirit and Spell Queller.
And even though Braun-Duin starting out on a mulligan, it looks like he's got a lot of the kind of key cards that he's going to be looking for over the course of this matchup. He's already got a collected company to fire off. Lamholt Pacifist on its own, not able to attack, but as soon as he gets a higher power creature, it will be able to swing in. And Reflector Mage on that first Jace, actually stranding quite a few cards in Shota Yasooka's hand.
Indeed, that is the case, Tim. And the character of this matchup, I think, is that Brian is going to have the edge here in the pre-sideboarded game. He wants to come off with a fast start here. His humans allow him to get on board faster, to kind of dominate the ground. So we're going to want to see him being the aggressor and coming out and putting pressure on Shota here. Shota's deck is filled with creatures that give him a little bit more value, incremental value as the game goes on. And so if he is able to stall things out, I think we'll see the game kind of shifting more towards Shota's favor as the game goes long.
Well, it looks like the early stages of this game are very much a Reflector Mage game of ping pong. Each player casting the 2/3, returning a creature to their opponent's hand, and then saying, well, you're going to have to find a different creature to cast next turn. In this case, finally Jace getting back on the board alongside a Selfless Spirit. Now, Selfless Spirit in this matchup, in some matchups, being able to give your creatures indestructibility a very, very big play. But right here, how important is it simply just to have a flyer?
Flyers are very, very important in these Bant Company semi-mirror matches here, Tim. Cards like Selfless Spirit and Spell Queller and even Archangel Avacyn, which neither player has in their main deck, but Shota has in his sideboard. Those are going to be major, major players just kind of sailing over these congested board states and getting through for unblockable damage.
And I guess it's worth pointing out that neither of these decks are necessarily going to present too many individual creatures that are gigantic. That's not really the character of how this matchup tends to go. It's more about going wide, putting lots of creatures onto the battlefield. And here we see a collected company, the first one of our match, sticking into play both a Lamholt Pacifist and a new card from Eldritch Moon. There you see it, Thalia Heretic Cathar. Now, Thalia, she makes it so that your opponent's creatures are coming into play tapped. Also the lands, but only the non-basic lands. How big an issue is that going to be for Shota?
It can be a very big issue in general with these three-color decks. There can be some mana stumbles to begin with, and having some lands enter the battlefield tapped can definitely exacerbate that. That said, Shota does have a fair number of basics in his deck. I believe the count is 10. So if he sequences well and he's aware of the possibility of Thalia, then he can, hopefully keep his mana running pretty smoothly.
And I guess that if we're saying that Braun-Duin does need to be on a beatdown plan, though, the fact that he's been able to get Thalia down before there are too many creatures in play for Yasooka, pretty important, because it means that at least it will mean that there aren't too many blockers.
Indeed, that is the case, and Reflector Mage comes down, sending that Thalia back to BBD's hand. Reflector Mage does enter tapped, though. The Thalia ability still applies to it, and this is going to open the window for BBD to crash in for some more damage here.
Yeah, Yasooka already at 14 life, and this swing will take him down just a little further. Lamholt Pacifist not really playing particularly well thus far, hasn't been able to get stuck into the red zone, cannot attack unless BBD has a creature with power 4 or greater, and right now that's not really a possibility, but one Thalia's Lieutenant could turn that all around. So a second Lamholt Pacifist, and there is the Lieutenant. Now what that does, it puts a +1/+1 counter on each other human that BBD controls, that being all of his other creatures. And now the Lamholt Pacifist, it doesn't even need to look for another creature. It itself is a 4-power creature, and that enough to get stuck in.
Yeah, Thalia's Lieutenant, really the key card for Braun-Duin. It's what he built his deck around. He's made some concessions, playing some slightly less efficient creatures in the name of having these humans that can interact with each other and sort of pump each other up. And indeed, we see that Thalia's Lieutenant adding a tremendous amount of pressure to BBD's side of the board, crashing in there for a whole bunch of damage. I believe that attack did knock down Shota down to 4 life. That attack for 10.
Shota now really needs to have a bit of a think about exactly what he wants to do here. In the Bant Company deck, not necessarily fantastic at blocking. It has plenty of creatures to work with, but those creatures not huge in size. And here is Nissa. She's going to find a forest for Shota Yasooka. All of the basic lands in Shota Yasooka's deck are Guru basics, one of the rather elegant set of basics that were made quite a while ago now, and something that Shota has been proudly showing to all the other competitors in this World Championship.
So now Shota taking a defensive posture here. BBD does have the larger creatures. He is much ahead on life total here, but really notably for Shota is the presence of that Selfless Spirit. That's going to mean if BBD were to make a huge attack here and just send in all his creatures, that Shota could make very favorable blocks potentially, even lining up a double block or two, and then using that Selfless Spirit to protect the rest of his creatures. That being said, with Shota being so low on life total, he may not have a lot of wiggle room to determine how his creatures block. He may not be able to set up double blocks there for fear of letting creatures slip through. And we do see in Brian Braun-Duin's hand a copy of Dromoka's Command, which is going to be something that gives him a lot of flexibility here in combat to set up a big attack.
Thalia comes back. That means an extra +1/+1 counter for Thalia's lieutenant. You know, Thalia's team very much getting together and working to get this first game against Shota, and we're going to see plenty of blocks here from Yasooka because almost all of those creatures are going to be able to pose a real threat to his life total, given that he's now on just 4 life.
That's right. With the exception of the Thalia's Lieutenant, which has 2 power, all of BBD's creatures have at least 3 power, and that, combined with the presence of Dromoka's Command, means that if any of those 3 power creatures go unblocked, that will spell the end for Shota Yasooka. So Shota need to be very careful about how he blocks here, and we may see him take a risk to try to pick off a creature, but if he does, it's not going to work out well for him.
Both of these players will have had plenty of time to look through the deck list of their opponent. They will have a sense of exactly how much they need to worry about assorted spells. Some of the Collected Company decks do go down on Dromoka's Command, but Brian Braun-Duin a full 4 copies in his list, so it has to be something that is being at least considered here by Yasooka.
So we do see Yasooka lining up 5 individual blocks there, trying to use the Selfless Spirit.
Put a counter on this, and this was this.
So what has happened here is Shota has declared his blocks and sacrificed Selfless Spirit to give his team indestructible. In response to that, Brian has cast Dromoka's Command, adding a counter to a creature and setting up another fight, taking out Jace. That all happened before the indestructible effect resolved from the Selfless Spirit, and that's really going to put the crunch on Shota's board. He's going to have to come up with something big very soon.
It does not look like Shota's deck is helping him out in finding that big play. He's been in this position plenty before, though. Yasooka, certainly a veteran of the game, knows exactly what he's doing, and in this case simply plays his 7th land, transforms Nissa, finds another land. He really did need that to be a big spell. But in this top 4, these rounds are untimed. There's no reason for him to concede prematurely. He can simply force Brian Braun-Duin to actually finish this game off.
Shota, I think there, was looking for a Collected Company off of his Nissa there. And the loss of the additional blocker from Nissa, combined with the fact that he didn't pick anything up, is going to leave Brian Braun-Duin's board state dominant.
And at the end of our first game, we will have, of course, the whole of this match for you soon enough. But first, these messages.
Whether riding the bus or waiting for the World Championship Finals to begin, Magic Duels is a great way to hone your skills and try new strategies. Featuring hundreds of earnable cards from Magic's latest sets and virtually unlimited AI and online opponents, start playing Magic Duels free today on iPhone, iPad, Xbox One, and Steam. You're invited to play with the new cards from Kaladesh early. Pre-release events are happening near you on September 24th and 25th. Contact your favorite game store and secure your spot today.
Hello and welcome back to this, our first World Championship semi-final. I'm Tim Willoughby, joined with Ian Duke, and, well, we've already had our first pre-sideboard game. With these best-of-5 matches, we will have a couple of games, and there we can see the trophies that are being played for. The finalist, and behind it, the World Champion trophy with that Planeswalker Flame in the center of it. Around the base of that main World Championship trophy does list off all of the previous World Champions, and it's a pretty storied list of players, and one I'm sure that each of these guys would be very, very happy to add their name to.
Indeed, Tim. Magic, a game with a long tournament history, almost 20 years here of Pro Tours. And this being our world champion for the year, it is capping off a year worth of awesome high-level play.
And you just get to see a little bit in the background there of quite how spectacularly the theatre that this is all being held in looks. Very much decked out in the guise of Kaladesh, if you will. Both of these players will have had a chance to check that out over the course of the weekend. And we really hope that any of you that are in the Seattle area or the PAX area have had a chance to see some of what Kaladesh has going on. Before Kaladesh comes, though, we are going to have our world champion of these players drawing their opening hands for game 2. There we get a chance to see what Brian is working with. A couple of lands. The fact that he only has white mana here, not necessarily too much of a worry, because plenty of white creatures there, including Knight of the White Orchid, which on the draw is all the better because it can potentially find a third land.
That's right, Tim. BBD looking to be starting off here with a very kind of traditional white weenie focused draw here. He has a lot of humans. He's curving out, even has that one drop in the form of Thraben Inspector into Thalia's Lieutenant. So just an absolutely fantastic opening here for BBD.
Selfless Spirit, the only play for Shota here thus far. He's going to be just checking out his hand, seeing if he can figure out what to do against this, which is more or less the most beatdown of starts that the Bant human decks can produce.
And I do want to emphasize, Tim, these pre-sideboarded games are crucial for BBD. He himself believes that the matchup does get worse for him after sideboard. He did pick up that first game on a mulligan to 6, so just a huge pickup for BBD. And things looking good for both players here, starting out in game 2.
Now, Brian, I believe, has not drawn a land yet, but he's not going to be too concerned about that. Knight of the White Orchid will mean that he doesn't fall too far behind on mana if he so chooses. And with a couple of clues after that Declaration in Stone, he can also have an extra way of drawing out of things. Declaration in Stone, a 2-of in Shota Yasooka's deck, and potentially one that's going to be quite good in this matchup. There is the potential for boards to get kind of busy, and at that point being able to deal with more than one creature with just a single spell, obviously an attractive quality. Knight of the White Orchid is able to fetch for a Plains, but it does not need to be just a basic Plains. There we see a Canopy Vista being fetched out by Brian, and that means that his color's getting a little bit fixed here. Certainly will help him as he transitions into the mid and late game. We do see that there is a Tamiyo Field Researcher in his hand, and at some point that one could provide a huge source of additional value, either tapping down Shota's creatures or drawing Brian cards. And speaking of drawing cards and indeed clues, Tireless Tracker, just a very powerful addition to Shota Yasooka's side of the board. He immediately plays a land, immediately gets a clue, and with each clue that he sacrifices, not only will he be drawing cards, he'll be making that Tireless Tracker bigger. And that actually one of the humans that we see in both of these decks. It's relatively easy for the Bant Collected Company deck to transition into being humans, because actually some of the best creatures in these Bant colors are humans anyway.
And with clues piling up on both sides of the battlefield here, this looks like a game where the players are unlikely to run out of cards, which means that a determining factor may be tempo. And by that I mean getting an onboard presence and putting pressure on the opponent is what these players want to be doing here. As things stand right now, BBD dominating the ground, getting in there for 4 points of damage with Thraben Inspector and Knight of the White Orchid. Meanwhile, Shota chipping away with Selfless Spirit. It is Shota that has the kind of the first opportunity to shore up the board here, as he does add a counter to Tireless Tracker and has the opportunity to play a second creature here, or third creature here as well.
Yeah, it was a big turn for Brian last turn. He cracked a clue and only found an Evolving Wilds, basically setting him back in terms of actually deploying more threats to the board, and he gets to just look on as a Sylvan Advocate comes down for Shota Yasooka. It's only a 2-3 for now, but with Vigilance, it will soon be a lot bigger threat than that. 5 lands in play already for Shota. Once we get up to 6, it becomes a 4-5, and I believe that there is a Lumbering Falls already in play for Shota Yasooka, which will also get pumped by the Advocate.
Indeed, that Sylvan Advocate, a huge threat for Shota Yasooka here, really could potentially shore up the ground for him. That said, Tim, we do see Island being fetched up for BBD. That gives him access to all 3 of his colors, as well as access to that Tamiyo Field Researcher in his hand. So we may not see him play it just yet, but that is going to be a tool that he can use to tap down that Sylvan Advocate. and allow his creatures to attack past.
There's also Dromoka's command in hand. That not so good once Shota Yasooka's creatures start growing. He kicks things off with a Reflector Mage here and a Thalia's Lieutenant. This a very powerful play, clearing a path and indeed letting him swing in for a whopping 6 damage. Shota Yasooka here down to just 6 life, and given that we know that there's a Planeswalker coming, this could spell bad news for the Japanese former Player of the Year.
Absolutely. Things looking fantastic here now for BBD. We talked about tempo being important, the way this game is playing out, and what a tempo turn for BBD. That Reflector Mage sending back the Sylvan Advocate, unwinding Shota's previous turn, and adding a ton more power to his board with Thalia's Lieutenant. I think with that kind of pressure being backed up by Tamiyo, Shota is going to be in a lot of trouble here. Let's see what he can come up with.
That Sylvan Advocate will not be able to come back down this turn as Reflector Mage kind of puts it on ice for a little while. So the options available to Yasooka here are Jace Vryn's Prodigy and Selfless Spirit. He has the mana for both, but he also has a clue that he could potentially crack. Let's see which one he goes with. You see the players sat here in our theatre. They have headphones on. The reason for that, they're not just kicking back, listening to some music. We have got players. We have got the crowd able to watch live. We want to make sure that the players do not hear our commentary, so they are kind of in their own little bubble. They can hear each other, they can hear the judges, but they are very much just focused on the game. And it's all going on. Shota Yasooka puts the shields up and has to hope that it's going to be good enough.
So this could be the turn where we see BBD play that Tamiyo, tapping down a couple of creatures. Doesn't look like BBD has actual lethal damage this turn, but he's going to put Shota in such a pinch with this Tamiyo that I think we'll be seeing these next couple turns be the end of the game in favor of BBD here. But we'll see what he decides to go with. Selfless Spirit gives Shota a little bit of flexibility in terms of combat, but I think that Tamiyo might just prove to be too much for him.
And Tamiyo, a card that wasn't necessarily a part of main decks for Bant Collected Company until comparatively recently. We saw it doing good work at the Pro Tour, and I think that with an anticipated field featuring quite a bit of Bant Collected Company, that part of the reason that Tamiyo has been called up from the bench, if you will, from the sideboard to become a main deck inclusion for Braun-Duin. And there she is, immediately coming down with 4 loyalty.
I'm going to tap these two. Those two. Tapping everything.
So Braun-Duin choosing to tap down the 2 non-Selfless Spirit creatures. Why do you think that may be, Ian?
So at least one of the Selfless Spirits is going to have to be sacrificed this turn anyway. And since Tamiyo taps down the creatures lasting until until Shota's following turn, tapping down the Jace and the Tireless Tracker ensures that this attack is essentially taking 3 creatures out of the equation all at once. And that's going to set BBD up for the maximum possible damage on his following turn.
And Shota, a lot of lands in hand, not a huge amount else. There is that Sylvan Advocate, which got bounced by Reflector Mage a few turns ago. It may be that Shota decides that it's time to knock on his deck and lean on that clue and hope for something big.
Best possible draw for Shota here would be Collected Company. Picks up a Spell Queller instead. Fundamentally, at this point, any creature that Shota has is just a blocker. So he's really looking for a card that could provide multiple blockers at once in the form of Collected Company. Selfless Spirit comes in and takes out that Tamiyo. Better to remove the Tamiyo's ability to tap 2 creatures than to leave the Selfless Spirit back on defense and simply get tapped anyway. But as things stand, it looks like if BBD is bold enough to attack with everything here, we will see him taking this second game.
Definitely a temptation to play a human pre-combat here simply to pump Thalia's Lieutenant. But you see him holding it in the air there. He knows that there's the potential for a Spell Queller, and Shota Yasooka says, fine, why not? Let it come into play. And that is the second game. So Braun-Duin, as we go into these sideboarded games, is just in fantastic shape. You can hear a little patter of applause from the crowd, respectful of these players' concentration, not kind of whooping and hollering just yet, though I would not be at all surprised if at the conclusion of this match we have quite the riot of applause. Players in the theatre getting a chance to enjoy this just as you guys do at home. But we're going to be moving on to sideboarding now, and let's hear from the players themselves about exactly how that's going to go.
All right, Brian, tell me what the plan is here with this sideboard after game 2 in the semifinals.
Well, I have two different plans, actually. One is on the play and one's on the draw. On the play, I'm actually not going to sideboard that much. I'm just bringing in 2 Tragic Arrogance and cutting 2 Knight of the White Orchid, which is just a much better card on the draw. And it may seem weird to bring in Tragic on the play in the Bantmere, but it's just a card that you can really play to at any point in the game, even on the play, and it's just a really powerful effect. So I'm hoping that maybe he doesn't put me on bringing it in when I'm on the play, and I can maybe get him with it. And even if he does put me on it, it's something he has to play around. On the draw, I'm sideboarding way differently. I'm bringing in Knight that I have in the sideboard and 2 Nissas, and I'm cutting Thalia's just because Thalia is a really powerful effect when you're on the play and you can maybe tempo them out, but on the draw it's really hard to do that, especially through like Reflector Mage or Collected Company into Reflector Mage or whatever. So I'm not going to be trying to Thalia him on the draw. I'm just going to be trying to play more of a grindier game with Tragic Arrogance and win that way.
All right, good games the rest of the way here in the semifinals. All right, Shota Yasooka, what is your sideboard plan once you go to your sideboard for this tournament?
はい、呪文トライやその超歩兵、ジェイスなどのちょっと遅いカードを抜いて、無視の霊魂やアバシンなど強力なカードと入れ替えます。
You would like to remove Auditize Command, Spell Queller, Duskwatch Recruiter, and those cards, and then he wants to get to Avacyn, so he be adding 2 Avacyns, Selfless Spirit, Doromoka's Command, and Thalia.
All right, thank you very much, and good games the rest of the way here in the semifinals.
Yes, thank you.
Very interesting stuff from the players there. I think it's a valuable lesson that we're learning from BBD here about sideboarding, the fact that he does have such different plans whether or not he's on the play or on the draw.
Yeah, it's a fantastic point, Tim, especially with the presence of Knight of the White Orchid in his deck. That is a card that picks up a lot of value on the draw. It is going to change how he configures his deck between the play and the draw here. And what's really interesting to me after watching the sideboard videos is even though this is a semi-mirror match and that they're both playing similar archetypes, each player has a very different plan in these sideboarded games. We saw BBD talking about Tragic Arrogance as his key card. If the board state does clog up, he's going to use that card to break that parity and leave himself with a more powerful board. On the other side of this matchup, Shota Yasooka putting a lot of emphasis on flying creatures, bringing in Archangel Avacyn and more Selfless Spirits in order to put pressure on BBD in the air. So the character of this matchup, again, is going to be very much BBD trying to win on the ground. If the board stalls out, he'll use Tragic Arrogance to break that up. Meanwhile, Shota trying to defend on the ground and get through with flying attackers.
And of course, Braun-Duin has done exactly what he needed to in these first 2 games. He's got himself a bit of a buffer in terms of what he needs to do now that we're on to sideboarding. If it works out that his plan doesn't work out in this first game, there's still time. This is best of 5. He's already 2 up. He just needs 1 more match, whereas Shota Yasooka, he's going to have to get 3 on the bounce.
That's absolutely true. Things looking very good for BBD as the match stands. However, I think both players have acknowledged that things are getting better for Shota post-sideboard here. So those first 2 games that BBD won, those were the games that he was sort of expected to win, or at least a slight favorite in, and those were the games that he needed to win because things are going to get worse for him as we go into games 3 through 5 here.
Yeah, so even though he's currently ahead, the sweat is very real for BBD. He is going to have to hope that things work out his way in these next, well, potentially 3 games. I've seen Brian probably taking more mulligans in this tournament than just about anyone. The fact that he's in this top 4 means that, well, either he's been drawing pretty well in those mulligans, or that actually he's been making some very well-advised choices about when to ship back a mediocre 7 for a good 6.
Yeah, no doubt he's been making great decisions all throughout this tournament, as evidenced by his undefeated constructed record. I also think the fact that he is playing sort of a lower-to-the-ground version of the Bant Company deck, putting more emphasis on the early game, is a big part of why he's able to recover from those mulligans.
But it looks like this is a hand with both lands and spells. Thalia's Lieutenant, we know, is one of the more high-impact cards in his deck. Dromoka's Command will be a way of dealing with at least one of the early threats, and it looks like we have a mulligan for Shota Yasooka, not what the Japanese former Player of the Year wanted to see. We know that he was potentially looking to take home the trophy that he was not able to pick up back in the very first of these small hall World Championship events. He had a fantastic event in the very first one in 2012, but ultimately was felled by his countryman, Yuya Watanabe, in spite of having dominated the Swiss portions of the tournament. And he referred to taking the trophy home because that's where he kind of feels like it should be. And right now, well, he's in a rough spot.
He is indeed. He's certainly got his work cut out for him if he wants to take that trophy back home to Japan. Being in this spot here, down 2-0 in a best-of-5, no room to give for Shota Yasooka, and he is taking a mulligan here on the play. Now, mulligans often can be more punishing when you're on the play because you're simply seeing fewer cards than your opponent, and when you're seeing fewer cards, seeing even one fewer card than that is even more of a penalty. But it does look like perhaps a pretty decent 6 here for Shota. I see lands, I see spells, I see a Sylvan Advocate.
I mean, he has kept his scry to the bottom. The one concern I have with this hand is he has 4 green spells and no green mana sources in hand. So he will very much be leaning on the top of his deck here if he's going to get on the board early. Meanwhile, Braun-Duin, well, he's got an Evolving Wilds. He knows he's going to have the color of mana that he wants on the very next turn.
And Shota, we see, still lacking green mana. Did take a little bit of a gamble keeping that hand, but it is really painful to go below 6 cards. And with that scry that you do get when you mulligan, taking a peek, putting a card on the bottom, getting hopefully for him ever closer to his green mana, but he is going to need to find it soon.
We can see Shota Yasooka's lifetime stats there. Made it into the Hall of Fame last year, and 49 Pro Tours. He will be racking up the 50th as and when we head across to Hawaii for the very next Pro Tour Kaladesh. We see here, though, that while Shota Yasooka a little bit constricted on mana, Braun-Duin right now, he's got everything working for him. He even gets to have Lamholt Pacifist naturally transform because there are no plays yet from Shota Yasooka. While there was that Canopy Vista, it came into play tapped, so he just has to sit back and watch as 4 points of damage come through, and there's follow-up plays from Braun-Duin there in Thalia's Lieutenant, though notably it doesn't get to put a counter on the flip side of Lamholt Pacifist because once that human shaman werewolf transforms, well, it's just a werewolf.
So Shota finally getting onto the board here on this, his turn 4. He does have Tireless Tracker into Evolving Wilds. Evolving Wilds, a nice pickup there. It does give him 2 clues here in 1 turn. The question is he going to have time to start sacrificing those clues to recover from that mulligan he took, or is BBE just going to put too much pressure on him too quickly?
Well, I spy a Collected Company in hand for Braun-Duin, and he's got the 4 mana to be able to cast it. This exactly the kind of card that you're looking for if you're trying to provide additional pressure to an opponent that's already kind of on the ropes. That Tireless Tracker, it may well hold off Thalia's Lieutenant, but on the other side of things, we still have werewolves to worry about, and they are a big worry for Shota Yasooka right now.
And BBD with a pretty smooth and fluid draw here. He did have 2 drop into a turn 3 play, and now he has option for Collected Company here on turn 4.
Yeah, we do also have another copy of Thalia's Lieutenant in BBD's hand. Those things get very out of hand when you have multiples of them in play. They're getting so many extra triggers. You're now pumping the first one, and the second one is also going to get pumped as and when more humans come along. Dromoka's Command here, enough to mean that the one creature on Shota Yasooka's side of the board, not long for this world, and a big hit coming in from Braun-Duin here, and the Collected Company that he's going to be able to cast next turn could be formidable. A couple of humans in play, and it could be lights out for Shota Yasooka.
Indeed, Tim. That was an attack there for 8 already. Shota Yasooka already kind of back against the wall here, facing down 3 creatures to none. Does not have time to pop those clues. Does have a Reflector Mage, perhaps to buy a little bit of time, but it may not be enough here. He's already in such a defensive stance that he's going to have to start chump blocking with creatures pretty soon. And BBD with that Collected Company in hand, as well as 2 Thalia's Lieutenants. That's a lot of potential for a huge burst of damage here coming at instant speed.
Now, Shota Yasooka has passed with 4 mana up. We can see that he has Collected Company in hand, and that is going to be what he's going to be leaning on here in order to potentially stay in this game. We know that there's 25 creatures in his deck pre-sideboarding. With the changes that he's made, he's brought Archangel Abyssin in and taken a couple of smaller creatures out. He may find that there's the potential to not hit 2 creatures here on Collected Company. And if
so
that's
here
the
it comes
case,
here, Tim. This is going to be
over.
tremendous. It's coming down to these probably pair of Collected Companies we'll see here. Shota is casting Collected Company before block, so depending on what he gets, he will have the option to line up some blocks here against BBD. That said, BBD could fire off a Collected Company of his own to pump up those Thalia's Lieutenants.
Only 1 creature of Collected Company. It's a Jace. I mean, ultimately, all the creatures kind of the same here in terms of what's...
And that is a Reflector Mage in that 6 for BBD. That's going to fire off and put that Jace back in Shota's hand, and that will be the game and the match for BBD here. He is advancing into the finals here of our World Championship.
1, 2, 3, easy does it, Braun-Duin. We will be seeing more of him later on today in the finals of this, our World Championship at PAX here in Seattle. And you can see a little sigh of relief for him there. He knew that this was a matchup that he had every potential to win, but speaking to him about just in general how his match with Collected Company was, he sort of said, well, it's all right. There's a lot of play there. I feel like, I mean, I do have the early games pre-sideboarding locked up, and it was worked out exactly as he called it. We're going to see Braun-Duin in the finals, but we're going to head things back across to the news desk because a lot more magic here today.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Top Deck here at the Paramount Theatre. Were spells, wow. Luis Scott Vargas, how about that?
Yeah, that was one of those matches you get with the Bant Company where one player just runs away with the game, and we kind of saw that happen 3 times.
Now, how many times could we play that matchup out between those 2 people before we got another 3-0 BBD blowout like that?
It would be difficult, especially since Company is such a good deck at coming from behind too, with Collected Company into Reflector Mage. When you're behind, that does a very good job of stabilizing.
I'm sure Marcio Carvalho off stage and Oliver too are very busy thinking about their matchup, thinking about staying hydrated, staying calm, chatting with people on social media. How happy will they be that Shota's out the door?
Shota, I mean, it's hard to look at each player's resumes and not conclude that Shota was the most decorated player coming into this top 4. And having played against Shota many times, including multiple times this tournament, I can say he's definitely at the top of his game.
This is a very unusual tournament. It's an incredibly, well, it is a unique atmosphere. We've got hundreds of people in the building, which the players can't hear. They're in this enormous stage, but in a tiny table at the front. They're in headsets. How different is this experience, and how much impact is the environment that we're in here potentially playing on Sunday?
It's pretty crazy. You're on this stage down there, and you're playing 10 feet away from people sitting in these chairs, and having been now on both sides of it, that 10 feet is like, a mile.
Yep.
It's just a different atmosphere, a different world when you're playing on this stage, on the stage of a gigantic theater, versus watching these players play, even if you're just, physically only 10 feet away.
Well, we can hear now from the winner of that first semi-final. Didn't take him long to get there. Here is your 3-0 winner from semi-final 1, Braun-Duin. Here, you're going to have to put that away for a moment, Luis, because down there they've got a little microphone issue. So sorry about that. We'll get back down to the floor to BBD in just a minute. So 3-0 there. We know we're going to talk in depth about our second semi-final in a few minutes, which is the Turbo Emrakul against Bant Company. Now, BBD's beaten someone, a bank company already, but would he like another, or would he prefer to see Turbo Emrakul, do you think?
It's pretty close. Most matchups in Standard are pretty close, but one of the reasons that I like playing the human versions of Bant, which is what BBD is playing, is that Thalia's Lieutenant is just an incredibly good card in the mirror. So having access to Thalia's Lieutenant makes you feel pretty good about playing against other decks playing Reflector Mages and other decks playing Duskwatch Recruiters.
Okay, well, we can head back down to the two Bryans. Batteries now fully charged. Let's see what's going on.
Once more with feeling, and this time with sound, Brian Braun-Duin. That's not how the match played out for you when you were testing it last night. Tell us about play testing overnight.
Yeah, last night I tested with Seth, and he was beating me like 80% of games or more. Just didn't feel like that great of a matchup, but I feel like from playing it out that I learned a lot about how I'm supposed to play, and I was able to kind of use some of that in playing this match. Playing around Declaration in Stone and not trading off creatures when I can, just trying to build a giant board, play as aggressively as possible because the late game favored Shota. So I was pretty happy with how these games played out, obviously, and it kind of went all according to plan.
And then, you talked a little bit about your sideboarding plan with us. How did that actually pan out when you sideboarded for this match?
Well, it actually worked out. Actually, it just didn't really happen. We only played one sideboarded game and didn't really draw any of my sideboard cards. I just drew the Thalia's Lieutenants that are probably my best cards. So didn't really come up, but I was pretty happy with the plan anyway.
All right, so Thalia's Lieutenant, obviously a huge card for you, and really what makes your deck seem so much different than the other Bant Company decks. How many dice should we be looking for when we know you're winning a match?
Probably like 6, 7.
People talk about card advantage all the time, dice advantage, very huge in his matchups. Now, talk to me for a second about playing in this tournament. I mean, we see you in the jersey, we have these gorgeous lights, this incredible stage. What has this experience playing in this tournament been like for you?
It's just been completely unbelievable. Like, this has been something I've wanted to play in for a really long time, and it's just been amazing. And I've had so much fun playing in this tournament. Even though it's supposed to be stressful, I've just been like having a blast and playing as well as I can, and things have just gone really well for me.
All right, well, one match to go here for Brian Braun-Duin. He is a World Championship finalist right now. We still have a whole other semifinal to deal with here, and then we'll try to find him an opponent. In the meanwhile, going to send it back up to the news desk with Luis and Rich.
Thanks very much to BDM. There you see them there on the floor. He will go and have a hearty lunch because he is into the World Championship final. Now, there's been so much going on here at PAX. It's been an amazing experience. Tomorrow, we've got the Inventors Spell Slinging Showdown. Still tons of great stuff. Blogger Live is coming your way tomorrow as well. Plus a closing program you will not want to miss at 5 p.m. Pacific. There are still some big surprises coming your way from the world of Kaladesh, Magic's newest and brightest set. Outside the Paramount Theatre, though, there's been something pretty extraordinary going on too, because not just the Paramount Theatre, but the street outside has been converted into Kaladesh on Sea, if you will. So why don't we take a look? We're going to give you a little tour. We'll see in a few minutes, but here comes the street fair.
The magic of Kaladesh has spilled out here from the Paramount Theater and onto the streets of Seattle. I'm Nathan Holt, and I'm here to take you on a tour of the Inventors Street Fair. So come, follow me. First up, we have this beautiful Cosplayers Lounge, and I think there are some Magic celebrities lurking about too. Is there?
I find you, you don't find me.
Oh, that's right.
Man, I forgot how tall you were.
They all say that. Jimmy, what have you been doing this week?
I've been doing a bunch of Magic stuff. I hosted the opening ceremony, and this is the first time I've got to experience the street fair, which is so cool.
A multiplayer hero of mine, Jimmy Wong. Listen to his podcast, Command Zone. Love it. Thanks so much, Jimmy. Yeah. All right. So this is the Thopter Assembly Station. Thopters being an important theme in Kaladesh. Looks like one's already been completed for me. I don't know if this is how Thopters move, but I'm just going to decide that they move like this. Is this hard? Like, how long does it take to make a Thopter?
About 10 minutes, right? So.
And are you good at it, or are you below average? Like, would it take me 35 minutes?
I don't know. I think I'm pretty below average right now.
I probably would be too. Arts and crafts was never my specialty, but hey, what's this doggy's name?
Jace the Heart Sculptor.
Sculpting hearts, melting minds with cuteness. I love it. Hope you guys are having fun. Maybe I'll take one of these little Thopter packets. You can find them out here at the street fair. Fold them up, give them to a kid, keep it yourself, throw it across the room at your teacher during math class, whatever you want. We're looking at some real fire. What's going on at this station here?
Oh yeah, we're Pratt Fine Arts Center, and we brought some demos from our art labs out today. So we have our blacksmith forge, our glass bead making, and then our small metals jewelry studio here.
What are these gentlemen banging on? Are they making swords or weapons that I should be concerned about?
No, we're making nice little roses and bottle openers.
Useful tools here on the planet Earth. I recognize this person. Ms. Liz Lamfair, I'm good. Tell me what we're looking at here.
We are looking at a larger-than-life stag.
She's referring, of course, to the preview card here from Kaladesh, Larger Than Life, in which this large stag elk-esque creature is represented on a sorcery that gives a creature +4/+4 and trample, and I guess something else that we will find out on Monday what this card exactly does. Describe what's going on with this elk's fashion sense.
This is a place of beauty, and so we wanted to take the metal crafting to a new level, and I think we did at 16 feet tall. But we couldn't have done this without our friends at Puppet Kitchen.
So you helped to create this giant stag. There's a niche audience for elk fans within the Magic universe that calls every single elk Elmer. Tell me, what was it like to actually build Elmer here?
It was incredible. The art that we were given from Magic to try and recreate and make that come to real life was a real joy.
Well, it looks beautiful to me. Sir, I salute you. You are larger than life. That's very intimidating. All right, we're here at Kaladesh's finest tattoo parlor. I'm gonna pop in and see what they can offer me. I'm a little scared, but you're not using a needle today, are you?
There's a needle involved, but it will not touch your skin.
Okay, it's still vaguely scary, but I'll roll with it. Why not? How many of these tattoos have you made today?
Oh gosh, I'm doing probably about 300 an hour.
300 every hour.
That's right.
Wow, that's beautiful.
They are, just like that.
Not bad. It looks very Mardu, red, black, and white. I think I might summon some goblins and attack. Yeah, thanks very much.
You're very welcome.
All right, this is the Learn to Play tent with some really beautiful and comfortable looking cushions. I'm gonna have a seat here, and hello. If it isn't my friend Mark Purvis, a brand director here for Magic the Gathering, and you've been teaching people how to play Magic, presumably?
That's right. Anyone who's drawn in by the fair, who's heard of Magic but maybe hasn't played before, can come in here and they can get a free sample deck. And we're also directing them to the Lady Planeswalker Society. They're in the Paramount Theater, and they're teaching people how to play as well.
I already know how to play Magic, but every time I see somebody play for the first time, it feels like I'm playing for the first time too. You can't help but recall the wonder of sort of discovering the crazy artwork and all the fun creatures and whatnot. So anyway, thank you for your time. We're gonna move on here. We're at the Inventors Fair, and these are some prize-winning inventions. There's some classic Pyromancer goggles with some special editions. If you want to see a movie in 3D, I'm guessing that's what that's for. Some sort of giant club with a trigger. It might be a water gun. It might actually just be a good old-fashioned beaten stick for beating down your opponent when they're at like 3 or 4 life. All right, we'll keep moving on here. We've got another great preview card here. If you want to make your creatures really big, this is a guy you can summon. Look, he's a giant artifact creature with a tree located in his chest. I can't imagine something better to defeat your opponent with. Look, just come on down to this street fair. There's a truck called Cheese Wizards. Who wouldn't buy food from a truck called Cheese Wizards? Downtown Seattle, the Paramount Theater, and we'll see you at the Kaladesh Inventors Street Fair.
Great stuff. All right, thanks so much to our features team who've been out and about all the way around PAX this weekend. Been joined by Brian David Marshall and by Louis Scott Vargas as usual. I don't have enough initials to be up here, but there we are. Welcome along, guys. We'll get into our second semi-final in just a little bit. The players are at lunch, so our best guess round about 1:30 for live coverage of semi-final 2. But don't go away. We've got cards to show you and to talk about from Kaladesh, and then, as I say, we'll get into our second semi-final preview. So, Luis, I'm going to give you the first look at this suite of 5 lands that we've got, and maybe suite is the operative term. Let's take a look at Blooming Marsh, Botanical Sanctum, Concealed Courtyard, Inspiring Vantage, and my favorite, Spire Bluff Canal. What's going on with these?
This is an exciting cycle of lands. We saw the Allied color version of this back in Scars of Mirrodin, and those lands, they see play to this day in Modern. Blackcleave Cliffs is a staple in Jund, for example, and when these lands come into Standard, I expect to see them all over the place. They just feel great. You just have them in your opening hand, you play them on turn 1, 2, or 3, and they just come into play untapped. That's awesome.
Now, Brian David Marshall, I just want to make sure you have seen that there are 5 of these, not just Botanical Sanctum.
I've only seen 2, actually. I've only seen the Marsh and the Botanical Sanctum. That's it.
Those would be the 2.
Just the things that let me play Sidisi on turn 3.
All right. Now, Luis, obviously they are mechanically all identical. They are a cycle, as we call it. But are there any differences between them in the way that we're likely to see them used?
Yeah, the big difference is that some color pairs care more about having lands untapped early, and some really want land number 6 to be untapped. So I can imagine that a control deck, for example, might not want, their 6th land to come into play untapped. Like, what if you're trying to cast Emrakul on turn 7? I mean, she's a huge threat. Some decks may be a little wary, whereas if every card in your deck costs 1, 2, or 3 mana, these lands are fantastic.
So Inspiring Vantage is a card that the Boros decks are really excited to get.
I would expect Inspiring Vantage to be one of the best ones, given the kind of cards we typically see in Boros decks.
Okay, so that's our cycle of lands. Next up, I want to show you Girapor Orrery. Got that out correctly. It's 4 mana artifact. It's rare. Each player, that's everyone, can play an additional land on each of his or her turns at the beginning of each player's upkeep. If that player has no cards in hand, that player draws 3 cards. There's lots of potentially bad things going on here, BD.
I'm looking forward to seeing Luis play this in a draft deck on his stream.
Well, it's certainly the kind of card I would love to play with. It also, just the possibilities with this card are kind of endless because it fuels itself, right? You play additional lands to get cards out of your hand, you draw more cards, you play more lands, you play big things, but you also have cards like Noose Constrictor that all of a sudden, you provide the combo and you kind of go off.
Okay, that seems pretty filthy. Now,
I also liked what one of the players said during the Kaladesh with the pros, when they talked about the idea like, Reflector Mage is suddenly a very spicy card to play with this because you can actually strand a card in your opponent's hand for a turn, so they can't actually get under the Orrery to draw 3 cards. For you. Yeah, that's really sweet.
It's just finally a card that makes Reflector Mage good.
That's what we've been waiting
for.
These 2 are terrible. Let's move on. I'm going to bring you another card now. It's called Panharmonicon. It's also 4 cost. It's also an artifact. It's also rare. Let's see what this does. If an artifact or creature entering the battlefield causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. I think a lot of people are not going to initially understand that. BDM, you lost the toss. Do you want to have a go first?
I mean, this seems like a really sweet card. I guess a triggered ability as opposed to an activated ability is really what you're going to be looking for here. And I needed a trigger warning before we started talking about
triggered
this card.
is when, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's like when a creature dies, when this becomes untapped.
So
when
Solemn Simulacrum would get you 2 lands when it comes into play.
Right, there's 2 things going on here. One is that a card like Reflector Mage, for example, would double trigger. The other is if it causes any of your things to trigger, it triggers multiple times. So self-contained cards like Reflector Mage work twice, but if you had a card that said, whenever you play a creature, give this creature a +1/+1, that would also trigger twice. So it looks at everything.
Okay. Now, the next thing I want to show you, the most frequently asked question at PAX this year has been, live fast, die young. Is that 1 card or 2? Here's your definitive answer. Let's show you live fast. Here it comes. 2 and a black, it's a sorcery, it's common. You draw 2 cards, lose 2 life, and get 2 energy. Luis, the first 2 parts of that we've seen many times before in Magic. The third, of course, is unique to Kaladesh.
Well, I'm a fan of the first two parts. That is already clear. And energy is a pretty cool new mechanic too. There's a ton of different cards that let you spend energy. This card does not intrinsically let you spend energy. So if you compare this card to like Read the Bones and have no energy cards in your deck, yeah, maybe you're not getting the best deal, but that's just not how it's going to work in Kaladesh. You're going to play this card and it's going to fuel other cards which may give you an out to spend energy.
It's going to be just great stuff. BDM, why don't you take a look for us at Dai Young, the second half of this little storyline, if you like. So here is Dai Young, 1 and a black for a sorcery. Again, common. Choose target creature. You get 2 energy. Then you may pay any amount of energy because you've got some lying around. The creature gets -1/-1 until end of turn for each energy paid this way. So it's straightforwardly a -2/-2 for 2, or it could be a lot more than that.
This card's really sweet. Plays really well with the first card. You're digging for answers. You find something. Now you get to go -2/-2 to something. You have 4 actually, right? Like you can actually go on turn 5, have 4 energy. You dug for 2 cards with Live Fast. Now you make some things die young, and you can just move some counters around and do some pretty nasty things.
Yeah, you can even pick off a 1 toughness creature and end up with an extra energy floating around for something else. My only complaint about these two is Live Fast costs 3 and Die Young costs 2. So if you were to curve them out, you would Die Young then Live Fast. It's okay. I think you want to cast them in the proper order, so you'll end up in the right place there.
Okay, I'll need a moment to think about that. But while I do, why don't we take a look at Demon of Dark Schemes, or Demon of Dark Schemes, as they say. 3 black, black, black. It's a 5/5 flying demon. When it enters the battlefield, all other creatures get -2/-2 until end of turn. And whenever another creature dies, brackets, if they had 2 toughness or less, you get an energy. There's more. 2 and a black, pay 1, 2, 3, 4 energy, put target creature card from a graveyard, that's any graveyard, onto the battlefield under your control tapped. Luis, which of the 17 elements of this card do you like the most?
I like the fact that this card is just amazingly powerful. I mean, that part is cool, but more than that, I like that all the pieces do kind of harmonize. You're talking about a bunch of different abilities, right? You've got the fact that it's just 5/5 flyer. You've got the fact that it gives everything -2/-2. It also, takes the energy from everything that dies, and then it lets you use that with its last ability. All those just mesh so well. This card, I think, is going to play really well. I mean, it is very powerful, but it's also just going to play well.
Is it just a limited card as far as you can tell? No, this is, even though it's triple black.
This looks like an amazing constructed card.
Oh, wow.
It is context dependent, all cards are.
Right.
But assuming there's a decent amount of, 2 toughness creatures, this card's going to be incredible.
Can't wait to see that. We've got one more to show you, then we're going to head down the stretch towards semi-final 2. Here is, isn't it lovely? It's Territorial Gorger. It's a gremlin. It's 2/2 and it's rare. It tramples. 2/2 Trampler? What else are you going to say? Whenever you get whenever you get 1 or more energy, Territorial Gorger gets +2/+2 until end of turn.
So the important thing here is, though, it only gets to be a 4/4, right?
Right. If you played, let's say, the demon, and you gain 7 energy at the exact same time. Well, I guess the demon actually triggers separately. If you get a bunch of energy at once, it's 1 per batch of energy.
Right.
So,
but if you
live fast and die young, you'll get 2 total triggers.
Right.
You won't get 4.
And the Territorial Gorger will be enormous.
Well, it'll still be great. I mean, this card does in fact take your energy. This card will let you turn energy cards into pump spells, and already it's a 4-mana 2/2 trample that easily can attack for 4 or 6 a turn.
There are some amazing cards already seen on Kaladesh. They're coming thick and fast from our community ambassadors, from out on the street fair, from Down with Kaladesh with the pros. If you missed that this morning, check it out on our YouTube stream. And also you can check out all the cards that have come out of PAX so far and in the future, www.kaladesh.com. But now it's time to turn our attention back to the main stage here at the Paramount Theatre. Time for semi-final 2. And if they're going to be faster than the first one, they're going to have to get their skates off, because that was blistering stuff. Why don't we take a look at our bracket for you, show you where we've been and what is still to come. So we began our morning with semi-final 1. It was Bant Humans, Braun-Duin against Shota Yasooka's Bant Company. Both players, curiously, Luis, in the pregame were talking about they felt that they were kind of underdogs, which is, somebody was wrong. In the event, BBD mauled Shota.
Yeah, it was not particularly close. Shota did not cast a lot of collected companies, which is kind of the key to the matchup. And Yeah, BBD just was able to get ahead and stay ahead. Thalia's Lieutenant played a key part of that role, enabling like multiple Lambholt pacifists to attack on some of the turns.
Is that one of the appeals of the Bant Humans deck, that it can actually win with just its early game of playing creatures and, getting the Lieutenant and just getting all those counters out on the board?
Yeah, the Bant Humans deck plays cards that are kind of individually weaker than the normal Bant Company lists, but in concert, they're very, very good. Thalia's Lieutenant is really the card that makes the deck shine.
All right, so Braun-Duin awaits the winner of semi-final 2. Who will it be? Let's get into the matchup. We begin with the 2015-16 Draft Master. Here is the resume of Marcio Carvalho. He utterly dominated the last 6 months of Pro Tour action in the limited rounds. 6-0, 6-0. 5-0 here at the World Championship in Limited before finally JC Tao unlocked the key to finally winning a match of Magic against Marcio Carvalho in draft. Just an astonishing run, over $100,000 in lifetime earnings. Let's take a look at his path to the top 4. And BDM, just a reminder for everyone, rounds 1 to 3 and 8 to 10, those are the limited rounds, and then constructed 4 through 7 was standard, 11 through 14 modern.
Yeah, absolutely. We talk about the fact that he was the draft master, but 3-1 in standard here, and no shame in losing to anybody at this tournament, but Mike Sigrist, a pretty formidable opponent.
So in the last round, he chose to play. He was already locked into the top 4, Luis, but he chose to play against Oliver 2. The format was modern, but Oliver 2 did win, and won in pretty fantastically entertaining fashion. Is there any positive for Oliver or negative for Marcio coming out of that match? Or is that because it's in a different format and yesterday, is that just not relevant at all to this?
It's not particularly relevant to how things line up today. Marcio had every reason to play. You get a pro point per win, higher seeding in the top 4, so he definitely should have played. The fact that he lost and still made it in, that just means that Marcio is in great position to start with.
Right, so let's take a look at the deck that he is bringing to battle with here at the World Championship. He is playing a Bant Company list. This will not surprise a lot of you because this has been around standard throughout this standard season. Luis, walk us through it. What is Marcio trying to do with this deck?
So the core of this deck is Collected Company. It's built around that card incredibly. It's got a ton of creatures that cost 3 or less, and it kind of at its base is a tempo deck. You're playing cards like Noose Constrictor and Sylvan Advocate to get some early damage in, Spell Queller and Tireless Tracker as your 3 drops that are pretty powerful. And the deck is good at getting ahead and staying ahead, and it's also good with cards like Reflector Mage at kind of coming back even when it's behind. One of the interesting parts about this particular version is what Marcio chose to use in his non-creature slots, as it were. You don't get very many slots for cards that don't get hit off Collected Company. You usually want 24 to 26 creatures that cost 3 or less.
Right.
And Marcio has Archangel Avacyn, 2 Elder Deep Fiends. He's got some big high end, and those cards are very impactful in the matchup he's about to play.
And he's on the bottom end of the number of creatures you want to play that you can hit with Collected Company. He only has 24, and we've seen players really pushing it 3 and 4 more.
That's essentially the minimum.
Yeah.
Once you get lower than 24, your Collected Company starts to take a serious hit.
Well, let's take a look at Collected Company. It is one of the key cards in this matchup for Marcio Carvalho. There you see it. And Luis, I've heard it said repeatedly this weekend, one of the best ways to beat Collected Company decks is when Collected Company doesn't do what Collected Company does.
Yeah, when you whiff on Company, when you either hit 0 or 1 creatures, then this card is, it's nothing special. You paid 4 mana for a card that costs 2 or 3 mana.
We watched Yasooka in the first semifinal cast a Collected Company and hit just a Jace Vryn's Prodigy, which had no interest in getting involved in a fight.
Definitely not, and that's one of the ways to lose with the Company deck, even when you cast Company, is the fact that you're spinning the wheel a little bit.
All right, let's take a look at another card that does work with Collected Company. This is Sylvan Advocate. Here it comes, coming up on your screen. Sylvan Advocate, a mainstay of standard, comes out of Oath of the Gatewatch, Luis.
Sylvan Advocate's amazing in this deck because it's a card that you can play for 2 mana that, this deck needs creatures that cost 2 and 3, but the disadvantage of 2 mana creatures is in the late game they don't do much. Well, Sylvan Advocate transforms. All of a sudden now it's a 4/5. It also pumps up your Lumbering Falls, which is a really relevant interaction.
So Marcio Carvalho is gearing up for semi-final 2, but yesterday he took the time to come in and talk with our own Brian David Marshall.
I'm here with Draft Master Marcio Carvalho. Draft was how you got here to this World Championship. And you lived up to your name. You went 3-0 on day one in draft. You went 2-1 on day two. Talk to me about what has made this Innistrad draft format such a successful format for you.
Well, I think this draft format is really good for me because the bombs don't really matter. Like, curving out is what's important. So in this draft, if bombs don't matter, it gets really easy to win if you know what you're doing.
Well, we want to know.
Yeah, in the first draft, I drafted Black Red. I first picked the Symbol Alpha, the 5/5 rare, above Brazen Wolves. I don't even know if that's right because I really like curving out, but I did it. Then second pick, I had Brazen Wolf, so I gone for that. And then the cards just keep coming. I had like 8th pick Olivia's Dragoon, so I drafted like a black-red curvy out deck with some 4 to 5 removals, and I 3-0'd that one.
Now, we got to watch you draft on day two, and it was a little bit more complicated than just curving out, right? Like that draft was required a little bit more navigation.
Yeah, because I opened Sombra Stag, and then Mike Sigris passed me the Uldrich guy, the red-green. But I think red-green is like really bad in this format because the curve, like again, the curve isn't good. You have a lot of problems of fire. So at the moment when I picked Uldrich, I already was thinking of playing like blue-green with red. If blue was open, then I third picked Dragander, and things kept going my way. I think I finished the draft with 4 or 5 rares or more. Yeah, and
you could have taken the Silver Fur Partisan. I think had gotten up to like 6 or 7.
7,
right?
I think. Yeah, but I didn't have any tricks for him, so he wasn't that good. I ended up losing to GC Tau in round 3, so I couldn't finish 18-0. That was sad for me. But
that was sad. He only went 17-1 in Innistrad drafts over the course of 2 Pro Tours and a World Championship.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Now, let's talk a little bit about your Modern deck that you finished the day out. What did you bring for the Modern rounds?
I brought Abzan, a list made from Willie Adel, because he knows his Abzan list. I faced Shota in the first round. I lost to him. He was playing Company. I think, well, it was a hard match. Then I played Lucas Cape Shifts, and I drew really well, so I won. Then I drew with Brian, and in the last round I played Oliver 2 for like a pro point for me, but for him it was like top 4. The game was intense, and like game 3, I really thought I was gonna get it, but that explosive like killed me. And then he had the Cape Shift, so he deserved it.
Okay, so now you're going to be playing Standard, though, of course, in the top 4. Tell us about your Standard deck and how that format went for you.
Standard, I went 3-1, losing to Mike Sigris, playing the Emerge deck, Temur Emerge. I lost 1 to him. I think Bent is really good. It's the best deck in the format. Like everyone's playing that, so I didn't know how to beat it, so I played it. That's the thing. And Thiago had a good list. He was crushing on Magic Online on every league, like 5-0, 5-0, 4-1. Of course, there's a lot of skill in Thiago, so his scores are a little bit jammed, but I thought it was really good, so I go for it.
Okay, so you talk about Thiago, someone who you've teamed with, who's from Brazil. You have support all around the globe. Tell us who's going to be rooting for you and who's cheering for you. Who's on Team Marcio this weekend?
Well, I think everyone from Portugal, of course. They are awesome. They're always cheering. It's insane. I thank them for that. Spain too, and Brazil mainly. Yeah, all those 3 like really push for me, and I appreciate that, guys.
I can tell you that when they were doing the top 4 announcement, you had Willie Adel and Thiago Separito sitting in a small little box up in the balcony just by themselves, and they're just like waiting for your name. They're kind of like, okay.
Yeah, Willie is insane. He's done a lot for me, like really a lot. I can't even take him that much, I think. So winning this, it would be great, and I would thank him.
You said he actually seemed happier than you were.
Yeah. Because if you know Will, you know he just wants his friends to do well. It's like, now in this time of Magic, for him it's like more about the other guys, not him as much, because he has a son now and other things. So.
All right, Marcio, good games the rest of the way here at the Magic the Gathering World Championship.
Thank you.
So that's Marcio Carvalho, but it takes 2 to tango. Good luck Portugal, good luck Brazil, good luck Spain. We know you're rooting for him. On the other side of the table, it's Oliver Chu. Let's take a look at him, the 18-year-old, only the 2015-16 Constructed Master, Platinum Pro, 20,000 lifetime earnings. Well, that's all this season because that's all he has in the bank. So this is by far the least experienced of our final 4, but boy, he has not buckled under pressure at all. Let's move on to take a look at how he reached the top 4 BDM.
Yeah, you know, he did not have a great record in draft, but fortunately he's the constructed master. Went 6-1-1, said I probably should have gone 7-1, but 6-1-1, and had a perfect record in Modern down the stretch with that incredible match against Marcio Carvalho. Just incredible poise, this incredible game of brinksmanship with the obstinate Bailoff and the Liliana. It was fantastic. And I talked to him about it. It's like, how, you're 18. It's hard to keep a straight face. You want to jump out of your seat with that obstinate Bailoff, but he waited until Marcio had committed to upping the Liliana. It was a great play to watch.
It really was. Great stuff by Oliver too. Here's the deck that he is battling with, and this is Turbo Emrakul. So, Luis, not only some explanation of the deck, but you've got some insight into some testing.
I do. So, this deck is, in fact, Turbo Emrakul. There's 3 copies of Emrakul, the Promised End. All the deck is trying to do is use cards like Vessel of Nascency, Grapple at the Past, Gather the Pack, put a ton of cards in your graveyard, all the different types for Emrakul, and then put Kozilek's Return in your graveyard as well, which lets you cast Emrakul or Elder Deep Fiend, wipe everything out with Kozilek's Return, take control of your opponent's turn, and just win from there. The funny part about all this is Oliver recently joined our Pro Tour testing team, and we have a Facebook group. This is a team forum. Last night, after the top 4 was announced, a bunch of the guys from the team started testing the matchup. And so this morning I woke up and Corey Burkhardt had just posted these different sideboard plans. Here's how all the matchup went. Here's game 1, here's game 2. Oliver's going to use that as he sees fit, but his teammates were just at home. None of them are even here in Seattle testing his matchup against Marcio.
Must be nice.
It's a pretty spectacular season that he goes from someone who last year was presumably home watching his idol Owen Turnewald play in the World Championship, and now here he is about to embark on the biggest stage of his career.
Fantastic stuff. Let's look at a couple of key cards in the deck for Oliver too. How about we begin with the big one, Emrakul, the Promised End, Luis?
Emrakul is, I think, the most powerful card in Standard right now. She has multiple different decks built around her, and when you cast her, the end does usually come. There are not that many games where your opponent survives an Emrakul.
But there's just enough to keep it interesting. That's what's so beautiful about that
You
card.
can definitely beat an Emrakul. It just doesn't happen very often, and it's kind of on your opponent, whoever casts the Emrakul, to make all the decisions well. I would say right, but maybe wrong, depending on which side of the table you're on.
Sometimes a Tameo is involved in beating an Emrakul.
That's true. Tameo, I think, flavorfully does defeat Emrakul, and that's all I was trying to do, was advance the storyline.
Advance the storyline, yes, and we're grateful to you. That's lovely. Why don't we take a look at Kozilek's Return? That's the next one. They see it, the mythic rare instant, so much going on with that card, but I can tell you the players are gearing up for the second semi-final, and we haven't had a chance to hear directly from Oliver too. He's a super impressive young man, and he had a chat yesterday with our own Brian David Marshall.
All right, I'm here with Constructed Master Oliver Tew. Oliver, you are heading into the top 4 of the Magic the Gathering World Championship. It's not a dream. You've actually gone to the Pro Tour, done well at 4 straight Pro Tours, won an invite to Worlds, and now here you are in the top 4 of Worlds. What has this year been like for you?
This year has been actually insane. I just went into my first Pro Tour ever, not expecting much, but the wins just kept on coming, and I kept on improving, and it all added up to this.
Now, how do you improve over the course of a year at a Pro Tour? What were the things you did to get yourself here?
Just learn from the best players in the world. Teaming up with team face-to-face games is great, helps me improve a lot. I still have a lot to learn, but I'm improving along the way. Just watching people play helps me a lot. Playing myself, just knowing where I'm making mistakes and stuff, helps a lot. I don't know, just a combination of things.
You've had a couple of really exciting games this weekend, seeming to both come at the end of days. You had that crazy match with Steve Rubin at the end of day 1. What the heck happened there?
I just made so many mistakes in that match. It's just a game I never want to relive. It was awful, but I might not be here if that didn't happen. So I don't know. It is what it is.
But then can you go have a match like that? I think the difference sometimes for the players who have an opportunity to play at this level, and if you feel like you've made a mistake like that, or you feel like you misplayed a game, to pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and learn from that experience, as opposed to kind of like holding your head and.
Yeah, that's definitely a thing I've learned over these past couple of tournaments is, you know, you make mistakes, it's Magic, it's an incredibly hard game, but you just have to know not to get tilted off for like the rest of the tournament, and you just have to dust it off and just try your best to play well in the next match.
How did the formats go for you? I know, how did draft go for you overall this weekend? You had 6 rounds of draft.
Yeah, draft I 3-3'd, which for most players of this caliber is not great, but for me, I'm happy with it. I'm more of a constructed player. And
constructed master.
Yeah, and I'll take a 3-3 in draft against the best players in the world. But standard went moderately well. I went 2-1-1. Should have been 3-1 if I played tighter. I was expecting a better record with my standard deck. I was really happy with it, but hopefully I could improve upon that tomorrow. And modern 4-0, no complaints there. I made a couple mistakes, but overall I played well, and my deck choice worked out very well. Played against a bunch of good matchups.
Talk about that crazy last game against Marcio Carvalho. You can't have ever imagined playing a more tension-filled game for such high stakes. You lose that game, you're not in the top 4. You win the game, here you are talking right now.
Yeah, I was just hoping they didn't have Collective Brutality, because I knew that was like the only card you could have in that situation, because even if I didn't draw the land for the Scape Shift, I had many other outs to just kill him on that spot, and if I just bricked off, I still would have been in a pretty good position. So I was just crossing my fingers, hoping he didn't have Collective Brutality.
Okay, so it's just one card you really felt like you had a sweat there.
Yeah, basically.
So now you've talked about looking at some of the best players in the game and learning from them. Who are the players who are going to be following you tomorrow along the rail? Who are the players who are going to be supporting you here and maybe at home?
Well, at home, my family is going to be supporting me, I'm sure of that. In terms of players, all my former face-to-face teammates, all the players I've grew up with, all of them from my local game store and from back home. Just a ton of people that I owe a lot to.
Is there anybody who's sitting back at that store right now going, I used to beat that kid at Friday Night Magic. Maybe I should be playing at the World Championship?
Yeah, many. I did my fair share of losing in FNMs. When you're 12 years old playing an FNM, you're going to lose a lot. So.
Yeah, he's gotten a lot better since then. Obviously, here he is on the brink of playing in the top 4 of the World Championship. I'll let you good games the rest of the way here in Seattle.
Thank you.
All right, Luis, give me a winner. One word.
Oliver.
BDM.
Oliver.
Let's find out. It's time for semi-final 2 of the Magic the Gathering World Championship 2016.
The following match is the second semifinal in the 2016 Magic World Championship. Introducing first, the number 3 seed from Cambridge, Massachusetts in the United States, Oliver 2. And his opponent, the number 2 seed from Lisbon, Portugal, Marcio Carvalho.
Hello and welcome to coverage of the Magic World Championship. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Matej Zadelkai. You hear the players greeting each other as we sit down for our second semifinal match. The first one saw Braun-Duin advance to the finals over Shota Yasooka. And this one will decide who gets to play him in the finals, Matej, giving $70,000 to the winner And of course, that title of world champion, which just has a ring to it that no other tournament does.
Yeah, and it's instant platinum, something that BBD and Marcio Carvalho are looking for, because they both came in with only gold level status as the only players in the World Championships, and it might be the face-off between Marcio and BBD if Marcio gets past the prodigy Oliver 2.
That's right. He's only 18 years old, from the United States. Marcio, a longtime Magic player, he is from Portugal, and he's kicking things off with his Bant Company deck here in Standard with a Duskwatch Recruiter. On Oliver's side, he's playing what we're calling Turbo Emrakul. He started things off with a Vassal of Nascency. What is the game plan for Oliver?
The game plan is to get Emrakul into play as soon as possible, using ramping and putting cards in your graveyard to make it cheaper. So ideally aiming for turn 6 or 7, maybe using Kozilek's return trigger to sweep the board while on the way, things like that.
Bant Company, it's a deck that we are familiar with. If you watch a lot of Standard or a lot of professional level Magic, you'll certainly be well familiarized with Bant Company, but maybe give us the highlights here on Marcio's build.
Yeah, he has a very interesting build that is a little lower on the creatures, but it's still a lot of value guys that you've seen around. Sylvan Advocates, Duskwatch Recruiters, Reflector Mages, as you see Marcio just playing that Reflector Mage bouncing a Primal Druid, and he's getting the most value out of his collected companies, but he has some spicy ones in his deck. He has Avacyn, he has an Elder Deep Fiend of his own. He has 2 actually.
Wow,
so I think those might play a huge part as Oliver is ramping up with his Nissus Pilgrimage.
Yeah, he's going to play Nissus Pilgrimage. Remember, he cannot play that Primal Druid again. Plus, this is just a better use of his mana anyway. And he's going to start getting those lands onto the battlefield. But what a curve here for Carvalho. He goes with the old 2-3-4 right into Tamiyo Field Researcher, and he's going to generate a lot of card advantage here using Tamiyo's plus ability.
Exactly. Usually we see Tamiyo being used as a tempo play, using the minus to tap the creatures, but no creatures on Oliver's side of the board. So Tamiyo just takes up, draws Marcio 2 cards. This is a great spot for him. Yeah, I mean, Tamiyo is just a one-of. It's another one of those spicy ones that in Marcio's deck that he cut some spells. He's only down to 1 Dromoka's command compared to other versions which are running 3 and 4. And he found the spot for Tamiyo.
You mentioned Kozilek's return a little bit earlier. I suspect that will be an important interaction and card in the matchup.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Haven't seen one yet though.
No, and if you look at Oliver's hand, it's fairly decent, but Marcio is putting on a lot of pressure with his creatures and drawing a lot of cards as well, which means that with those cards in hand, Marcio can keep up the pressure turn after turn, and Oliver has to scrap around to basically get to the point that he can either play Emrakul or swipe the board clear with a Kozilek's return. That might take a while though, as he's looking to pop a Vessel of Nascency here.
Facing significant pressure here, both by cards in hand from Marcio and the board state, which has 4 power on it currently.
Oh, it looks like the players can hear us even through the headset.
I actually did want to take a second to explain why we have the headphones on the players. It is designed to keep our voice out of their head. Now, you do hear one of the players mention that they could hear a little bit of something from you and I, Matej, so we'll lower our voices a little bit and see if that helps, and they'll make some adjustments on the technical side to make sure that the players can't hear us.
What is it that you guys can hear? They can hear it. But is it they can hear it here or they can hear it in their ears? They can hear it in their ears, but they're picking up back.
Gather the pack now for Oliver 2.
Yeah, finds an ISO.
And just while we get this sorted out to make sure that the players can't hear us, we're just going to be talking about the cards on the battlefield for a moment here rather than the cards in their hand. I just want to make sure that everything's on the up and up as far as the technical stuff.
Yeah, there's Oliver fetching a forest with his Nissa, developing his board a little further. He's still at a healthy 14 life total, as Marcio was beating down, but his creatures only have 2 power for the moment.
That's right.
And having Tamiyo on the battlefield actually quite relevant for any possible future turns as well. It can deal nicely with an Emrakul in a pinch.
Slap it out of the way for a turn or 2. Yeah, that's That's one of the few ways.
Yep. Let's see what Marcio can do here. We're not going to talk about exactly what his cards are here, but his creatures are on the board are already decently sized. He has the Tamiyo as well. 4 lands in play, which is the best point to be at because it means you can cast your collected companies or play two power creatures in one turn, or maybe a creature and a cheap spell as well. So let's see how Marcio develops his board further, if he does.
It looks like he is going to cast something, meaning he's not passing the turn with that scary 4 mana up from Oliver's perspective. So it's going to be a tireless tracker from Carvalho. He's going to play a land and make a clue as well. And it looks like he's got a follow-up play. He's going to go for Dromoka's command to take down Nissa with a fight and clear the way for 5 damage. And 2 more drawn cards off of Tamiyo's plus ability. And you can see that Tamiyo really having a profound impact on this game.
Oh yeah, it's enabled Marcy to already draw 4 extra cards.
4 cards?
Yeah,
I'm interested.
I'm sure you'll have value. And look at that, Oliver is already down to 9.
Yeah.
And potentially facing lethal next turn, because remember that Talus Tracker can grow quite fast with the clues that it is producing. So Oliver has to do something here. He's only on 6 lands, still quite a few ways away from that Emrakul. That his deck is so geared towards playing.
Yeah, this could be a quick one potentially. We really do have a scenario here where Oliver's facing lethal damage from Marcio Carvalho, has nothing relevant on the board yet, and needs to find a way to stabilize this. It's going to be difficult.
Yeah, I mean, he can definitely put up a creature in the Primal Druid that was bounced earlier with a Reflector Mage. That one we know about, but we also know that Marcio does have Tamiyo in play.
That's right.
So creatures might not be good here.
All right, it looks like Oliver's decided he must sacrifice this Vessel of Nascency and see what he can find with it.
Ishkana would have been a fantastic card.
Yeah, he does have a land drop to give here, but unfortunately it still leaves him short of the 5 mana needed for an Ishkana Graph Widow. No, he does take it.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably the best card that was there.
He still needs more action here, though. Some way to block, some way to interact. And he had that Primal Druid from earlier in the game. Marcio will have known about that. The question is, can Marcio kill him from here? He's going to need to get that Druid out of the way if he wants to kill him. And it looks like he's got the win on the table here to me. Just tap that thing down, sacrifice a clue, play a land, sacrifice a clue.
Oliver has 2 mana up, but both players know each other's deck lists, and I'm sure they know them by heart at this point. They had a whole night to figure out this particular matchup. So there's the minus from the Tamiyo, tapping down the Primal Druid.
Yeah, he's going to attack. He's already played a land to get the clue. He's going to sacrifice the clue, and that's lethal. Marcio Carvalho takes a quick game 1 from Oliver 2, really punishing Oliver for those cards that don't affect the boards directly. We'll be back right after these messages.
Up your game with Ultra Pro Magic the Gathering accessories. Find the best Magic art on card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and more. Visit ultrapro.com to learn more and find a retailer near you.
You're invited to play with the new cards from Kaladesh early. Pre-release events are happening near you on September 24th and 25th. Contact your favorite game store and secure your spot today.
Hello there, and welcome back to the feature match area here at the historic Paramount Theater. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Matej Zadelkai, and we are pleased to bring you our semifinal number 2 of the Magic World Championships here.
Kind of like their voices a little. Yeah, I hear some words in the voices, but I can't.
Players are talking about wearing the headsets, and I saw some of you in the chat had asked about why are they wearing headsets, right? This isn't a video game or whatever. And the reason is that we have a crowd out in the stands, and they're listening to you and I, Matej, and we don't want that sound to bleed over into the players because we do talk about strategic elements of the game. that could affect the gameplay potentially, and that's why they're wearing the headsets. I can tell you that the location here is one of the absolute most gorgeous places that we've ever held a Magic tournament. It is stunning down on the show floor there. We should try to get a draft down there or something.
Yeah, we should.
I would love. It's just one of the most absolutely beautifully lit, decorated, open areas that you can possibly imagine playing. Of course, that's what everybody's playing for here. That is your trophy for the world champion. If you get to see the bottom of it, you can see all the names of the previous world champions. See in the one behind there, and you get a little placard with your name on that, and that never goes anywhere. It's a pretty special thing.
It's your legacy.
Yeah. Now you do also win something that probably does end up going somewhere. You get $70,000 for taking first place here at the World Championship, which is a huge deal.
Yeah, of course, especially imagine being all the way to 18 years old. Just getting platinum, not only that, but also winning $70,000. That goes nicely towards your education.
I just paid for college.
Yeah, pretty much. All right, so in game one, Marcio really punished Oliver for being on the play and curving out perfectly with a 2-3 and a very good 4, just keeping the cards up. Now it's Oliver on the play, and we might see the other side of the coin here, where Oliver has that good curve of ramping spells and finding that Ishkana Graph Widow to stall the board, and then going for that big Emrakul.
All right, we are ready for game number 2 here. Oliver 2 from the United States finds himself down 1 game to Marcio Carvalho. I will also remind you, we're playing at best 3 out of 5 here. This is not a best 2 out of 3 match, and therefore this game is not a sideboarded game. This is the same opening decks that we saw in the previous game. Every game that's played after this will be sideboarded.
Yeah, sideboards might be very relevant, but I think we'll get to that. And Oliver has a much better start here with a turn 2, Jace Vryn's Prodigy, and his hand is not that bad. He also has an Issa's Pilgrimage, which will really help him, get not only more lands into play, but more cards in hand to discard to the Jace.
Yeah, that's a nice combo, especially later ones. All right, here's a Noose Constrictor for Marcio Carvalho. You mentioned he had a few spicy cards in the list, and there's another one that you don't always see.
Yeah, I like it. It's very versatile, quite good against Fevered Visions, even though we didn't see that deck pop up at Worlds. But it's a 2-mana 2/2 with an upside, can block Spell Quillers all day long, and can even finish off the games fast. We saw last game, Tamio giving him cards. If he had a Noose Constrictor, that could have gone all the way by its own.
Yeah. The noose is loose.
Oh, indeed.
Let's see what it can do this game for Marcio. Oliver is going to play a Jace.
And this is Pilgrimage.
And then this is Pilgrimage, excuse me.
It looks like he's already working his way towards that Elder Deep Fiend and Emrakul that he has in his hand.
We see a lot more of the turbo side of the equation here from Oliver rather than game 1, where he didn't really end up getting much going on at all.
No, he was just a little bit too far behind that. Reflector Mage bouncing Primate Druid on turn 3 proved actually key, that Oliver then wasn't able to play something like a Wretchgrave on turn 4, just really putting him behind and just finding cards but not really getting anywhere.
All right, and a Tireless Tracker, another solid curve here from Marcio Carvalho. For Oliver, too, him as well, though. He went Jason and Nissa's Pilgrimage. Very, very good start for him. So he's going to be hitting land drops. He's going to be ahead on mana. He's going to have some card selection. He finds a nice one off the top there.
I think it looks like Oliver just drew another Emrakul. He already has one in his hand, so that's not the greatest. So he's using the Jace to really dig. But he's not able to do much here. He discards another Forest. He has 5 cards and 5 open mana. Oliver, too, has to be careful. Both players have an Elder Deep Fiend in their hands.
We've seen that can get a little complicated down the stretch if it comes to that. We'll see if that happens.
Yeah, for those who haven't seen the match, I definitely recommend going into the archive to find the end of day 1 coverage, the standard portion, where Oliver's match against Steve Rubin really went down to the wire. Steve only ending the game with 2 cards in his library. It was just very long and very complicated. Now Marcio, what can he muster up here?
That is the question. He's taking a look at his hand here and trying to plan out what it is he wants to do. Why don't we take a look at Marcio's hand?
Yeah, look at so many spells, but I don't see a fourth land though.
Okay.
That's a problem. Yeah, he has double recruiter, which he can play. It looks like he's lacking a white mana source for that Selfless Spirit, and he can't even cast that Collected Company in his hand. So he's going to go for a Sylvan Advocate. And this is good news for Oliver. He's going to get one more turn of that Jace activation without being really at a big threat of falling behind that much.
Mm-hmm.
And if Oliver would draw something like Kozilek's Return, it would actually be quite nice because Marcy doesn't have the fourth land for that clue to pump up his Tireless Tracker, so he could actually get at least that off the table if he were to draw a Kozilek's Return. Marcio thinking.
He is thinking.
I assume he is going to attack with his two creatures, but maybe he's already thinking about discarding cards with the News Constructor. We'll see.
He's jamming.
And I'm sure that is what he's thinking about. He has just a lot of spells to play, but he's going to let the resolve.
Yeah, it looks like damage is going to happen there.
Yeah.
Oliver's just going to take 5, drop down to 13, and draw his card for the turn. He finds another Nissa's Pilgrimage.
All right, so
moving forward.
I mean, he could be getting somewhere. He could play Nissa's Pilgrimage first, find a forest, find 2-1, put 1 into play, 1 in his hand, then maybe flip Jace. He could also flashback the Pilgrimage right away. And that would really ramp up his mana, but it would leave his Jace vulnerable to the board. But if that makes him really close to casting the Emrakul, which I don't actually think it is, that could be a valid plan. But unfortunately, he only has lands and sorceries in his graveyard.
Just 2 types right now.
Yeah, so Emrakul still costs 11 mana, which even with 2 Pilgrimages, he wouldn't get there.
Oliver mapping out what he wants to do this turn and probably the next turn as well. Looks like he's going to lead with that Pilgrimage.
Yeah, look at that. He went back, was careful, didn't tap his Shivan Reef because he can still draw the Kozilek's Return that we talked about with the Jace.
Right. Kozilek's Return would be decent here. It would kill a Tireless Tracker, probably prompt a discard for the News Constrictor.
That would actually be a decent play, especially with Marcio not having the fourth land to really capitalize.
Yeah, he'd take it if he could find it, though it is going to be tough for him too, as he's just going to get to see the 1 extra card with Jace. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, but on the other hand, he's getting real close to actually hard casting that Elder Deep in the following turn. He's on 6 lands. I don't think he has played land for his turn.
He also has a Shrine of the Forsaken Gods in his hand, which will jump him a land drop.
Yeah, that's going to help getting towards Emrakul for sure.
Indeed.
Now basically Oliver's just thinking, do I want to tap Jace here, draw my card, maybe finding Kozilek's Return, then being able to use the Jace Plus ability? The other options would be to leave that Jace on the defensive and block with it, and then transform it into the Planeswalker Jace.
Yeah, Telepath Unbound. And if he's able to do that, then he could keep his Jace around while soaking up some amount of damage, which we've seen happen time and time again in Standard, though. The window could close for that Kozilek's Return to be great if he were to find it. And it looks like he's decided to take the slightly safer play here of not digging and taking less damage on this attack, most likely.
Yep.
Ooh, land off the top for Marcio Carvalho.
And a good one at that, a Plains, exactly the color of mana that he was missing. That means that Marcio can now deploy his Selfless Spirit, meaning that he can get protection from that Kozilek's Return. Of course, we haven't seen one, but if Oliver were to draw one, he would certainly wouldn't mind using that in tandem with that Elder Deep Fiend that he has. And Selfless Spirit can just prevent that by sacrificing itself.
Okay, attack phase for Carvalho, who ships every creature he's got into the red zone after playing that land.
Oliver has to be careful here. He might be scared of maybe now Dromoka's command in response to the activated ability being used. And actually, the cards in hand were updated for both players. Actually, Oliver too does not have an Elder Deepfin in hand. He just has double Emrakul apparently.
Oh no.
Which means that he really needs to find something good here. He's also not close to Delirium.
No, he seems to have had one of those, like, no vessels, nothing like that. It's a little limited. Yeah, no grapples. Gather the Pack. That kind of card can really fill up your graveyard quickly, and instead he's just been playing Nissa's Pilgrimage. Looks like he's going to discard one of his copies of Emrakul.
But he did actually draw the Kozilek's Return that I was raving on about with the Jace here.
Did he really?
Yes.
5 cards, right?
Oh, that's what our
You're right, he did.
Floor reporters are telling us.
Jeez.
This is Oliver Chu's hand right now. A lot of lands, but also a Kozilek's Return and an Emrakul. And now look at, he already has land, sorcery, and creature. He discarded one of those Emrakuls.
He did.
So he's Emrakul's costing 10 now.
Starting to come together.
Yeah.
You can see a game plan forming.
Yeah, and he also has that Shrine of the Forsaken God, so he's getting quite close, but dropping down to 9 already.
Take a damage.
And here we go. We're going to see Kozilek's Return. Now, the Tireless Tracker, unfortunately, from Oliver's perspective, is now able to get bigger thanks to that clue and the mana that Marcio has available. We talked about the Noose Constrictor before. If Marcio decides to, he can discard a card to give the Noose Constrictor 3 toughness and dodge that.
Well, this play is very important because Marcio was keeping up the mana for potentially doing some things with Elder Deep Fiend that he has in his hand, maybe tapping down Oliver's lands on his upkeep to prevent him from being able to cast anything relevant. And now Oliver is forcing the issue, presenting Marcio with an option. If he decides to sacrifice the clue, to draw a card and discard one to the Noose Constrictor so that his creatures do survive, he won't be able to cast that Deep Fiend or do much else for that matter, because we also know that he has a collected company. So yeah, it looks like he might be wanting his Tireless Tracker to die. Yes. So
he's going to let Tireless Tracker die, and he is going to keep Noose Constrictor by discarding a Duskwatch Recruiter.
All right, interesting. So now that means that he won't be able to cast Deep Fiend because the emerge cost is 7, and he would have needed a Tireless Tracker on the battlefield to sacrifice to emerge and cast it for 4. So now that means that he's firmly on the collected company plan here, and maybe looking to finish off the game. Oliver 2 now also has Delirium, thanks to Kozilek's Return in the graveyard. Looks like that also means that Emrakul costs 9 mana.
Jeez,
he got
that. It down to 9, and of course that means that he can, put it in air quotes, but flash back the Kozilek's Return, wipe the board.
Yeah. The trigger from the Kozilek's Return is on the stack. Now Marcio with a tough decision.
He does have Collected Company that he can cast after.
Yes.
To rebuild his board.
But it's not a great spot.
It is definitely not a great spot, and I think he's just going to have to let this happen. And that's exactly what he does. So this is a huge swing for Oliver.
Yeah, now Oliver will be able to control Marcio's turn.
That's right. So Marcio's really forced to cast Collected Company here, because if he doesn't, Oliver can cast it and just say, I didn't find anything again.
Exactly.
Bad luck. Put them all on the bottom.
Let's go. Let's see.
This at least gives Marcio a chance to build his board.
Okay, Reflector Mage can deal with it, Emrakul, at least.
Temporarily,
yeah. Quite risky, of course.
Though, is there no longer an instant in the graveyard for Oliver? It did get exiled, right? So Oliver would need to hit a land drop, not a huge deal, but...
Yeah, and I think Oliver has 2 lands in his hand, so shouldn't be a problem.
Shouldn't be an issue for Oliver. He should be able to recast Emrakul in a few turns' time.
Yeah, Marcio will most likely take that Reflector Mage just to get the Emrakul from the board, because he's gonna if Marcio untaps and the Emrakul will still be in play, Oliver controlling Marcio's turn can just attack with one of the creatures into the Emrakul, which is not something that he wants to happen.
That's right. Now let's see what happens here. There's a Yavimaya Coast off the top. Now I'll remind you, Oliver is controlling Marcio's turn here. So all of the actions for the turn are going to be taken by Oliver on behalf of Marcio. And it could get ugly for him, though with no creature on the battlefield on Oliver 2's side, that does ease the pain a lot.
Yeah, definitely.
He's not going to be losing. You know, a lot of times you just get one creature for free. Just here, this attacks into Emrakul, and then we'll figure out the rest. And that is not the case here thanks to that Reflector Mage that Marcio hit.
Yeah, and remember, after Marcio's turn controlled by Oliver, Marcio gets to get his turn again. So maybe really just put more pressure on the board, rebuild after that big Kozilek's return wiped out the board.
So there's a few interesting interactions that can happen here. One of them is that there's a Selfless Spirit in hand for Marcio, which Oliver can just sacrifice. So that can just go away if he wants to spend the 2 mana. But there's also an Elder Deep Fiend in hand for Marcio, which if Oliver decides he wants to cast for him, he can sacrifice a creature as well. So there's a few different options here that Oliver has. The first thing he's going to do is just sacrifice the Spirit, and I think that's all he's going to be able to do this time.
So too,
Little mana constrained.
Yeah, Oliver just doesn't want the Marcio to play the land or the Discord Recruiter, since untap Marcio getting that extra turn would mean that he could draw a land, maybe make the Sylvan Advocate bigger with having 6 lands, things like that. So a lot of trickiness going on there. And he actually did draw a land there.
Okay, well, we'll see if this works out, because remember, Oliver does have Emrakul in hand, and she could come back very soon here.
Yeah, not on Oliver's next turn, but...
All right.
Oh, no, actually, yeah, the Collected Company was played in Oliver's turn. You're right, you're right.
So Marcio is going to ignore Jace here and attack Oliver to put him down to 4 life. This is game 2, and Marcio's up a game. If Oliver can't come back from this one, it's going to be very difficult being down 2 games and then going into the post-sideboard games.
But we know about that Elder Deep Fiend interaction with Reflector Mage. So now Oliver will get 4 lands tapped by the Deep Fiend, and it's going to be problematic for Oliver here.
To say the least.
Yeah, he does still have a Forest in his hand and a Primal Druid, so he will be able to survive the turn.
He will. Yeah, he'll be able to shrink down the Sylvan Advocate to only 2 power and block the Deep Fiend with this card right here, a Primal Druid. If nothing goes wrong, we don't see any Reflector Mages or more Deep Fiends or anything like that.
Indeed, but we also know Marcio still has that extra draw with that clue in play. So let's see if he draws something. Just the Lumbering Falls.
Yeah, Lumbering Falls off the top is not going to get the job done here.
Yeah, well, we will see another Emrakul.
That's right. Now, of note here also, though, Matej, there is a clue. You know, if Marcio doesn't have anything better to do, he might just crack that clue and hope to peel that Reflector Mage to give him the win immediately.
It's definitely a really intense game.
Oh, here we go. Can he find it right now? He's left the mana up. Oh, it's a Forest off the top. That's not going to get it done. No. Okay, so Oliver is going to get another turn, and Emrakul's going to come back.
Yeah. So now Marcio might want to decide to attack Jace. No, he just goes for the face, meaning that Marcio actually played a 6th land this turn, so the Sylvan Advocate shrunk down to 2 power, putting Oliver 2 down to 2 life.
That's right.
And Emrakul is going to come down again.
Okay, this is where things are going to get really interesting.
Yeah, but the thing is, Marcio's hand he just had a Dustwatch Recruiter before that. I think he played after combat. Yeah, Dustwatch Recruiter coming down, so only lands in Marcio's hand. So not much hurt that Emrakul can do. So maybe Oliver has to draw something else as well. Look, his hands are shaking a little bit. He's nervous.
I would be too.
He knows.
Heck, I am getting nervous right now.
He gets to cast the Emrakul here. But does he have anything else?
He's going to need more.
I mean, he still has that Jace as well.
Yes, that can make the Duskwatch Recruiter non-lethal. But he still could be facing down a lethal threat.
He goes for a Vessel here. That's Going to make sure.
Ooh. How about Ishkana Graph Widow as an option?
That works. So Oliver actually might be thinking of, instead of casting Emrakul, just casting the Ishkana first to gum up the board a little bit, because Oliver can really protect himself with, in combination with the Ishkana and the Jace. It can be quite nice. Making one of the creatures smaller, getting to block the rest, and maybe even having blockers for 2 turns, not just 1. And then next turn just cast the Emrakul and go for broke, basically.
Right, and then he has a decent chance to just wipe Marcio's board from that point.
Yeah, look, Oliver's already doing the math here. What can I? Where can I put -2/-0 with my Jace? Do I have to play Emrakul this turn or do I not? Can I just play Ishkana and wait? What other cards are problematic? Because remember, there's only 3 creatures on the board, but there's also Lumbering Falls hiding there among the land for Marcio. And it's also a 5/5. Oliver's only on 2, so he can't really afford to take any damage here.
No, basically every creature is going to be lethal at this point. He does have ways to mitigate that partially with his Jace, but...
Yeah, look at the stare.
Yeah.
That's intimidating.
Yeah, you can tell that Marcio is in intense mode here. We'll also note that last turn, Marcio did draw Lumbering Falls and play it. So that's another thing that Oliver's going to have to keep his eye on. If he lets the shields down a little bit too low, it won't work. Now, in this scenario, though, if he plays Ishkana and plus his Jace, that will give him plenty of defense for this next turn.
Okay, he's going for the minus though here.
All right. So he's going to go for grapple. He's got something in mind. Let's see what he finds. Oliver had done a bunch of counting and such on that prior interaction and has now decided on his game plan.
He has a full graveyard to choose from here.
So he is going to be casting Ishkana Graph Widow this turn, that means.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what he's trying to achieve here, but I'm sure he has a plan here.
Let's sit back and find out. This is exciting.
Yeah.
He's trying to even things up here in game number 2. We're going to be going to sideboarded games after this.
One more Ishkana. He's hesitating a little too much here. It looked like he had a clear plan going in, but okay. So he gets another Ishkana. Okay, he still can play a land here.
Yeah, he had the shrine anyway, so he's fine as far as casting Ishkana goes.
Yeah.
Looks like he's got something else. Okay, Ishkana it is. All right. So here comes Ishkana with the 3 spiders. But remember, he did minus Jace here, so he needs every single one of these blockers.
Yeah.
Because of that Lumbering Falls back there. Oh, there's a Reflector Mage. Now, he does not have enough mana to cast Reflector Mage and activate Lumbering Falls. This is something that Oliver, too, will have considered so that he doesn't just die to Reflector Mage off the top, and that careful planning is going to pay off. Now, this is the narrowest of margins.
Yeah, it's also interesting because Marcio knows that Oliver has another Ishkana in his hand, so if he bounced that, he knows that Oliver cannot replay
both
either of them. Yeah, and while killing all the spiders with an attack, because Oliver has to block every single creature that is getting through.
So close from Marcio Carvalho finding that Reflector Mage, but still it's going to set him just 1 creature short.
Yeah.
Now it will force Oliver, too, to chump block, though, with all 3 spiders.
Yeah. So
if he wants
clearing
to
the board again, which makes it so that Oliver might be forced to play an Emrakul. And
Emrakul may not be good enough if Marcio has a big board built out.
That's exactly what's looks like will happen here.
Okay, Reflector Major Ishkana. This is the plan that we saw, and everything's going to get the red zone. So Oliver's just going to chump block with each spider on each attacking creature before Marcio just passes the turn back and strands 2 Ishkana Graph Widows in Oliver 2's hand thanks to the Reflector Mage.
Yeah. Oliver might have had a plan of maybe
he found a Primal Druid.
Yeah, I mean that's at least a blocker. He can definitely play Emrakul and Primal Druid, and I quite don't see all the cards in his graveyard just yet.
He's got him in his hand right now.
Yeah, not sure how much Emrakul costs. We know he has Delirium for sure because I definitely see an artifact creature. There's an enchantment, sorcery land. Not sure if he's. Not. Okay, so we have Emrakul at 8 mana.
Emrakul costs 8 mana right now?
Yes.
Okay.
And he also has the Shrine of Forsaken Gods, which gives him 2 mana for that Emrakul. So he'll probably get to cast that and something else. We'll see what it's going to be. He does have the Primal Druid, but we know he cannot cast the Ishkana because of Reflector Mage's ability.
That's right.
You only got 5 types? 5 types, yeah.
Players confirm with each other that they've got 5 different card types, which is the same information we have.
Yes.
Many cards now? 3? 4 cards. 2 Ishika and one member. Cool.
That's right. Marcio knows about 3 of the 4 cards in hand now for Oliver. He mentioned that too. He said 2 Ishkanas, 1 Emrakul. And this is Traverse the Overworld now for Oliver too. He is minus Jace on back-to-back turns.
So he has Delirium.
He does. Is he just going to go get an Elder Deep Fiend here?
Yeah, possibly just tapping all the 4 creatures and
having the Fiend to block the falls.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't quite see, but that is what I would assume he went to get. He can just hard cast it. He did get an Elder Deep Fiend.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right. So we're going to see an Emrakul now from Oliver too, and a Primal Druid. And he's left up double blue. You can sacrifice Emrakul to your Elder Deep Fiend if you have to.
Indeed.
To pay for the emerge cost. And on end step, we're going to see Marcio Carvalho use Duskwatch Recruiter. Oh, he found his own copy of Elder Deep Fiend there.
Yeah, I like this innovation in his Band Company deck. The Elder Deep Fiends are just the right size that they don't get killed by Kozilek's returns and can actually, what we like to say, time walk Oliver too, meaning that just by casting it with its emerge cost, maybe sacrificing something like Reflector Mage, tapping down all the lands and getting a big creature to boot. This is a very intense game.
Yeah, this game has been very intense indeed.
Marcio's,
yeah, he's still in the tank about what it is that he should actually take here.
Yeah, remember next turn of Marcio is going to get controlled by Oliver, so Marcio has to make sure that he won't put something into his hand that can backfire against him.
So now what Marcio's doing is mapping out how he thinks things are going to go. Okay, I'm going to lose my Deep Fiend, but I've got this Lumbering Falls down here. Can I put together something, somehow, some way?
Oliver too being firmly on defensive, but once Oliver gets his turn, he'll be able to play that Ishkana. We know he also has that Elder Deep Fiend in his hand that he could cast now by sacrificing the Emrakul, but of course, there's no point just now.
It looks like he decided on the Sylvan Advocate, Matej.
Yes, he went for Sylvan because he didn't want the Elder Deep Fiend. Okay.
So you can see that Marcio has now shown his hand to Oliver, and this is once again the turn that Emrakul is helping Oliver control here of Marcio Carvalho.
Yeah, so I think Oliver's plan might just be for. I'm trying to think ahead here. He's probably going to have Marcio suicide his Elder Deep Fiend into the Emrakul, and then Oliver next turn he'll most likely just want to attack with the Emrakul, hit Marcio down 7, and then Elder Deep Fiend, tap all the creatures from Marcio and untap and attack with the Emrakul again. I think it seems like this is what he was setting up for quite a while.
But is Oliver going to be able to set up a board state where he is still alive here?
Yeah, that's the problem, because Marcio does have
he gets
an
his
extra turn.
That's right. We're going to see Evolving Wilds from Marcio Carvalho via Oliver 2, who is going to not bother finding the land. That's how that works. And he also says, I already know your deck. I'm not going to look. Yeah. Again, these players have been studying each other's deck lists since yesterday, so this isn't an information game. Now, if that kind of thing happens in a post-sideboarded game, you might be able to pick up some key info, but not here. So
right. So since Marcio does get another turn after this one, what I described previously will of course not work, because Oliver will be forced to play that Deep Fiend to tap down the attackers anyway, and so that plan is not going to work out at all.
What it looks like is going to happen is that Oliver is going to have to sacrifice Emrakul to his own Elder Deep Fiend to stay alive.
On the following turn of Marcio.
That's right, on Marcio, the one that he gets to control.
Yes. This is quite complicated.
So what happened here is Oliver's going to activate Duskwatch Recruiter for Marcio. He, of course, is going to fail to find.
Oliver just finding out what's going through Marcio's library. It's actually useful because now, for example, he knows that Marcio is playing one Archangel Avacyn, and now he knows it's on the bottom of the library, so he doesn't have to worry about that down the stretch.
Also, another key card went in that first activation. Another Reflector Mage went down to the bottom.
Yes, so
and we did see that attack now that we anticipated.
With the Duskwatch Recruiter as well, because Oliver realized that that's one of the ways that maybe he could lose. Oh, even plays land.
Oh, I play Evolve. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so Oliver trying to play a second land.
You heard him get corrected there, and that he will not be able to do that. So now Oliver's going to end Marcio's turn, which is going to give Marcio his turn. And you can see on upkeep, there's Emrakul getting sacrificed to Elder Deep Fiend to sacrifice the 3 creatures and the lumbering, to tap the 3 creatures and the lumbering falls to make sure that Oliver does not die here.
It looks like Marcio.
Yeah, so Marcio, if he wants, can activate his Lumbering Falls. It becomes a creature with hexproof. It won't be able to be targeted anymore, and it will stay untapped. He can then tap it for mana or attack with it.
Yes, which is actually quite relevant because Marcio has one Sylvan Advocate in play, so the Lumbering Falls is a 5/5, and both players know Marcio has another Sylvan Advocate. Remember, Sylvan Advocate pumps lands if they're creatures, so that would actually make it a 7/7.
That's right, and so Oliver just going to throw that Primal Druid in front, I would assume. Let's see what happens. Okay, Sylvan Advocate number 2 joins the fray.
Right.
And there's the attack, and you're going to see just the chump block from the Primal Druid. Oliver does not want to chump block with his Elder Deep Fiend here.
Interesting. All right, so Marcio drew a Tireless Tracker, which is not quite relevant here, and Oliver will have the opportunity to untap. Finally has the double Ishkanar Graph Widow in his hand.
That's right.
Nothing else.
He could play both as well. He will only be able to keep one, but he'll get a lot of spiders.
He also drew a Pilgrim's Eye, another blocker.
God, this game has been super intense. This has been one of those games where it feels like Oliver's just been hanging on by a thread, but
and already played 2
Emrakul 2 times. Like, isn't he supposed to win this game?
Yeah, like how many more does he need to really win? Like,
goodness.
He's been digging and searching.
But this is actually the turn that he's been working for the past couple of turns, which is a turn where he gets to finally just flood the board with blockers. Pilgrim's Eye. I do love seeing Pilgrim's Eye get play in Standard. I think that's really cool.
Yeah. Love that card.
Yeah, it just fits just enough, right? He fixes your mana, gives you an attacker or blocker. Okay, here's Ishkana. Spiders.
Yeah, you can still plus Jace to make something smaller.
Mm-hmm.
The Reflector Mage it is. That means that now it can get blocked by one of the spiders, and both will survive. There we have it flipped so that it's easier to remember.
That's right. Marcio just using a little reminder there. Is he going to play the other?
Yeah.
He is. He's just going to play the other Ishkana. That's going to generate him 3 more spider tokens. Of course, Ishkana being a legend means it doesn't get to keep both.
That might make it real tough for Marcio to keep attacking. I don't think he can attack into this board.
I'd be surprised if he could. It just becomes so easy to chump block with a couple of spiders and then just put a ton of creatures on, you know, a Sylvan Advocate or something like that.
Yeah, 1/2s are also pretty good as blockers, especially multiples. That makes it tough for Marcio actually to kill many of them, even if they quadruple block, for example. You know, Marcio has a Tireless Tracker and another Sylvan Advocate, so he's going real wide here. And but look at Oliver. He's out of cards. He has nothing left. He just, this is my board, and I'm gonna have to draw something here. One thing that worked well before was when he flashbacked one of those traverses, and maybe drawing something grapple with the past and buying back the Emrakul could be the winning play.
Absolutely.
If he draws that, of course. And Marcio making sure that what he's doing here is right. I don't think he wants to attack here, but at least he gets Tireless Tracker and a clue. That's going to dig him deeper. He can also play that Sylvan Advocate now. Not scared of Kozilek's return anymore.
You can see, by the way, the really good payoffs for Oliver 2's type play earlier of making sure that he took down the Duskwatch Recruiter, even though it wasn't the biggest creature on the battlefield. In fact, it was the smallest at the time.
Yeah.
But he made sure that that was a creature that he killed, because look at what Marcio's turn looks like here. If not, he can play a land, say go, basically find 3 spells by the time it comes back to his hand and just dump, more creatures onto the battlefield. Now, unfortunately for Oliver, Tireless Tracker is going to do a pretty good job in its stead.
There's the 3rd Sylvan Advocate for Marcio.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to be it for Marcio. Let's see if he does want to send anything into the red zone.
I'd be very surprised.
Yeah, the Elder Deep Fiend trades for a spider. In this
exactly.
scenario.
Yeah, it would just get blocked by the Deep Fiend of Oliver and +1 spider.
It's just not a good attack there. So no attacks from Marcio or Carvalho, and Oliver 2 gets a draw step at just 2 life. Is it Traverse?
Yes,
he
it's Traverse.
found Traverse the Ulvenwald off the top of his library. That was perhaps the best draw he could have. Now he gets to go find Emrakul. Oh, and you see that look from Marcio. That was a huge swing for this game. Oliver 2 hanging on. And now he's drawn Emrakul.
The promised end. Will it be the promised end here?
Is the end near? This is the board state that Oliver wanted when he cast the first Emrakul. Now he has all these blockers, and he can just decimate the board of Carvalho. Now, to be fair, Carvalho's board is very beefy here.
Yes.
He's got 3 charged up Sylvan Advocates. He's also still got the Elder Deep Fiend. But you gotta figure, after having cast a Deep Fiend, 2 Ishkanas, and now an Emrakul with all the spiders left over, that Oliver's going to be able to just wreak havoc on this board as far as combat goes.
Yes. Remember, controlling your opponent's turn means also that you get to decide how the damage is going to be dealt. So Oliver can just say, oh, Marcio, okay, you're going to deal all this damage just to this 1 spider. So I think we're going to see a bloodbath here, but game is still not over. Stuff can happen.
Absolutely, and these are preliminary block scenarios here from Oliver too. He just needs to find a way to deliver maximum carnage on Carvalho's board.
Look at that.
How many creatures can he actually kill?
This is the attacks he's lining up, and it looks great to me.
It does to me, too.
He doesn't have to attack with everything either.
No, of course not.
It just has to decide what is the most profitable way of dealing with this. And it looks like he prefers killing the Sylvan Advocates because it does make the Lumbering Falls bigger.
Mm-hmm.
He might also want to kill the Lumbering Falls if he's scared of it down the line. So
it does look like he's prioritizing the Advocates, though, Matei. You are correct. The Elder Deep Fiend currently not slated to have an attack step.
That was a top deck.
That was
true top deck.
A fine rip there for Oliver, too.
And remember, he can also flash it back on the next turn with his Jace, because that's already 3 counters.
Yep. Okay, and he is going to attack this way, and you're going to see Marcio Carvalho's board go from pretty darn impressive to not much left.
You said I attack with 4.
Yeah,
right?
you attack with these 4 creatures.
Oh, this is not.
Yeah, those aren't.
Okay, there you see. So attack with 4 creatures from Marcio there.
Okay.
And the blocks that Oliver lined up, but he just wants to resolve the damage here. So it means that all 4 of those creatures are going to die.
Matei, he traded a spider for that.
Yes.
That was the only thing that died for Oliver was a single 1/2 spider token.
Yeah, and he even has Marcio play the Yavimaya Coast and ping for 1 damage. And look at that, the board transformed so fast.
Well, there's a Reflector Mage off the top, but you know, the 3-drop, even as potent as they are here for Carvalho in his hand, he's got both a Tireless Tracker and a Reflector Mage, just don't seem like they're up to the task after finally the Turbo Emrakul deck got its engine running.
Yeah, I think
that was the 3rd Emrakul, right?
Yes, he needed 3 Emrakuls.
It only took 3.
Yeah, and an LDP and casting Ishkana at least 3 times as well. Also, there was a Coast Lake return flashback on the way. You know, like Oliver really needed a lot of things to happen and win this game. And I think now being able to flashback the Traverse means that he'll be able to fetch his 3rd LD Fiend and tap all the blockers potentially. But look at that, we might see a 4th Emrakul down somewhere down the line here.
Okay, well, let's see how this game ends up finishing. It is going to be Reflector Mage to return Emrakul to hand, as well as the Tireless Tracker. Of course, Oliver had played that last land in hand for Carvalho the turn before, so he doesn't get to immediately make a clue. And there's a grapple with the pass, by the way, right off the top for Oliver, too. And I think if I'm sitting in Carvalho's seat, I'm probably frowning even further as I see him immediately pick up his graveyard.
Indeed, those were a good bunch of draws there from Oliver, too.
Yeah, back to back, very nice draws. Of course, he cannot cast Emrakul. She's going to have to wait till next turn, but...
Yeah, so here's another grapple with the past. There's the other Deep Fiend and a Wretchgrave as well. Yeah.
And Marcio Carvalho has seen enough. Oliver, 2, evens things up at 1 game apiece in a fantastically played game. That was a true pleasure to watch. Really great stuff.
Yeah, and it was very complex for us even to commentate on because there were quite a few lines of play there.
Okay, so it's time for us to move into the sideboarded games now. All right, why don't we take a look, actually I should say take a listen to what the players said about their plans for sideboarding for this matchup.
All right, Marcio Carvalho, tell me what your plan is once you go to the sideboard here in this matchup.
Well, in this matchup, I'm going to sideboard Gideon. That's insane against him because he doesn't have like any answers for it. I'm going to sideboard Summary Dismissal for obvious reasons. It counters Emrakul, it doesn't seal the turn. If he sacrifices things for Elder Deep Fiend, he doesn't tap anything, so it's good. I'm going to sideboard Clash too, because it's another counter for Ishikana. And 1 declaration, so I can kill the Ishikana tokens because that's the card key for him. And I'm going to sideboard some creatures that die for Kozilek Return and some bad creatures like Avacyn and some Squatch Recruiters, 1 Reflector or 2. That's my plan.
So you shave a couple cards here and there to make room?
Yeah. And maybe 1-2 companies because my creature count might get low and I don't want to have so many 4-drops in the deck. Summary, Gideon, company can get a little awkward on the curve.
All right, Marcio. Good games the rest of the way here in the semifinals.
Thank you.
All right, I'm here with Oliver Chu. Oliver, what is your plan once you get to go to sideboards here in this matchup in the semifinals?
Well, with this deck, you can't really afford to sideboard too many cards because it's such a focused strategy, so you need all your components. So mainly I'm just going to be trimming down on a couple cards like Primal Druid, probably going to cut the Nissa, trim down on Nissa's Pilgrimage, and one Emrakul. I'm going to bring in the Dispels for summary dismissals, and I'm also going to bring in the other Ishkana. And on the draw, I think he's going to board in, well, when he's on the play, he's going to board in Gideon, I think. So I'm going to board in my Lashweed Lurker when I'm on the draw to answer the Gideon.
All right, good games the rest of the way here in the semifinals. Oliver Chu.
All right, welcome back to the feature match area here at the World Championship. We're here right alongside PAX. We've got a nice crowd here in the Paramount watching our match, and Matej, we've now transitioned into the sideboard matches,
Yes.
as you just heard from our players. So it sounds like Oliver doesn't have any real silver bullets here for the matchup. He's just making some tweaks.
Yeah, he mentioned the spells there, and I quite like the dynamics here where you heard Marcio say, oh, Gideon's insane in this matchup. I'm going to board in the 3. And Oliver's like, yeah, I think he's going to bring them in on the play. And, you know, it's like this kind of dynamic where one player sees something that the other doesn't might influence what they were talking about after just one game. If Oliver sees the Gideon, you know, even when Marcio is on the draw, that might mean that he might change a few things here and there. But overall, just I would be worried on Marcio's side, as he mentioned. It's a tough balance for a deck like Bind Company because you need to keep up the creature count for the collected companies. You have to watch your curve. If you board out too many of the early creatures, then you might get a little clunky because ultimately you do want to pressure your opponent because you can't just let Oliver get all the time in the world. So cutting a lot of 2-drops can be quite problematic.
Yeah, you know, that is a trap that you see a lot of players fall into, is that they'll take what's supposed to be a proactive deck and what it is at its core a proactive deck, and they will kind of over sideboard. They'll put a bunch of admittedly good reactive cards in their deck, and it kind of changes the way the deck plays out in a negative way overall, and sometimes you're better off just making fewer changes. I doubt that Marcio will fall for that trap, as he's an experienced player, but it is something that you see pop up. It can be really tempting when you have a sideboard full of cards. You think, well, this would be good, this would be good, this would be good, this would be good, but all of a sudden your deck isn't very good anymore.
Yeah, exactly. You just have to keep thinking about your deck as a whole, as what is my ultimate strategy in this. Sometimes if your sideboard cards are powerful enough, you know, you can change into being a different sort of deck. You don't have to be proactive, even if you were in game 1. As we like to call it, you can be the control player in the matchup in a way. But it usually is not the case. It's very hard to do if you want to keep a flexible sideboard as well. So I just assume Marcio is very aware of the curve he's trying to do. And I like the fact that he mentioned like maybe sideboarding out one collected company because his creature count is going to be a little lower because he does want to bring those summary dismissals and the Clash of Wills in, and Gideons as well. So that's going to be interesting.
We mentioned we're here at PAX Prime, and we're going to be bringing you the finals after this. This is our second semifinal match of the day. We already played our first one. That was between Brian Braun-Duin and Shota Yasooka, and boy, it was a quick one.
Yeah.
Brian just kind of went right through him, 3-0, and he earned his seat in the finals. Now, one interesting thing here as well, Matej, is how these players got here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we've got some masters at work here.
Yeah, I mean, I said it yesterday when the last match of the Swiss rounds ended up that here we see on the left the limited master, draft master, Marcio Carvalho completely dominating the draft portions at Pro Tours, running away with it by far, and then proving it here, only losing the 1 round of draft to Jason Tao out of 6. Yeah, so 5 more wins and just 1 loss. Just incredible achievement. Oliver too. Not only did he win Rookie of the Year, his first Pro Tour was like just a little over, less than a year ago, actually.
Just a little less than a year ago. That's right.
In Milwaukee at the Pro Battle for Zendikar, and he just did really well there. Got a lot of wins in Constructed, and just those wins kept coming over the season. And in the end, he won Constructed Master, meaning the most points from Constructed portions at Pro Tours.
That's right.
So out of 40 rounds of Magic of Constructed, he got the most points, which is an incredible achievement, seeing how many good players were there in the running. So.
Yeah, we do have our Draft Master and our Constructed Master. Those are the two ways that you can earn your seat here at the World Championship. There were 24 players to start the tournament and a lot of different ways
you're thinking.
to qualify.
Okay.
Oh, look at that. Oliver.
Nice shot of his hand here. We get a good look at that. You see there's a Lashweed lurker hiding as well as a Gideon, Emrakul. There's a Gideon there.
Yeah, Lashweed lurkers in because of that Gideon, so we already have that interaction. All right, interesting.
All right, looks like players have kept, so we're going to be underway in Game 3 here. This is Marcio Carvalho on the play once again. He did earn the play. There's a Dispel off the top of the deck for Oliver, too. That could come in handy in a few turns.
Yeah, Oliver's hand is a little slow, though. He's on the draw, and his first play is very likely just going to be Pilgrim's Eye.
But may have spoken too soon there.
Maybe, yeah. He did draw a Traverse.
He just drew a Traverse, so he's going to use that. Not a big play.
No.
It's effectively drawing a land here.
Yes. Just developing his mana. Nothing wrong about that. No Delirium, so that means just getting the island there, and Oliver gets to play it immediately, and he can set up for Pilgrim's Eye next turn. On the other hand, if Marcio were to play a Tireless Tracker here on turn 3, Oliver can really blow him out with a Kozilek's Return. But I think Marcio is going to be well aware of that.
Okay, so, no play here from Marcio means that he's going to transform his Duskwatch Recruiter and leave up a rather ominous 3 mana here. Spell Queller has to be in line for Oliver, right?
Yes, Spell Queller, but we know that Marcio has that Clash of Wills as well, so actually...
He's got options.
Yeah, but he does have a Spell Queller that I think he just drew this turn. It only costs 2 mana as well because of that Crown Horde Howler.
Marcio looks pretty intense here. You can see that our players are wearing headsets. That's so that they can't hear Matei and I as we do our commentary. They are mic'd up to each other, though. So that microphone in front goes to Marcio so that they can communicate freely as you do in a game of Magic.
Oh, look at that.
And
Trixie.
It looks like Oliver is going to pass the turn back here. He does not want to run into a Spell Queller. Now, the interesting question for Marcio is, does he just run it out anyway? It is a 2/3 with flying that can, basically give him 5 power on the battlefield and really start hammering the life total of Oliver.
I actually think it's a very solid plan. If also Marcio doesn't have a 4th land, I think if he had the 4th land, he'd be immediately going for it because we know he has that Gideon in his hand. Just playing a creature, swinging it for a lot of damage. Yeah, he goes for it anyway. And let's see if he can draw the 4th land for the Gideon.
Makes a lot of sense here for Marcio, as this does give him a formidable board state that really is going to have to be dealt with by Oliver. And if Oliver's just going to not do anything for the turn anyway, he does not find the land that we just mentioned there, Matei.
Yes, but he still has the transformed werewolf there that makes his creatures cost 1 less. So this means that he can attack for 5 here, maybe play a Sylvan Advocate while still leaving up 2 mana for a Clash of Wills for 1, potentially.
That is a very nice sequence there for Carvalho, and he's done exactly that, Matei. This one is looking quite good for Marcio in the early stages. It's going to be interesting to see if Oliver's going to be able to dig his way out of this, but given the pressure that he's facing and the fact that Marcio has a counterspell of some sort in hand, it's going to be very difficult for Oliver to come back from this.
Yeah, this is a very interesting spot here because Marcio is actually not playing any creatures with toughness 2 that would get killed by the Kozilek's Return now. But Oliver might actually think about just running out the Kozilek's Return here, just on empty, and maybe next turn playing Pilgrim's Eye while leaving up Dispel to protect his Pilgrim's Eye so that he could untap into Lashweed Lurker and flashback the Kozilek's Return.
Okay, now that's interesting.
Now look at that, he's going to go for the Kozilek's Return.
All he's doing is getting in his graveyard. That's it.
Yes.
It doesn't kill a single creature on Marcio Carvalho's side. So that was just Oliver trying to set up, not even this turn, he's trying to set up next turn.
Yes, and by playing a land before actually resolving that Pilgrim's Die. Not only does he play around the Clash of Wills that we know that Marcio has, but he's also strongly signaling, look, I have a Dispel in my hand.
Yes.
Like,
and interestingly, we saw earlier that, Oliver, when he would play a card like Traverse, Ulvenwald, or Pilgrim's Eye, would often play the land that he got off of it to try to maintain as much information on his side as possible. But here, like you said, he's actually playing around Clash of Wills and also has his own copy of Dispel. So good, tight play there from Oliver too, adjusting his play pattern just subtly, but in an important way.
I liked Oliver's plan. I mean, that was it was offered to him, but it's completely blown out the water by a Reflector Mage.
Reflector Mage from Marcio Carvalho. That may be game here. That's 7 damage, and it puts Oliver way behind now.
Yeah, now I don't think there's anything that he could really draw with enough of an impact to survive this. Marcio also drew a 4th land. It is an Evolving Vows, but once he untaps and also will have either a Gideon Emblem or just plenty of mana for Clash of Wills, I think this game will be over once Marcio untaps here.
Yeah, it's just tough because he does have the Kozilek's Return in the graveyard, but he needs 7 mana or more?
Yeah.
This is not going to happen.
Yeah, but I think Marcio saw exactly what was going on there.
That's going to do it. Marcio Carvalho takes game number 3 and puts himself up 2-1 over Oliver 2. And this next game could decide our second finalist if it's Marcio Carvalho. Otherwise, Oliver 2 is going to have to rattle off a couple in a row here if he's going to be our other finalist.
Yeah, it's best 3 out of 5, remember. So Marcio just needing one more there. He is going to be on the draw here, which will make Oliver a very happy young man.
So maybe one of the most important cards for Marcio is certainly this match has been Reflector Mage, maybe just in his deck as well. And, this is a card that I'll admit I was pretty excited about when I first saw it.
Of course you did, Marshall. You love a mana war if you see one. This one's even better.
And this one's even better than that somehow. Though I have to say, I am surprised at what a profound impact it's had on Standard. When I first read it, I did not anticipate that it was going to be this good. This card is unbelievable.
Yeah, neither did I. And remember, this whole Standard format was basically warped by two 3s. Sylvan Advocate and Reflector Mage. It just made a lot of creature with 2 power and not 3 toughness, just a lot worse because of these 2. And it also has made a lot of more expensive creatures quite unplayable because of Reflector Mage. You can invest so much mana into playing something, but if a Reflector Mage just clears out of the way and you can't even replay it, that just makes it that much worse. But it made other cards better, like something like Ishkanak Raft Widow, because it still gives you that enters the battlefield triggers, still get those, or the cast triggers from Eldrazi.
That's right. Yeah, it's been an interesting tale for Reflector Mage, but it certainly has reached the peak of Standard on its own. Now, the other card, of course, that really helps enable Reflector Mage and Friends is Collected Company. And, I mean, this thing, God, that card's good.
Yeah, it's the bread and butter, right? Like you play it or you try to beat it. 4 mana, but you can get 6 mana worth of creatures into play at instant speed with a lot of crazy abilities. We've seen the Reflector Mages, we've seen the Spell Quellers, but just so much power that you can do by casting Collected Company. And we've even seen it in Modern. Shota Yasooka was playing Collected Company in his Abzan list, because it was, of course, a combo-based deck that worked with creatures, and Collected Company is just really good at finding creatures.
It's interesting because, it does present you with a deck building restriction that's pretty strong. It says, look, you're going to build this deck around me.
Pretty much.
Collected Company, wants you really to play as many 3 converted mana cost or less creatures as possible in the deck. But once you submit to that request, all of a sudden things come together pretty nicely for you.
Yeah, exactly. We saw Marcio really pushing the lower limits of Collected Company here. He's only was playing 24 creatures, which is on the lower end, whereas maybe in places like Modern, you went up easily to the mid-30s because your decks also ran fewer lands. Remember the Elf deck that won the Stars to Games Invitational in Modern, very low on land because it's just a lot of mana elves, but still for Collected Company just to get those elves in.
Got to find those key combo pieces, and we saw that, in Modern, in multiple decks as well. Really fantastic card. Yeah, you can take a look at some of the highlights of our stage here. They've done a fantastic job of integrating the look and feel of Kaladesh into the Paramount Theater here in Seattle, Washington. We're right next to PAX, which is going on right now as well. I'm sure there's thousands and thousands of gamers.
Oh, I actually walked around the Paramount Theater where we are itself, and there's so much Magic being played. Like almost every space that is a table, or even on the ground, just people are playing Magic, and it's awesome to see. And just love the atmosphere that the players are there. Look at that, Willie Adel and Thiago Saporito.
Yeah, they're sitting right in the front row there, cheering Marcio on actually. And Tim, who's down on the floor as our floor reporter, was saying that they're sweating every draw step as hard as Marcio is actually sitting in the seat there.
Yeah, and he has been doing that all weekend long. Actually, he said it's not good for his heart. He's not the youngest one anymore, and he was maybe living through those draw steps, through those games, even more than Marcio himself.
Willie said that?
Yeah, and I talked to both of them after time, and Willie is just rooting so hard for his friends. He's one of the best cheerleaders you can have, while also being a formidable Magic player himself, and especially in Modern, I'm pretty sure he helped Marcio and Thiago put together their absent deck lists.
You can see the whole crew there making everything happen. From a coverage perspective, as our players just finish shuffling up here for game number 4, Marcio Carvalho up 2-1, and he is so intense as Marcio. I mean, you can just see it on his face. And I'll tell you what, if he does manage to win this game and put himself into the finals, you'll see a big reaction out of him.
Oh yeah, we've seen him, pump the fist several times when he was getting real close to that top 4 berth, and he locked it up fairly early. With 2 rounds to go, and was able to draw with Braun-Duin round 13, meaning that both got into the top 4, and now there's a chance that they might actually play in the finals.
Oliver, too, has a little bit of work to do here. He's got to win back-to-back games if he's going to find himself in the finals against his countryman Brian Braun-Duin. Take a little cursory look at the opening hands now. Players are still deciding whether to keep or mulligan, but you can run it through your own process and say, would I keep this, would I not, as we play along with, in this case, Marcio.
An interesting hand from Marcio, a little slow there, not a lot of early pressure. Let's see what Oliver has. I've seen Ishkana and Forest Yavimaya Coast, Mrs. Pilgrimage as well, and then at least one Eldrazi there. Yeah, Oliver just wants to play. He
does, and it looks like the players are ready to go, so we're going to get them going straight away, and off we go with the Vessel of Nascency to kick things off for Oliver, too, as he passes the turn back to Marcio, who kicks things off with a Lumbering Falls. Remember, Oliver, too, once again on the play this time, which could really matter. He's got his second land for that Vessel, hasn't played anything else as of yet.
Marcio did draw a Sylvan Advocate here. His hand was a little slow, just a spell colorless creature, but good answers overall. And there you see a Fortified Village. It's going to enable the Advocate to be played on turn 2.
This is what he needs to do. Play a 2-drop on turn 2, get that pressure rolling. He really does play the aggressive role in this matchup here. Oliver is spending his mana on things like this.
Yes.
Things like Vessel of Nascency, which are setting up later game plays, but don't do anything to block or attack or anything like that in the early stages. And this is what Marcio's looking to capitalize on, is while Oliver spends his mana setting up the late game, Marcio is taking big chunks out of his life total. Here's Nissa's Pilgrimage. Now we get to see a little of that turbo going again. This is a mana ramp spell after playing the Vessel. I did see that Oliver also picked up a Dispel for his draw step, though he's not worried about leaving that up this turn, as there's nothing really relevant on Marcio's side. Also, finding that Nissa's Pilgrimage is really nice because he gets it around any type of counter magic. It also gives him extra mana for cards like Clash of Wills, and it makes Reflector Mage not look quite as good. I mean, there's nothing on the board, so things working out pretty well in the early stages for Oliver.
Yeah, the Vessel was just really good. It gave him instant Delirium because it was enchantment itself and revealed creature, land, and a sorcery as well. So that means he has Delirium. So he's going to be able to play turn 4 Ishkana Graph Widow, which is very nice indeed.
With spiders.
With spiders, yes.
Wow, that's really good.
Yeah, it is good, especially when Marcio really, if he's going to sit on a spell queller, Ishkana costs 5, so the spell queller, doesn't really do anything there. And while Marcio does have a declaration in stone to answer the tokens maybe, it's going to be a great play for Oliver. It's going to give him a lot of time.
Oliver's just going to get to bypass any problems here, and he can just confidently play Ishkana. Now, he knows that Clash of Wills is a possibility, but Marcio doesn't have it, and bang, there's the 3 spiders, and just like that, Oliver, too, has pulled ahead in this game 4, and Marcio is in an unenviable position of maybe casting a spell queller that can't really get through for damage here.
Yeah, look at Marcio's hand there, a lot of quality there, but even
he did nothing for that turn.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying that it's a mistake. I'm just saying that if you're in Marcio's seat, you are not happy doing just stone nothing for turn 3 with that deck.
Yeah, passes again here.
Jeez.
I mean, he's probably, what I think Marcio's trying to do here is maybe try to spell queller something here.
Anything?
Yeah, anything like grapple. It's just an instant, so it would be harder to do. But maybe a Gather the Pack. Or an Adonis's Pilgrimage, maybe a Vessel of Nascency, or something, and then untap, and then try to, Declaration in Stone, the tokens away, or maybe just keep up mana for that Summary Dismissal, something, so that he's not falling behind on the board too much. Look at that Oliver too, picking up an Elder Deep Fiend here.
Ooh, very nice.
That's a good one.
First things first, though, Ishkana looks like we may have an attack on our hands. That's right. Ishkana is going to get in there for
boom
3.
No fear.
It's going to fall down to 17. I like it. And once again, this could be it looks like Marcio is going to let this Gnarlwood Dryad resolve as well.
And it was bait, and he didn't bite.
Now, is he going to get rid of this Vessel of Nascency with one of his with a spell queller?
I think so.
Yeah, that's exactly what he does. But
right.
This is getting interesting as Oliver, too, looks like he may be able to pull into the aggressive role somehow. Remember that Gnarlwood Dryad is deliriumed as well. It's a 3/3.
Yep. It's big. It's scary. And Oliver, too, still has an Emrakul and the Elder Deep Fin in hand alongside this spell, too.
Mm-hmm.
It might be an interesting battle of a Summary Dismissal against this spell.
Yeah, I think that that Oliver may be considering his option on that Elder Deep Fiend. Now, he would have to sacrifice Ishkana if he wanted to play it. And you can see Marcio with the read there. He says, upkeep? And you know what? Oliver's actually going to oblige him and say, you know what? I am going to think for a minute on your upkeep.
Yeah, I actually don't quite like this. If Oliver should have decided in his turn what he's going to do in the upkeep. So if Marcio asked him, so upkeep, Oliver would instantly be able to say yes or no. But this is a little bit of a tell, maybe.
Oliver decides not to cast his Elder Deep Fiend and let Marcio have an extra draw step here. This is important. Marcio has Summary Dismissal in hand and now can cast it. Looks like he found a Duskwatch Recruiter.
Unfortunately, his lands were not cooperating that much. This game, they were coming into tapped left and right, so it's been a little slow out of the gates. And Marcio certainly knows about the risk of the spell. If Marcio just keeps up 4 mana here, it's not a great place to be. Because of that dispel from Oliver. I mean, especially with the Elder Deep potentially coming down fairly early. But I don't think Oliver's going to cast it here because he only has 2 blue mana up. So I think he will want to maybe try to draw into another island to protect it with a dispel. And of course, we know what it is in Marcio's hand, but this way Oliver also protects it against Collected Company. If Marcio had one. This spell being a great card.
It looks really good in Oliver's hand this game. You know, the ability to counter one of 2 different 4 mana instants, like that's a pretty big swing for Oliver.
Yeah, exactly. A tough spot for Marcio Carvalho, who's taking his time on his turn, but he will have to spring into action soon. It looks like he's going to pull the trigger here. So declaration on the spiders, quite likely. So that's going to exile all the tokens
All
without
3 of them.
no clues for Oliver too, because they're
right.
tokens.
So that is probably the cleanest way to get rid of an Ishkana spider family there, is just a declaration in stone. It's only 2 mana.
Yeah. Plus, Marcio now gets to attack with a spell queller.
Okay. Every bit of damage could matter here for Marcio, as he really does need to chip in there.
16, 17,
Yeah, Oliver working towards an Emrakul, though. He still is some ways off, but there's a Primal Druid.
Okay. Well, he was happy to see that.
Yeah, indeed.
He's going to cast it immediately.
Yeah, but I think
Ooh.
Oliver is going to start to play this game a little more defensively.
The long game should benefit Oliver, though. I have to say this Bant Company deck is shockingly good at keeping up on cards.
Yes.
It is not the kind of thing where it just dumps its hand on the table and says, well, am I going to win or not?
Yeah.
It has the ability to generate massive amounts of card advantage thanks to Duskwatch Recruiter and Tireless Tracker primarily.
And we've seen Tamio do so much work in game 1. Can you imagine Marcio drawing Tamio on this board, just tapping out down both blockers and just rushing in through damage quickly?
Now, we knew he had 1 in the main deck. Does he have extras that he brought in, or was it that was it?
I think he just had the 1. Yeah. Just 1 Tamio in his main deck. None in his sideboard. Hey, you can check out the deck list, all the standard deck lists over on dailymtg.com, as well as the modern deck list. Those were some spicy ones too.
Yeah. Also get match updates, a little bit of a different angle than the one we bring you here. We saw Chapman Sims writing up the report for this one, and you can get it's kind of a different view on the same type of thing. It's cool. Also some awesome features and that kind of stuff as well from our written team.
Yeah, right. So the basic dynamic of this game is that Oliver wants to cast a good Elder Deep Fiend.
Yes.
And he needs 2 blue mana for that. He doesn't have Island and Yavimako, so he can cast the Elder Deep Fiend pretty much any time through Emerge, thanks to his Ishkana that he could sacrifice. However, if he does that, he doesn't have another blue mana to play that Dispel. And we know Marcio has a Summary Dismissal, which works nicely against an Elder Deep Fiend because it will exile not only the Deep Fiend itself, but also the ability that taps 4 permanents.
Yeah, which is a huge deal because oftentimes an entire game rests on that ability resolving. I'm going to tap down your team so that I don't die this turn.
Yes, and we've seen it in previous games as well. Look at that. Marcio Carvalho is going for Reflector Mage, trying to bounce the Ishkana.
And we're going to see a response here from Oliver, too. He says, okay, fine, if you're going to shields down, I'm going for it. I can play around Clash of Wills anyway, sacrifice, and play the Elder Deep Fiend to lock down the team. There is a follow-up play in the form of Sylvan Advocate here for Carvalho, so he is keeping rolling quite nicely here as well. But Oliver, too, does get the Elder Deep Fiend on the battlefield.
Yeah, so basically by Marcio deciding to play the Reflector Mage, Oliver knew that the shields are down. No Summary Dismissal can play because it does cost 4 mana, so which enabled Oliver just to play that Elder Deep Fiend as a big blocker. And now Oliver is actually getting quite close to the Emrakul. He has 6. I think he drew a 7th land, and I think Emrakul costs 9 now. He has 4 different card types. So
yeah, you can see that top row of his graveyard are the different card types. He lays those out so that he can see how many he has.
Yeah. And there's a Primal Druid on the board. If that dies, that's 1 more land. He can be getting real close here.
Yeah. So I'm at 15. You had 15, right? That's right.
Yeah, just checking life tools here.
Okay.
You have 1, 2. I was wondering how they were doing. You have 1, 2.
Okay, and it looks like Oliver's just going to pass a turn back here to Carvalho.
Yeah, Oliver's defenses are all right for the moment. A 3/3 Nullwood Dryad and a 5/6 Elder Deep Fiend. But now that we've moved past the casting of the Elder Deep Fiend and resolving, Marcio has a very good board. has that's what recruiter as well, and the summary dismissal in his hand that can deal with an Emrakul and its trigger.
That's right, and this is going to be interesting to see how that pans out, because if Oliver finds himself in a position where he cannot leave up Dispel, he's going to have to really weigh his options on if he can wait to cast it until he has a Dispel available or not.
I love that Marcio rolling up his sleeves like, let's get to work now.
All right, it's business time here for Marcio Carvalho. He's got Oliver 2 at 15 life, but he's built out a very impressive board, and you know what? He's just going to pass the turn back.
That's interesting. I wonder why Marcio did not attack, at least with a Spell Queller there.
I don't know.
There's a look at that. Gather the pack. I think Marcio has another Spell Queller in his hand, so that this will probably take action. Look at how useful these small things are. The Spell Queller only costs 2 mana thanks to that flip Duskwatch Recruiter.
Now he can leave up summary dismissal.
Yeah, if he was scared as well. We know Oliver also has a Dispel, but I don't think Oliver will be able to get to a point where he can cast Emrakul and leave up Dispel.
There's another Duskwatch Recruiter off the top of the deck for Marcio. I wonder if he's ready to start attacking. Now he's going to attack with both Spell Quellers.
I think he forgot to attack the previous turn.
It did feel like it, though. He may have had something in mind.
Yeah, we won't know. There's a land. So getting real close to the Emrakul there. It costs 9, so 9 for now.
He's effectively at 12 mana towards it.
Yeah.
1 away from Emrakul, though. Summary dismissal's a huge play here. There's another Sylvan Advocate for Carvalho who just keeps building out this board wider and wider and wider. And meantime, he is cracking in for a very respectable 4 damage in the air now. Every single turn.
Yeah, I think Marcio's almost there. There's a Pilgrim's Eye, which is a flying blocker, but I think Marcio will be just able to attack with everything here. He has enough big creatures that it should be enough.
He should be. Oliver's all the way down to 7. He does have 4 blockers currently, but look at all the attackers from Marcio Carvalho.
Yeah, Marcio didn't matter. Look, okay, so he's going to block my 4 biggest guys.
He has 9 attackers if you include the Lumbering Falls.
Yeah, so yeah, that's why. Sure, there you go. Get your Pilgrims out. If you block my 4 largest creatures...
you take 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9?
Yes, more than enough. So I think Marcio might
Marcio
be
may
real
be
close.
on the verge of putting himself into the finals to play against Braun-Duin for the World Championship. Is this the turn? Oh, he just drew Tamio off the top just in case it was in question.
Yeah, but now he has to decide. Does he want to leave up the summary dismissal, or is he going to go for the Tamio?
I think he will, because he wants to see if there's an Elder Deep Fiend. He attacks with everything into the red zone, and Oliver is trying to line up any blocks he can. Is there anything that Oliver can do? He's got an Emrakul and a Dispel in hand, and it doesn't look like it's going to work out for him. Marcio Carvalho is attacking for lethal, up 2 games to 1. And this could be the combat step that puts him in the finals of the World Championship. He waits nervously as Oliver exhausts all of his options. You see the look on his face, and that's going to do it. Marcio Carvalho into the finals. And just as promised, we got a big reaction out of Marcio there. And why not? He's just put himself into the finals of the World Championship. He's going to be playing Braun-Duin in a best 3 out of 5 to see who wins.
Look at that. Look at that. It's so intense. Marcio chatting away with his friends there on the rail.
Fantastic stuff there from Marcio.
Oh, yeah. He forgot.
Yeah, and you heard what he said. I just forgot to attack, and that was what you and I thought. You know, we don't like to presume too much just in case he had something in mind there, but it was. He just forgot to attack with that. And that's the kind of mistake that didn't punish him this time, but really sticks in your head as you're like, please don't let that be the one that punished me. I just missed to attack 1 creature. But ultimately, he did prevail, and he's going to be in the finals. All right, to set things up for those finals, we've got Rich Hagan on the top deck.
Thanks very much, Marshall. Thanks, Mateo. I've been joined by Ian Duke. Ian, Marcio's in.
Yeah,
great job.
Incredible. I mean, that whole match was just awesome to watch. I was backstage in the players round, and we were just lounging. We were just on the edge of our seats watching the match unfold.
Yeah, and as the day's gone on, that players lounge has got stacked with more and more Hall of Famers and Pro Tour champions and Pro Tour Hall of Famers elect. I noticed Owen Turtenwald in for that second semi-final. Great stuff. Down on the floor, though, a very, very excited man. It's Marcio Carvalho.
Thanks, Rich. I'm here with Marcio Carvalho. Marcio, what were you yelling to your teammates there at the end of that match?
They were like, come outside, come outside. I'm saying, wait. It was insane, this game. I missed a point of damage from the spell color, and inside I was like, if I lose this game for 2 damage, I'm going to kill myself. Because I still thought he had Ishikana for some reason, when he didn't. So I was like, damn, such a dumb mistake there. But all the other 4 games, I think I played well. So.
Playing Magic for a number of days here at a very high level, so I think people are allowed a mistake here and there. Now you're going through to the finals. Give me a preview. How does Bant Company match up against Bant Humans?
Well, I think he got advantage because he's gonna play first, and in the mirror, like playing first is like in really, really good advantage. But I think I have to get lucky and draw more companies than him.
Now, you guys have played each other throughout this tournament. How many times did you guys play in the Swiss rounds?
2 in the Swiss rounds, and now so 3 times.
And what's the match record in those first 2 matches?
I won in limited, then he won me on the last round to make top 4, and then I won.
Okay, so who's going to be? What are you going to do here to just relax for 10 minutes in between these rounds? How are you going to get your head back on and focused on a new game of Magic as you go into the finals here at the Magic the Gathering World Championships? You're a match away from platinum after missing it this season.
Yeah, it's a roller coaster. In these 10 minutes, I'm going to be with Willie and Bolovo talking some sideboard strategies and just hanging out like always. So.
All right, good luck. I'll let you. I don't want to take any more of your time. I'm going to let you go and catch up with Willie Ado and Tiago Saporito. In the meantime, I'm going to send it back up to the news desk where Rich Hagon is waiting eagerly.
It's true, BDM. I'm up there and I'm eager, as always. Ian Duke here with you. So what we're going to do, we're going to walk you through the day so far, mark your card for what's still to come. So let's take a look at our top 4 bracket, and we began this morning with the semi-final matchup between Braun-Duin of the United States with his Bant Humans deck up against Japan's Shota Yasooka with Bant Company. Ian, a Hall of Famer against a Grand Prix Master. Theoretically, a mismatch. It was a mismatch in terms of the score. It was 3-0, but let's see who advanced. It was Braun-Duin, and you were in the commentary box for that.
That's right. It was actually a bit of a surprise for us down there, Rich. Coming into the matchup, the decks were very similar, variants both on the Bant Company deck, and we thought it was roughly a 50-50 matchup coming into that, perhaps even with Shota Yasooka being favored, especially in those post-sideboard games. That being said, Braun-Duin was able to steal the first 2 games pre-sideboard and then closing things out in the 3rd game for a blisteringly fast win over Shota Yasooka.
And it was also not just fast, but it was also what I might call hassle-free. There were not a lot of intense moments in any of those games. He started out ahead, he pulled further ahead, he won. Then he did it all again, and then he did it all again. So in terms of the mental reserves of stamina and energy, BBD had a great path to the final.
He did. I think he's feeling great. He's going to be very confident going into the finals, and I can't wait to see what he brings to the table.
All right, so let's take a look then at our bracket once again. We have just had our 2nd semi-final here at PAX at the World Championship. That was between Marcio Carvalho, again, Bant Company, just as Shota Yasooka was, and he was up against Oliver Chu, and that was the draft master in the case of Carvalho, and the constructed master in the case of Oliver Chu. Well, it was 4 games, so it didn't go the full set, but Marcio Carvalho advanced by 3-1. Ian, this time though, real tension left and right, especially that 2nd game.
Yeah, especially the 2nd game, Rich. As I mentioned earlier, I was backstage in the Players Lounge watching the games unfold with some of the other Worlds competitors here. And we had a group of about 8 or 10 of us all watching the monitor, listening to the commentary, and we were trying to piece together the puzzle ourselves.
Right.
And even all of us together couldn't quite, unwind exactly what each player should be doing. There were a bunch of very tense moments, a bunch of very tough decisions, and just watching the whole match was incredible.
Even Steve Rubin couldn't put together the pieces of the puzzle, so if he can't, who can? So there we are. That's the story of the semi-finals. When we come back here live in just 5 or 6 minutes' time, we'll mark your card for the final itself. The players will be gearing up for that. Our best guess round about 10-12 minutes away from the start of the World Championship final for 2016. But we're going to send you away just for a little bit to have a look at the creative Q&A that happened yesterday. There was a panel here down on the main stage some of the real greats of the creative team at Wizards of the Coast came to answer your questions, and we put together a nice little highlights package for you. So we'll see you in about 5 minutes right here at the Paramount.
Welcome to the 2016 Magic Q&A panel. Yes, welcome. Welcome.
In the past few sets, we've kind of seen the climax and the resolution in card form in the same set. So when we were introduced to Ulamog, we also had Allied Hedron Network in the same set, and then Emrakul was imprisoned in the moon. So they kind of spoiled the story a little bit. What are you guys' thoughts on that moving forward?
I have thoughts on this. So it drives me crazy that we spoil our own stories. I mean, we want people to know what major story events happen, and that's why we're embedding them in the card set. We want people to know. Like if someone dies or someone, something important, crucial thing happens, we want to depict that because a lot of players are not reading every single story.
We've definitely learned to be very decisive about what is in set 1 and what is in set 2. Like Foreshadows over Innistrad, there was a very brief conversation that like, should the last card in the set, which is kind of meaningless, show Emrakul Rising, right? And we decide like, nope, because as soon as the visual spoiler's released, you know all things simultaneously, so that just gets moved an entire 3 months later.
It's about Liliana. Does she care about the other members of the Gatewatch at all?
Liliana is a wonderfully complex character. One of the little bits that I put into her origin story for Magic Origins was a moment of hesitation before she gave up her soul, in effect, which let her tell herself that she was still okay. She has a very complicated relationship with Jace based on their history together. And I think it's pretty clear that she wants to not care at all about him, and she kind of does.
I know that sometimes when you guys are creating a world, you sort of build the world first and then create the mechanics after, and sometimes it's the opposite. And I was curious which process you used for Kaladesh.
It's usually not that simple either way, and Kaladesh in particular had a lot of back and forth. We weren't sure whether the energy mechanic was going to end up in the Kaladesh set. Really hoped it did because we were really excited about the ether sphere and the role of ether in this world.
Right, that's why you can't see it in Origins, right? Like you don't see any ether in Origins. We already knew we were going to Kaladesh for real, but we didn't know how firm that mechanic was. So we were like, well, it's not wrong. You just zoom the camera a little higher. It was just out of shot, you know, if we do it.
What about the Aetherborn makes them black?
So the Aetherborn were a solution to a problem. We definitely wanted a world where undead and necromancy wouldn't really make sense. So this is kind of Black's greed and ambition twisted in a kind of a Kaladesh way. The Aetherborn love luxury. They love partying for themselves. They love living their lives to the fullest, and in that way, they're seeking their own goals. It's an interesting twist. It's definitely more of a challenging version of a black-lined race. But we thought that it was really hitting what Kaladesh needed and a cool twist on Black for this world.
When a new Aetherborn comes into existence, an existing Aetherborn will take that one into their care to pass on that wealth to the next generation, as it were.
Doesn't that go against like the Aetherborn's will of live life to the fullest? It's like when they die, shouldn't they have like no money to give away?
I do think that there's a gigantic party thrown right before the end. That's certainly true.
As I walked in here and I was looking around, I realized that the Paramount is like a very golden theater, and it kind of fits the theme of Kaladesh. Was that intentional, or did it just kind of fall into place perfectly?
A lot of the similarity is just because, like, at the base, what is remarkable about this theater is the amount of hand craftsmanship, right? It looks like someone loved every little piece of detailing in here. And Kaladesh, even though a lot of the shapes are different, that was very much the same thing. Like, someone has cared about every level of this place and done a great job making it beautiful. And so, unsurprisingly, they work together pretty well.
When we walked in here, I looked around and I was actually impressed that I think there is more filigree in this theater than there is in the art in the set, and I was like, we could have done more.
When there is a cultural or historical basis, is to take the patterning from the clothing and put it on the buildings, or take the mosaics from the floor and put it on the shields.
There's a great quality to these art directors in that they allow the artist's style to, I guess, sing on the card. They don't really, they don't tear it down. They use that as a feature, which is really nice.
It's not something you've seen before, but it's just right.
All right, welcome back to the Paramount Theatre. We are live. Rich Hagan alongside Ian Duke down there on the Paramount stage. The World Championship final is just a few minutes away. So why don't we set the scene for you? We've got our reporter Brian David Marshall out and about. We'll talk with him in just a few minutes. But Ian, let's set the stage and we'll begin with our first player in the final from our first semi-final, and that is Braun-Duin. Let's take a look at his career resume for you. There you see him, the 2015-16 Grand Prix Master. Seth Manfield so nearly stole this seat away from him at the very, very end of the last Grand Prix of the year in Sydney. BBD had to watch in the top 8 as Manfield advanced as far as the semi-finals, but BBD claimed the seat, and boy has he ever run with it. Gold Pro, 30,000 lifetime earnings, couple of Grand Prix titles, so no stranger to hardware, and he is your Grand Prix Master and player number 1. Let's take a look at his path to this World Championship final. Ian, what stands out to you here?
Well, what stands out the most, Rich, is actually his constructed record here. If you can see the last 4 rounds on each of those days, on day 1 that was 4 rounds of standard, on day 2 that was 4 rounds of modern, and you can see BBD actually went completely undefeated in those 8 standard rounds with only a single intentional draw against Marcio Carvalho.
Right, so they decided they'd save it until the final, is basically what happened there. They knew that they would be in the final 4 by winning, by drawing in that round 13. So that's how BBD got here. Let's take a look at his deck. What has he brought to the party? Well, it is Bant, but it's not Bant Company as such. This is Bant Human. So what's going on with this deck here?
That's right. This is a variation on the traditional Bant Company shell. We're calling it Bant Humans because he's making some concessions to his creature base. And by concessions, I mean he's playing with some cards that are less individually powerful, but they have synergy with each other. Synergy, of course, referring to cards working together to be better than the sum of their parts. And some of the synergies here that I want to highlight are based around Thalia's Lieutenant, which is a card that gives all your human creatures +1/+1 counters when it enters the battlefield, and also receives +1/+1 counters itself from other human creatures entering the battlefield.
Well, why don't we look at a couple of key cards in this deck for BBD, and there is Thalia's Lieutenant, and Champion of the Parish was sort of where this began in a sense.
That's right. Champion of the Parish in the original Innistrad was a 1-mana 1/1 creature that got a +1/+1 counter whenever another human creature entered the battlefield under your control. So Thalia's Lieutenant has that ability, but also has the ability that when it enters the battlefield, it puts a +1/+1 counter on all of your other humans.
Really sweet. One more card to show you from BBD's deck. Here's Reflector Mage, which we've just seen be a standout card all weekend, and that is no surprise.
Absolutely. Reflector Mage, a mainstay in all of the Collected Company decks. This is what we call a tempo card. It sets your opponent on the back foot so you can leverage that time advantage and try to defeat them earlier. And Reflector Mage is especially strong in BBD's version of this deck because it is also a human, so it receives some of those other bonuses from Thalia's Lieutenant.
Well, we've got some humans down on the floor of the Paramount Theatre waiting for us right now, some fans of BBD. Brian David Marshall, who have you got?
I'm here with Team BBD, led by Brad Nelson, former Player of the Year. This is the team, the people that have been cheering for Braun-Duin here. Brad, what is this matchup like between Bant Humans and Bant Company?
All right, so in the first 2 games before sideboarding, Bant Humans is going to be trying to be very aggressive. Getting on the board, Thalia's Lieutenant and Thalia can put Bant Company in a really bad position. After sideboard, you're going to see Tragic Arrogance playing a role from both sides. And it's going to be a bigger slugfest after sideboard. But game 1 is where BBD is very advantaged, which is why I think he's favored.
Now, you've been working with Brian for a long time. What would it mean to see your teammate get the title of World Championship here?
Well, I've done it once before, And a second time would be great. And just seeing him this year, I mean, he went into this season an underdog, grinded all year at all these Grand Prix, was at the bottom of the top list getting there, and he just played 4 or 5 at the end of the season, finally accomplished it, and now he's in the final. So I think it's much deserved from someone that grinded for so many years from the bottom.
So we've had jerseys, we've had stadium entrance announcements. Can we get a little bit of a chant going here?
BBD, BBD, BBD.
All right, so that's it here for Team BBD down on the floor.
And in the background there, you got Reed, Duke, and Owen Turnwell going, no, I'm just going to sit here, thank you. Thanks, Brad. All right, so that's BBD, but it takes 2 to make a final. The other World Championship finalist, he's just getting his breath back. He's done from semi-final 2. He is Marcio Carvalho of Portugal. Let's take a look at his resume. 30 years old, and Ian, by far the most important thing on this resume is that both he and BBD are gold pros. 22 of the 24 players were platinum. 2 of them were gold. The 2 gold pros meet in the final. The winner goes platinum.
Yeah, in some sense, you could say these are 2 of the underdogs in the event, actually making it all the way to the finals, which is really, really impressive and exciting for me personally.
Yeah, just fantastic stuff. Now, how did he get here? Well, the draft master came in and he demonstrated his draft prowess. Win, win, win in limited rounds 1, 2, 3. Win, win rounds 8 and 9 in draft. Only JC Tao was able to best him, and that prevented Marcio from going on an 18-0 win streak at pro level and above, pro tour level and above. Constructed, bit of a different story, bit more checkered in. We see a loss to Mike Sigrist in round 5 in standard, but still, I mean, that's still 3-1, but then in modern, just sort of crept across the line, lose to Shota, the intentional draw with BBD, loss in the last round to Oliver 2. I think Marcio will be pleased that he managed to get past Oliver, of course, and here he is in the final. So what about his deck? Let's take a look at Marcio's deck for you. It is Bant once again. This time it is Bant Company, Ian.
That's right. This is a much more traditional Bant Company list than Brian Braun-Duin's, but there are a couple interesting innovations here. We do see Marcio going a little bit bigger than his opponent here in the finals, having cards like Archangel Avacyn and Elder Deep Fiend standing out at the top of his curve, as well as a couple copies of Noose Constrictor as a sort of innovative addition to this deck.
Now, the Elder Deep Fiend and Archangel Avacyn don't necessarily work that well with Collected Company. Let's take a look at one of the signature cards from Marcio's deck. It is Collected Company, synonymous with the deck. I think probably the single most powerful card in Standard.
I totally agree, Rich. This has been the dominant card in Standard for quite some time here. Very powerful core of this deck. Lets you sort of cheat 2 creatures onto the battlefield as long as they have converted mana cost 3 or less. It's instant speed, so you can ambush your opponent in combat or bring out a Spell Queller in response to a key spell. Just an extremely versatile and powerful card that provides card advantage as well.
Let's take a look at one more card that we may well see in action in Marcio's deck as we go through the course of the final. It looks like a 2-3 for 2. That's already great news. But as we've seen, Ian, these games can be super grindy. So that's 6 land. That seems to happen very early in games sometimes. And from then on, it's just 4/5s all the way.
Yeah, that definitely can turn on very early in the game. And what's absolutely fantastic about Sylvan Advocate is it's just a rock solid 2-drop that is good at any point in the game. It's fantastic on turn 2. It gets even better later in the game. It's great to find off of Collected Company. And also it provides you some additional value in making your Lumbering Falls land creatures larger.
Well, Brian David Marshall, I know you're downstairs and I know you found some fans of Marcio Carvalho gearing up for the final. Who are you with?
Thanks, Rich. I'm here with Team Marcio. It's a little bit of a smaller crowd, but they're going to make up for it with passion. Willie Adel, Paolo Vitor Damarosa, and Thiago Saporito. Willie Adel, you've been a staunch supporter of Marcio Carvalho throughout this tournament. What is going to let Marcio become the Magic the Gathering World Champion? What's his advantage here?
I think he's just the best player. Like, I expect him the best player in the whole pack. And he proved that he doesn't play only like limited. He's pretty good in constructed formats as well. He has a pretty good deck that Bolova builds like during the last 2 weeks. And I'm pretty confident, and he has like by far the best like supporters, the best and the louder supporters here. So I don't expect him to lose at all.
What's the difference between the Bant Company decks and the Bant Human decks? What are we going to expect to see to know that Bant Company is winning here?
Honestly speaking, I have no idea because I don't play these kind of cards. Like I don't play Dromoka's Commando or Collective Company. I play like good like black-green cards.
I'm sorry. Let me redo that question. Tiago Saporito. What is it going to look like if Marcio is winning this match between Bant Company and Bant Humans? What can we expect to see on the board?
Well, we have to expect that BBD doesn't draw the Titus Lieutenant, but otherwise I think Marcio is favored because he has Spell Quellers, he has two Trash Carrier against on sidebar, so I think it's a good matchup. He can do it.
Okay, Hall of Famer Paulo Vitor Damarosa lending his support silently here, but we got a little bit of a chant out of the other side of the room. We got to get a little bit of Team Marcio cheer here from you guys.
Let's go, 1, 2, 3. Marcio! Marcio! Let's go, Marcio! Vai, caralho!
There you have it, sending it back up enthusiastically to you, Rich Hagon.
Yeah, they really, really mean it, don't they? Oh boy. It's time, boys and girls. Thanks for being part of this incredible Magic experience, but now it comes down to the best 3 out of 5. The tension is palpable. It's time for the World Championship final. Will it be Braun-Duin or will it be Marcio Carvalho? Buckle up. Worlds 2016 is about to crown a champion.
It is now time to crown a world champion. The following match is the finals of the 2016 Magic World Championship. Our first competitor is from Lisbon, Portugal, and enters the finals as the number 2 seed. Please welcome back to the stage, Marcio Carvalho. And his opponent, the number 1 seed from Roanoke, Virginia in the United States, Braun-Duin.
Hello and welcome to coverage of the Magic the Gathering World Championship. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth alongside Luis Scott Vargas. And we are just getting the table set here for the finals between Braun-Duin of the United States and Marcio Carvalho of Portugal.
This is going to be a pretty close matchup because both players are relying on collected companies, and the really big difference between the two decks is how many Thales Lieutenants show up on BBD's side of the board.
Okay, so that's going to be one of the critical cards that we're going to keep our eye out for as we move our way through this finals. Of course, we're going to be crowning not only a world champion, but also giving away $70,000 to the winner of the tournament here. There is a ton on the line between these players. Now, some of you may have noted that we've got our players wearing headsets, and we do have a reason for that. It's to block out our sound so that they can't hear you and I, Luis, talking about cards in hand and such. So we do have it set up, though, so that they can hear each other through the headsets so they can make all the necessary communications. So a Lambholt Pacifist is the first play of the game here. It comes on Braun-Duin's side. He does get to be on the play on this best of 5 match as he was the number 1 seed coming in from the Swiss portions, and then he has another copy of Lambholt Pacifist here. No land on turn 3.
Missing the land is tough. One of the features of Collected Company is that the deck, despite having a low curve, plays 25 or 26 lands just because it really hates missing land drops. That being said, Lambholt Pacifist is one of the better cards you can play for 2 mana because if Braun-Duin doesn't have a play next turn, you can flip both his Lambholt Pacifists to become slightly larger and much less pacifist.
They do, and he does in fact miss. He finds something that could come in handy a little bit later, a Knight of the White Orchid, but with that forest out, there's nothing he can do, and he is forced to just pass the turn back and transform Pacifist into Butchers, which are now 4/4s.
The tough part from BBD's side of the board, though, is that, well...
Okay, things are getting really tough for Brian Braun-Duin now. That is Declaration in stone to exile both copies of Lambhold Butcher. He's going to get to sacrifice one of those clues to dig for a land, but that could have been the death knell in game one.
Yeah, this is going to be really hard to come back from. Just the fact that Marcio is up a significant amount of time and mana and cards on board. The shining light here for BBD is that Marcio also didn't play a fourth land. So there are sequences here, especially involving that Knight of the White Orchid, because if Brian can play land, Knight of the White Orchid, get an untapped plains, play another card, that's a big deal.
That's not what happened here. He did end up finding the land, but unfortunately for him, he needed to sacrifice a clue to get to it, it looks like.
BBD has to discard the hand size.
He does. He has 2 copies of Thalia in hand, so he will discard one of those before passing the turn back. And there's a land for Marcio Carvalho right off the top. He makes a clue, passes the turn, and this is not good news for Brian Braun-Duin as Collected Company likely incoming here.
Well, Marcio, even worse, has Spellqueller in hand, and when you're ahead on board, Spellqueller is just the best possible card.
And that's exactly what he plays here. The Reflector Mage from Brian Braun-Duin attempting to at least stave off death here, but unfortunately that is not going to be the case for Brian Braun-Duin as Marcio Carvalho looks to be in the driver's seat here to take game one pretty easily.
Yeah, miss land drops against a deck that's very good at punishing you when you fall behind is always going to be tough. And that Declaration of Stone was just like the icing on the cake.
It was indeed, and that is in fact game one to Marcio Carvalho. He is up a game in our finals. We'll be back right after these messages.
Whether riding the bus or waiting for the World Championship Finals to begin, Magic Duels is a great way to hone your skills and try new strategies. Featuring hundreds of earnable cards from Magic's latest sets and virtually unlimited AI and online opponents, start playing Magic Duels free today on iPhone, iPad, Xbox One, and Steam. You're invited to play with the new cards from Kaladesh early. Pre-release events are happening near you on September 24th and 25th. Contact your favorite game store and secure your spot today.
And welcome back to the feature match area here. We're at PAX. We are in the historic Paramount Theater in downtown Seattle. You can see it's a gorgeous setting on which to hold a Magic tournament. Now I'm going to remind you, we are playing a best 3 out of 5 games here to decide our champion. And what that means is that we're going to play 2 non-sideboarded games to kick things off, and then any games after that will be post-board.
Right, if you're wondering why the players weren't sideboarding, they just shuffle up, play game 2.
That's right. Take a look at Declaration in Stone. It ended up being a key card in that game as it was able to kill 2 creatures for just 2 mana, and when Marcio was already ahead on board, he was able to capitalize on that advantage.
Certainly, Declaration, you do trade time for resources because you end up down a card most of the time. If you target a token, it can be really effective. But if you do what Marcio did and target, actual creatures, your opponent eventually goes up a card because they sack all those clues. But BBD was not long on time there. He had so few lands and he didn't have enough mana to really utilize all those clues before he died. So Declaration let Marcio get very far ahead.
Marcio Carvalho now just 2 games away from a potential championship here. He's shuffling up his version of the Bant Company deck. These decks do differ significantly.
These decks are both, you could both accurately describe them as Bant Collected Company, but that's kind of where it ends. The fact that Brian Braun-Duin is playing a whole humans package, kind of frontlined by Thalia's Lieutenant, that's very different than Marcio, who's playing just all high-quality cards that don't maybe work quite as well together. So one of the advantages BBD has is his cards, like if you combine Lambhold Pacifist, Thalia's Lieutenant, 3-bit Inspector, you're talking about some cards that are underpowered individually, but together are very, very good, whereas Marcio has, he has cards like Selfless Spirit and Spellqueller, which are just great cards, but they don't have that much synergy. So it's the classic power versus synergy battle.
I can tell you that Brian Braun-Duin has taken a mulligan here as Marcio inspects his opening hand. It looks like he's decided to keep that.
Yeah, Marcio's keeping a 2-lander here, but he's got Island Plains to go with a Selfless Spirit, and if he draws any land, he's got double Spellqueller plus a Reflector Mage. So Marcio really leading into the tempo aspects of the deck, where you have Reflector Mage that can get you either ahead on board if you're already somewhat ahead, or bring you back if you're behind, and then Spellqueller, which just is absolutely punishing if you have any sort of board presence. The downside of Spellqueller is if your opponent has the luxury of playing around it, it can lose some effectiveness. But
Sure.
but when you have 2 creatures out and they have nothing, they just have to play a card, and then you just Spellqueller them right out of the tournament.
Okay, Marcio is going to play this little cut game there as he sets up Braun-Duin for a 6-card hand. Let's see if he has a keeper here or if he's going to have to go down to 5. Does look like he's found a keepable hand. He's going to scry. Let's see if he puts it on the top or bottom. He's going to put it on the bottom. All right, so Brian's going to be on the play once again. After having lost the first game, he does get the choice, and that could prove to be important here. Both players on 2 lands.
Yeah, we are far from a constructed format where you would choose to go second when you have cards like Collected Company, Reflector Mage, Spellqueller.
Another land off the top there for Braun-Duin, though it does seem like either land he plays is going to be tapped, I believe.
Yeah, one advantage of leading with Evolving Wilds is that he can draw another basic, and then that Prairie Stream will end up coming into play untapped. The downside of playing the Wilds versus the Prairie Stream is that you only get a land that taps for 1 color. But since the mana requirements in Braun-Duin's deck are not very strict, he's got basically double white, single green, single blue for the most part, and that's pretty easy to meet once you have 2 dual lands.
Yeah, by playing the Fortified Village, he guaranteed also that he'd have green mana and be able to cast his Thraben Inspector on turn 1. So he's done that. He's generated the clue and passed the turn back to Marcio, who is just going to play a Lumbering Fall. So a little bit slower of a start here for Carvalho this time.
And this is a big tell for BBD. If Marcio had Lumbering Falls as his opening hand, clearly he would have played it turn 1 over Plains. So Marcio drew a tap land on turn 2, and then had the decision between playing this land not tapped on turn 2 and then having a third untapped land, or just going Island Selfless Spirit, but maybe not having 3 mana on turn 3. And Marcio took the more conservative line, because if he goes Island Selfless Spirit, he could just draw another untapped land and just kind of have his cake and eat it too. But instead, he decides to take the safe line of making sure he has 3 on turn 3, which is much more important in this matchup.
Absolutely, especially only facing down 1 power here. It's not. He does have the luxury of a little bit of time to take that conservative route. So now we're going to see a Duskwatch Recruiter for Braun-Duin.
3.
And he's going to pass the turn back to Marcio Carvalho, who does have an island in hand. You can see that here, and he's going to be able to get on the board now with a Reflector Mage on the Duskwatch Recruiter before passing the turn back to Brian.
And Brian's played a turn behind curve every turn so far, because he played tap land turn 1, 1-drop turn 2, 2-drop on turn 3. But this is the turn where he is going to be able to spend 4 mana if he wants to.
Doesn't look like he has anything to spend 4 mana on particularly, but he does have something to spend 3 mana on, which is Reflector Mage, your Reflector Mage, and get in there with the Thraben Inspector. The Thraben Inspector doesn't look super impressive quite yet, but you mentioned Thalia's Lieutenant earlier, which is the type of card that can really change the way this matchup works, and even a lowly little card like a Thraben Inspector can become a threat.
And Brian is doing his best to stay ahead on board, because he knows Marcio has a bunch of Spellcallers in his deck. It actually turns out Marcio has 3 in his hand. And by playing Reflector Mage, even on a Reflector Mage, which is not generally the target you want, Braun-Duin is able to make sure that Marcio doesn't have a great avenue to play these Spellcallers. Pretty big draw there for Braun-Duin as well. He picked up a Collected Company.
Okay, one of the best top decks he could find.
So when your opponent, like Marcio just did, passes with 7 cards in hand and 4 mana, there is not that many cards they could have that are relevant right here. Collected Company and Spellcaller are just the 2 main ones that have to leap out for BBD.
BBD's just going to attack anyway, and Marcio says, okay, no blocks. And BBD says, sure, take 3, I'll pass the turn back. I'm the one who has Collected Company at the ready.
And here's where Marcio's just
great for Brian, right?
Yeah, Marcio's not in the spot he likes, because if Marcio had Collected Company, this would be pretty good for him. He'd be able to company at a turn. That's kind of the dream. But instead, he's probably gonna, have to think about firing off one of these Spellcallers, because he just has so many in hand. And if he spends turn 4 playing nothing, then he's gonna kind of lose 4 mana for the rest of the game. Like he will not have spent that mana, and this isn't a game where he's gonna have tons and tons of excess mana.
Are we gonna see Brian respond to the Spellqueller, or not respond to it, but still cast it on end step here, or is he going to allow Marcio to untap?
I think there's a pretty good chance that BBD casts Company once
right now.
pass company.
Yeah, okay, so he's going to let the triggers resolve, and this ensures that Brian resolves his collected company. The timing of it isn't as important as the assurance that it actually resolves. And hello, Thalia's Lieutenant and a Reflector Mage. What a beating.
And that's part of the reason BBD wanted the Queller to resolve. If he hits Mage, he gets to bounce the Spell Queller back. He gets to get 3 counters off the Thalia's Lieutenant. All of a sudden, plus the Lieutenant sees the Mage because they came into play at the same time. All of a sudden, BBD has 10 power in play and Marcio has 0.
Wow, that's insane. Now, Marcio can cast a Spell Queller. He is free of that, right? Because that was still on Brian's
the
turn.
timing of Reflector Mage is such that Marcio, if he wanted to, could main phase a Spell Queller, but at this point, he's just getting run over. Marcio even does have a Reflector Mage, the one that got bounced back earlier, but BBD can just trample right over it with just his horde of creatures, none of which have actual trample, by the way.
Brian has a clue token still sitting out there all the way from that turn 1 Inspector. He's going to be able to sacrifice that at some point to make sure that the card draw keeps flowing for him as well. And he could be closing in on a victory thanks to the back of on the back of these tempo plays.
And you know, the fact that BBD got a clue on turn 2 and hasn't come close to wanting to crack it, that's a good sign for him. Clues are kind of like the bottom of the barrel when it comes to things you want to spend your mana on. I mean, they're great. They do kind of get you through the game and increase your card flow, but the fact that BBD's had better things to do every turn is a good sign. We saw him lose last game when he was kind of cracking clues while under pressure, which is not where you want to be.
Okay, it looks like Tireless Tracker was the choice there for Carvalho because he also can play Selfless Spirit this turn after making a clue from that land drop before passing the turn back. So he's attempting to get those shields up as well as he can, but unfortunately his board still just doesn't match up very well against what BBD has, at least at the moment. Looks like Brian also has himself a Dromica's Command in hand, which he can use to try to get in for even more damage this turn.
Selfless Spirit makes the timing very important on the command, because if BBD fires off, let's say he wanted to fire off command pre-combat and Marcio sacks Selfless Spirit, that would save the Tireless Tracker if it got targeted and then have an indestructible blocker. So BBD has a pretty high incentive to just attack first, wait for Marcio to use Selfless Spirit, and then maybe use command to polish off Marcio's final creature.
Okay. Now, what does it look like if Marcio just blocks and doesn't use the Selfless Spirit? Does he have that option here?
Marcio could just put Tracker in front of, like, say, Thalia's Lieutenant, which is the biggest threat that the Tracker can kill, not block anything with Selfless Spirit and just pass. But if he does that, BBD gets to hit Marcio for 8 and trade a 3/3 for a 3/2.
Feels like that's great, right?
Yeah, I think that BBD is pretty happy no matter what happens with this outcome.
Take everything.
And so Marcio is just going to play around it here by just saying, I'm just going to take it all. So he just takes 11 here?
11.
The biggest advantage of this is Selfless Spirit scales really well. When you have a combat involving 4 creatures, Selfless Spirit is awesome. So Marcio wants to set up a board where he can play a bunch of creatures and then Selfless Spirit to get multiple good interactions.
Also, interesting here, Luis, as well, is that Brian played the Duskwatch Recruiter post-combat, which put another counter on the Lieutenant, but that might have signaled to Marcio about that Dromica's Command or something.
Yeah, Marcio is certainly well aware of what Brian could have here, and playing a post-combat Duskwatch Recruiter does kind of tip BBD's hand just a little bit.
Especially because he played a pre-combat Lambhole Pacifist to get that one counter on it.
And Marcio is using his life total as a resource very well here. He's playing a matchup where there's no direct damage, so going down to 4 means that it gives him the most options for blocking next turn, but I still think that BBD at this point is a little too far ahead for Marcio to really have a great hope of stabilizing.
Also of note here, you can see that Marcio only has the 1 white source. He's got the plains sitting in there. That could constrict, as every single card in his hand does take white mana. It's going to limit him to just 1 play this turn.
And even if that plays a Reflector Mage, which will, of course, get a creature off the board, Marcio still ends up in a situation where he just, even if he can survive, takes, a number of disadvantageous trades, like the Selfless Spirit basically dies and then takes a little bit of damage. It also hinges on BBD having literal nothing.
And it looks like maybe a desperate act here for Marcio Carvalho as he decides to sacrifice that clue to try to find some action. And he's going to follow up with that Reflector Mage that we mentioned. He's going to put Thalia's Lieutenant back in the hand. Now, that's not going to be able to be cast next turn, but if he does get to recast it in 2 turns, you got to figure that's going to put him in a great position.
It's not a good long-term plan to bounce a creature that gives your opponent's entire team +1/+1, but it is what Marcio needed to do to try to claw back into this. And Marcio's wins often come at the back of like Spell Queller and that Lieutenant when it comes down again. BBD unable to attack with Lambholt Pacifist currently because it doesn't have 4 power, or none of his creatures do, but very, very close to being able to deal lethal to Marcio. Marcio will fall to 2 on an attack with everything here and lose a Selfless Spirit, and the Tireless Tracker will take out one of the Reflector Mages, presumably, but...
Dromoka's command.
Yeah, command.
Put a counter on Lambholt Pacifist, and Lambholt Pacifist fights Selfless Spirit.
You heard it.
And that does 2 things that are bad for Marcio. It makes Lambholt Pacifist able to attack and removes a blocker, so this is much more than lethal.
This looks like an easy lethal attack here for Brian Braun-Duin, who evens things up at 1 game apiece in our final match. So we're going to get, well, we're going to get a more traditional look at a finals here. A best 2 out of 3 match now is going to decide it. And we also get a chance to see how these players sideboard it. So you can see that Brian Braun-Duin has 3 copies of Gideon Ally Zendikar that he can bring in here, and he's got a few 2-ofs down the line with the Days Undoing, the Nissa, the Declaration, the Negate, and the Tragic Arrogance. What jumps off the screen to you here, Luis?
It's kind of funny given the 2 games we just saw that were just such landslides, but Tragic Arrogance is great when the game stalls out, and a lot of these Bant against Bant matchups do end up in board stalls. So Tragic Arrogance has a lot of utility there. BBD can round out his creature count. Knight of the White Orchid is a card, one of the cards in the format that gives you the most advantage for being on the draw. So BBD, I think, is going to be looking to have more Knights in his deck on the draw than on the play. And other than that, Declaration of Stone can also help kind of come back when you're behind and trade a little bit of mana for time.
Let's take a look at Marcio Carvalho's sideboard here, and what about this one?
Very similar, I mean, in the sense that there's Tragic Arrogance and Declaration of Stone. Dromoka's Command also a card you generally want in the kind of mirror matches.
He's kind of hedged and put 2 in the board and 2 in the main, but he'll probably go to the full 4 here. You anticipate?
There's a good chance of that. Yeah. Basically, you can't clutter your deck up with too many non-collected company hits, and Marcio's already running a little bit low on those. He started with 24, but you do have room for some, and Dromoka's Command does help. One reason to maybe not bring in all the commands is that Brian Braun-Duin does not have Spell Queller, and that's one of the most important cards to kill with Dromoka's Command. So, the fact that instead of Spell Queller, his cards like Lambholt Pacifist, which are just a little beefier than what Marcio has, means that Dromoka's Command loses some luster, though. Yeah. I would still expect both players to have some number of Tragic Arrogance in their sideboards.
I was also mistaken. He actually has 1 in the main and 2 in the board, it looks like. What's the most important card we're going to see come in from these players? Is there any earmark card that it's like, oh, well, he drew Tragic Arrogance, now the game's going to end, or is it more just incremental?
Tragic Arrogance is by far the most powerful card because a good Tragic Arrogance can just be completely devastating to your opponent, but the matchup doesn't play significantly differently than Game 1 matchups. I mean, the decks are just so highly optimized around Collected Company and Reflector Mage that that's still going to be the case. Okay.
Interestingly here, as we head into the 3-game match, because Marcio was able to win Game 1, that means, he lost the 2nd game, but he's going to be on the play here, and if there is a 5th and decider, he'll be on the play for that as well. Depending on how things pan out, Marcio's kind of stole serve, from BBD here.
Yeah, breaking serve really important in the Bant mirror. We play tested a lot of the Bant mirror actually heading into the last Pro Tour, and the player on the play, I mean, they just get to utilize their Reflector Mages and Spell Callers just much better.
When did you fall in love with the deck?
I fell in love with Bant. I would say...
Was it the top 8 announcement?
Yeah. Look, the fact that you get to just play a lot of high-quality cards, a good... I think actually a surprisingly good mana base, and a deck that plays well from behind or plays well while ahead, and just there aren't that many times when you end up with a deck like that. The kind of like aggro control deck, which Bant falls into, a tempo deck, if you will. Those are the decks that end up being just all-time greats because they just play well from every position. Whereas aggro decks sometimes fall behind, and control decks, of course, they're behind almost the whole game until they finally win.
Players are still consulting their sideboards here as they set up for what very well could be the most important best 2 out of 3 of their professional Magic careers.
Definitely. I mean, I suspect neither player is really thinking too much about like what the results of the match are. They're just playing their match because that's what you really need to do. You get your heads down, your headphones on, and you get to it. But yeah, this is, I mean, I'd be surprised if this wasn't the most important match that they could, not only of their careers to date, but almost that you can play in general. I mean, this is the finals of the World Championship. There have been fewer world champions than basically every other high-level accolade in Magic. We just crown one every year.
You take a quick look at the trophies behind the players there. There's one for the finals in front, and then the big one. It actually has the names of every world champion in a plaque around the bottom, so you get your name added to that.
Did they use Shahar Shenhar's name there, or did they just put a little 2 by the first one?
He has 2 different plaques on there. Take a look at our feature match area here, too. It's just one of the most stunning feature matches we've ever held a Magic tournament in. This is the historic Paramount Theater in downtown Seattle. It's a very old and has a very rich history behind it. And it is it's ornate, and it seems to fit really well with the Kaladesh theme that has been pushed here.
Oh, this is an incredible venue. It's I think the most incredible venue I've ever played a tournament in.
Only 2 players left of the 24 that started our World Championship. Braun-Duin got here through being the GP master.
That slot takes some dedication. He played at a ton of Grand Prix this year. He flew all of the world playing Grand Prix and ended up getting the most points from Grand Prix, narrowly edging out Seth Manfield.
It is an interesting spot as well. You know, most of the other ways that you can qualify tend to value peak performance, you know, having really high highs over the long term, to be fair, over an entire season. But, you know, I heard Brian in an interview before the tournament started, he said, I'm representing the grinders here. Like, you know, the people that put their head down and just keep going over and over and over and really just, you know, pounding out those small edges. And, you know, he was one of the few gold players. There's only 2 of them. Here they are. They're both here. Marcio on the other side of the table was our draft master, which meant he accrued more pro points at the Pro Tour via the limited portion than anybody else. And he did it running away as well. And that secured his seat. And now he's facing down Braun-Duin to see who's going to be our champion.
Looks like solid hands from both players here.
That's what I want to hear. I want to see some good games. The first couple of games were a little lopsided, one in each direction, but let's see how these go here as Marcio Carvalho leads things off with a fortified village before passing the turn back to Braun-Duin.
And Brian has Knight of the White Orchid in his hand, actually 2 copies, which really the card you want to see on the draw. It just gives you a 2-mana 2/2 that gives you a land, is, you know, especially with first strike, and it still is a human for Lieutenant. Like, you know, you don't get that card for free, and the fact that being on the draw gives you access to that card, it's a powerful argument for Brian playing well even while going second, whereas Marcio's deck, you know, really wants to go first.
Really good start for Braun-Duin here as well. You see he's got a Lambholt Pacifist that's going to hold back any attacks, at least currently, from that Duskwatch Recruiter, and kind of already force the issue onto Carvalho if he wants to be the one to do the get ahead, stay ahead plan. And Carvalho looking at a Nissa Vastwood Seer as his 3-drop for the turn. Otherwise, he's got some lands in hand.
Yeah, and Marcio's got, you know, one of the drawbacks of this particular matchup is Marcio's Dromoka's commands, they have trouble with some of Braun-Duin's creatures.
This is a perfect example, right? If he was to use the Dromoka's command on either creature, it would just end up trading for the Lambholt Pacifist.
Yeah, and it's certainly not what Marcio is interested in doing. This is a fine play. Marcio gets to spend 3 mana on turn 3, but, you know, in this scenario, he doesn't really need the forest. He still has, you know, multiple other lands in hand, and this is a far ways away from flipping. Marcio needs 7 lands in play before she flips. So Nissa not really what Marcio is excited about playing, but his other option, using Duskwatch Recruiter, the downside there is that would let Braun-Duin flip his Lambholt Pacifist into a Lambholt Butcher, and then it would just start trucking.
All right, and here's the play that you mentioned in the opener there, Luis. He's got the Knight of the White Orchid, which he's going to get value out of here by, well, in this case, not only ramping, but also fixing his mana, and he still has a land drop to play here as well.
Yeah, getting the fact that Knight can get Prairie Stream or Canopy Vista is just such a huge boon. It means that this 3-color deck can play double white cards and still play cards of the other 2 colors, yeah, with relative ease.
Yeah, you see he plays an Evolving Wilds after that, and now all of a sudden, Braun-Duin on the draw is ahead on mana with 4 lands on the battlefield versus Carvalho's 3.
Really important draw there for Marcio. He did draw Sylvan Advocate, so he's going to be able, if he would like, to set up a Dromoka's command, and like he could play Advocate and immediately put a +1 counter on it, fight the Lambholt Pacifist. The problem with that is Knight of the White Recruiter has first strike, so that it's holding off Duskwatch Recruiter and Nissa. It's really hard for Marcio to get damage through, and of these two decks, Marcio's deck is a lot more suited for pushing the lead because he's got cards like Spell Queller, whereas Brian's late game is better with Thalia's Lieutenant.
Take a look at Brian's late game right now. It's a little one-sided, but it's triple Reflector Mage to go with that second Knight of the White Orchid in hand. And that can be the type of draw that, if you're not going to draw your collected companies, that you can just keep your opponent off balance over and over and over again. And I think Marcio is going to be well suited to getting that Lambholt Pacifist off the battlefield right now if he can.
And one reason to do this immediately, too, is just play it around your opponent having instants. Things go really poorly if they respond to your command. Mm-hmm. So playing it now makes things much safer.
But like you mentioned a second ago, Luis, that Knight of the White Orchid just holding down the fort and keeping Brian Braun-Duin at a healthy 20 life as Carvalho tries to position himself to be able to start attacking for damage and has yet to be able to do so.
Reflector Mage is going to make that more difficult. Reflector Mage bouncing, say, Sylvan Advocate, gets rid of that +1/+1 counter. Though, with neither player drawing company or really making any headway, both players are at 20 life. Marcio's Duskwatch Lieutenant and Nissa both start, or Duskwatch Recruiter rather, both start kind of pressuring BBD because they draw Marcio a bunch of cards if it takes too long.
Mm-hmm. Brian with that triple Reflector Mage, Knight of the White Orchid, and has found a land for the turn off the top of the library here. Is going to start trying to leverage these, but you just mentioned the word Lieutenant, and that is a card he'd love to see after the dust settles on all these Reflector Mages.
Lieutenant's on the mind. Braun-Duin actually has an interesting decision here. He could have not played a land in the hope that Marcio would, and then he'd enable his Knight in the next turn. But because Braun-Duin has plenty of lands in hand, he's not really as worried, and I think he'd rather just get the second Knight out as soon as possible.
Yeah, also this still sets him up, right? He has another land in hand, so he actually is set up to play double Reflector Mage next turn, potentially just wipe the board of any creatures on Marcio Carvalho's side.
Yeah, I like this really aggressive play by Braun-Duin. When you have triple Reflector Mage and you don't have something like Company, when your opponent has a Duskwatch and a Nissa that will draw them cards in the late game, really trying to put as many creatures into play as possible is how you're going to win the game.
Right on time, though. Collected Company off the top of the library there for Marcio Carvalho, and that could be what he needs to stave off this Reflector Mage onslaught.
Yeah, that is exactly the card Marcio's hoping to draw. It gives him not only card advantage, but a significant board presence. So Marcio now has to decide, does he want to play it now and not run the risk of maybe BBD boarding in a card like Negate, or does he want to wait and try to ambush BBD? Another advantage to waiting is that the Duskwatch Recruiter would flip, and having a flip Duskwatch Recruiter would make it so that BBD would have to do something to that 3/3 before he could even attack, tapping him down a little lower and making Company even better.
So Marcio is going to pass the turn back, which is going to transform his Duskwatch Recruiter. It's now Krallenhorde Howler, and Brian is going to have his way with this board thanks to these Reflector Mages, unless Marcio can interact with that Collected Company in some way.
Well, there's some ways this turns out well for Brian. There are, of course, some ways it turns out poorly. One is that he's going to start by Reflector Maging, or attempting to, the Krallenhorde Howler, and Marcio has incentive to now cast Company to try to hit Spell Queller. If Marcio does, and Spell Queller's the mage, Brian Braun-Duin can follow up with the third Reflector Mage, bouncing the Spell Queller, putting the Reflector Mage back on the stack, bouncing the Krallenhorde Howler, and maybe getting to get in for some damage.
Let's find out. Is Marcio going to pull the trigger on the Collected Company right now? Three cards in hand for Brian Braun-Duin. He's got a couple of lands and that third Reflector Mage that we mentioned. He has ran out of gas beyond that, so this is a huge sequence here for this match. There's a Reflector Mage. He hit two Reflector Mages.
And so far a Tireless Tracker.
That's right, so those are his options.
So certainly we're going to see a Reflector Mage presumably bouncing. Well, it could bounce either Knight or Reflector Mage. Given that Marcio has decent blocks here, he may just want to bounce a Knight because he doesn't want to have to deal with a recast Reflector Mage. And then Marcio has the decision, do you want to get the Tracker for incremental card advantage, or do you want to get Reflector Mage to try to stabilize the board better? Marcio's not under that much pressure once this Reflector Mage resolves, so I would be surprised if he did not want to put a Tireless Tracker into play.
Okay, he does exactly that. There's a Reflector Mage.
So remember, Braun-Duin still has a Reflector Mage on the stack. Marcio doesn't know what it's targeting. And now Marcio gets to Reflector Mage one of Braun-Duin's creatures.
And he only has two choices, either a Knight of the White Orchid or the other Reflector Mage. So it looks like he's going to hit the Knight of the White Orchid. Now Reflector Mage resolves. And then a trigger's going to happen and he can return. Well, we were thinking the Kallenhorn Howler before.
And initially that was the most appealing target, but now that Braun-Duin can't attack past a Reflector Mage even, then yeah, bouncing the Tireless Tracker stops Marcio from drawing cards for at least a turn.
Now does Brian cast the second Reflector Mage, the last one from his hand?
If he were to do that, he still just wouldn't have an attack here.
Mm-hmm.
So Braun-Duin is in a kind of tough spot. He's got all these Reflector Mages, but the fact that he's using Reflector Mages then not getting damage in means that eventually that he just is going to run out of steam.
One spell only, right? Yes, just the mage.
Players confirming that Kallenhorn Howler continues to howl.
That's right, and BBD has declined to play a land and did not play a spell, just pass the turn back. With that Knight of the White Orchid in his hand, as well as a Reflector Mage and a pair of Plains. Wants to try to get a little value, perhaps. If Marcio plays a land, his Knight of the White Orchid will produce an extra land for him, though Marcio knows about this. Well, he's going to let him have it.
Given the Nissa in play, Marcio really has an incentive to keep playing lands. Once he hits that 7th land, remember on turn 3 that Nissa didn't look that impressive? You know, turn 6 rolls around, turn 7 rolls around, all of a sudden Nissa starts becoming a threat, and Marcio has, right now, the long-term advantage, given the cards on board.
I do believe that was a collected company now off the top for Braun-Duin. Try to get a better look at it. I couldn't quite see. It was a collected company. Oh, this is a real duel here. We've got a couple of top decks after some decent starts from both players here, and there's that Knight of the White Orchid.
Oh, yeah. Sure. Good.
And then
that's Braun-Duin playing it, and then Marcio was like, well, can you? Yeah, you can, because that all happened on Brian's end step. So
instant speed Reflector Mages can lead to slightly confusing timing.
That's right. And because Marcio did play that land, hoping to get land off the top here to transform Nissa next turn, that means that Brian's going to get some value, go get a Plains.
And now, given that Brian really only has one Reflector Mage left to hit, and potentially some Thalia's Lieutenants, he's not as much looking to company right away and try to push through attacks, especially into a bunch of untapped mana, where Marcio could have something like Spellqueller or company into another Spellqueller.
As it turns out, that's not what Marcio has.
How many cards?
No, Marcio's about to have is a lot of cards. He's entering the phase of the game where Bant Company just starts drawing tons of cards. It's part of the reason this deck is so strong.
That's right. He can pay 2 mana here for the Tireless Tracker. And now he's drawn a land off the top of his library, which is exactly what he needed to make a clue token and transform Nissa. And like you said, this is going to get out of hand very quickly. But Brian is actually going to respond to Nissa's trigger, try to hit that last Reflector Mage here before she transforms into a Planeswalker. Let's see if he can hit it. Well, he hit a Thalia's Lieutenant and a Tireless Tracker of his own. So a pair of powerful cards for him. Is it going to be enough?
Yeah, Thalia's Lieutenant represents 7 points of power total, and so it's clearly a great card. But the fact that Marcio's about to flip Nissa, about to get a clue off Tireless Tracker, Marcio's going to be up a lot of cards, and Marcio's got lurking in his hand Archangel Avacyn.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, the one of Archangel Avacyn, hugely powerful on a board state like this.
Two cards in hand for Braun-Duin. One of them is a Reflector Mage, the other is a Plains.
Marcio now has to decide whether he wants to plus Nissa, try to draw an extra card, maybe put a land into play, or minus Nissa and summon a Shaya, a 4/4 Trampler.
The Looks like he's decided to make an Ashaya token here to give himself a 4/4, further bolster his board.
Draw.
So BBD drawing a land here means that he's got the tireless tracker, so he can start making clues, but
Play Fortified Village, revealing plans, get a clue.
but he doesn't have the engines that Marcio has. Something like potentially that Duskwatch next turn, or the fact that Nissa's gain Marcio incremental advantage every turn.
Track clue.
Could not quite see what he found there.
Looked like a Tamio to me, and
it did to me too. He actually has 2 of those in his deck. It was a Tamio Field Researcher. What does this change? This board has gotten very, very bogged down.
This is one of the stalled boards that I was mentioning, where both players are just good at, 2/3s are great at blocking. They're not as good at attacking. And the fact that Tamio is very, very powerful, but tapping down 2 creatures doesn't necessarily give BBD a great attack. Plussing Tamio could let BBD attack with some of his creatures and draw cards, but Marcio is just going to have good blocks, so this is going to be tough. And unfortunately for BBD, that Archangel Iveson, I think, is just going to do so much damage this game.
Plus Tamio on a plus on Sylvan Advocate and Ashaya.
Okay, so you see an interesting play that you can make with Tamio here. He's decided to plus Tamio, targeting 2 of Marcio's creatures. And then he's going to go to combat.
So if Ashaya or Sylvan Advocate end up dealing damage, then BBD will draw a card for each one.
It's a disincentive for Marcio to block. Also lasts until BBD's next turn.
So it prevents Marcio from getting attacks in. And again, when neither player is making attacks, they both have to kind of size up, like who's winning this game, who's getting advantage every turn. There's a tireless tracker on each side that don't seem to like they're running out of gas. There's now a planeswalker on each side, so it's not quite as clear cut. And to some degree, Marcio has to wish that Krallenhorde Howler was just a Duskwatch recruiter instead.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, so Brian passed the turn back to Marcio, and Marcio said, all right, well, Archangel Iveson then.
That Archangel Iveson opens up some very interesting possibilities for Marcio. Dromoka's command offers the ability for Marcio to get one of his creatures into a fight that it dies in, which will then trigger Iveson on the next upkeep. So Iveson could flip. The problem with that is Iveson flipping is just going to nuke both sides. It's going to do a lot of damage.
We'll just leave a Reflector Mage on the other side for Brian.
So here, the fact that Marcio didn't hit a land on that Nissa +1 is not something he's very happy about. This is the stage of the game also where Bant wants to play a land every turn, up to turn 15. It's just the tireless tracker gives you such an incentive to keep playing lands.
Yeah, he's got 2 of them on the battlefield here as well, so he really would have liked to see a land there.
Well, Marcio still has that clue if he wants to see what his top card is, and that'll give him another shot at a land. And if you can play a land there, getting 2 more clues. I mean, Tireless Tracker is an engine that fuels itself, right? Mm-hmm. Every land you get gets you another clue, and every clue gives you more shots at more land.
So thinking about what he wants to draw here, what's the most important thing before he sacrifices the clue? Being very careful about which mana he's tapping. And it's going to be clue.
Not only does he have to think about what spells are in his hand, he has to think about what spells he could potentially draw, and the mana requirements in these decks are not simple.
What did he hit?
Another Duskwatch Recruiter.
Jeez.
That was not the time for that. Like, missing this land, it's funny, you might think, oh, well, Marcio has 7 lands in play already and a bunch of cards, like, yeah, drawing a spell is fine, but missing his land is not only missing a land drop, it's missing essentially 2 spell draws or 2 draws at spells off of those 2 clues, and because it spirals for more, you're missing just future mana, future clues. Like it was actually really bad for Marcio that he didn't hit a land there. He was really hoping to draw a land.
Archangel Iveson is going to attack Tamio Field Researcher for 4 and drop the loyalty down to 1 on that Planeswalker. And Brian Braun-Duin just drew Collected Company.
Both players are actually collecting companies at a pretty fast clip.
Yes.
But this isn't a game like the previous two games where one collected company can just completely turn the tide. I mean, it's great to draw collected company. It's one of your better cards right now, but even the best company hit isn't going to make it so BBD goes from, having a relatively stall board to crushing. Double Thalia's Lieutenant could do some damage, though.
And there it is. He's going to put Collected Company on the stack right now, and Marcio can do nothing. Let's see what Brian hits. Wow, he hit only a Tireless Tracker there.
Not great. Tireless Tracker is a powerful card, but Marcio has to be happy about this development.
Yeah, he didn't want to see another Thalia's Lieutenant or something along those lines. We did see one of the tragic arrogances that you mentioned when we were talking about the sideboards got put in that bottom 5 as well.
Yeah, and Tragic Arrogance for either player would be pretty solid. It is a symmetrical effect, and on a board like this, it's going to cause a lot of creatures on both sides to go to the graveyard, so it's not the same as some matchups where Tragic Arrogance is just completely brutal, but it still would be very good for either player.
Looks like Brian wants to sacrifice a clue on his turn as well.
And Brian has to worry about that Avacyn. All other abilities aside, Avacyn being a 4/4 Flying Vigilance, a Sarah Angel, is just being good this game.
All right, it's Reflector Mage here for Brian Braun-Duin.
Bounce Avacyn.
And Avacyn is going to go back into hand here for Carvalho. What does Brian have lined up here? Attacks?
If Brian wants to push an attack, he can +1 Tameo and maybe attack with some creatures that would draw him some cards, but the fact that Ashaya is a 4/4, Sylvan Advocate's a 4/5, those trackers are 4/3s, it means that there aren't that many creatures BBD can really even think of sending with, especially since, again, both players' life totals are so high that if BBD makes too reckless of an attack, Marcio can just take a bunch of damage, make only optimal blocks, advantageous ones, and then just send the turn back with all his creatures attacking.
Plus Tameo on Tireless Tracker and Ashaya.
So he's plus Tameo on his own Tireless Tracker and his opponent's Ashaya.
So the cool thing about
basically his biggest creature and his opponent's biggest creature
is that BBD can send in Tireless Tracker, and he's going to get a card no matter what here. If Marcio doesn't block, Nissa dies and BBD draws a card. If Marcio does block, then BBD draws a card off Tracker, and because it's a 5/4, it can kill any of the creatures Marcio would put in front of it. Also, it's threatening to be a 6/5, by the way. There's these two clues kind of lurking off to the side, and the mystery they'll unravel is why Tireless Tracker went from a 5/4 to a 6/5.
Brian has also left up mana for Dromica's Command, though he doesn't have any cards left in his hand, does he? I think he's out.
No, the Tireless Trackers have forced BBD to play out his lands pre-combat.
Okay. So Marcio does have perfect information here then. As long as he remembers about the clue up there, he will know exactly what he needs to do and what he wants to trade off.
Marcio does have Dromica's Command, so it's possible he could engineer a situation as well.
Order the Sylvan Advocate first. Okay, damage. I draw a card.
Okay, so this worked out pretty well for Brian Braun-Duin. He traded off his Tireless Tracker for a Sylvan Advocate, a reasonable trade on the other side, and he also got to draw a card off of it.
I'll pass the turn.
And he's going to pass the turn back.
I cast Tameo and Reflector. Or no, I cast Collected Company and Reflector Mage.
So Brian reminding Marcio that his Duskwatch Recruiter should be back on front side duty there.
Sure.
There's
Those
that
Tireless Trackers just keep rolling right along here for Marcio Carvalho. He couldn't find one after a couple of looks last time, but now he hit 2 in a row.
And now Marcio's in a situation where he's really not going to run out of clues. Yes, eventually he may crack all 4 of these clues and want some more, but once you've snowballed with Double Tracker, you end up with a bunch of excess clues in play. Though, funnily enough, Tragic Arrogance will wipe out the clues as well.
That's true.
But now it just means because he didn't play a land last turn, then he's forever down a land. But Nissa has a good way of catching him back up. Now both players are sitting on 9 lands. So Marcio does have Avacyn. Both players are aware of that. Marcio can't cast Avacyn this turn, but he will be able to cast it during Brian Braun-Duin's next turn. thanks to it having Flash and Reflector Mage not locking it out completely.
20.
Brian Braun-Duin has found himself a copy of Nissa Vastwood Seer there. He didn't have quite enough mana to cast it last turn. So both of the Tireless Trackers are going to attack Tamio.
Technically, those could grow as large as 8/7 if Marcio just went, full on, detective mode and cracked all the clues. But Brian is probably assuming they're not going to be quite that big, but he still has to respect the fact that Marcio can just crack a clue or two and have them be a little bit larger. Marcio also has that Jamoka's command, which is at some point, he's going to be able to cast it for good effect. One option Brian has as well is he could just let Tamio die. The fact that Marcio's attacking with a lot of power, it's not the end of the world to let your Planeswalker go to the graveyard.
So Brian wanted to have more information about what was going to happen going forward, so he decided to sacrifice the clue there. He found a Dromoka's command, but...
Go ahead, declare blocks. Sure. Reflector Mage blocks 1.
Looks like he's going to chump block one of them, and he's going to stack block on the other to try to make sure that it dies, or at least force Marcio to do a bunch of things.
And Knights.
So if Marcio wants to kill 2 of Brian's creatures here on the triple block, he would have to sacrifice 3 clues. As is, Marcio can kill the Reflector Mage getting blocked by the 4/3, or the 4/3 tracker getting blocked by the 2/3 Reflector Mage. Marcio just wins that combat. The 4/3 tracker can take out either a Mage or a Knight of the White Orchid, and again, Marcio has the option of spending 6 mana right now to take out another one, but that is less appealing. Marcio also has that command in hand, so he can do something like have a Shia take out one of the 3/4 Reflector Mages, put a counter on tracker. So Marcio will have a 4 toughness tracker, which is currently taking 6 damage. Then he gets to sack 3 clues. So yeah, Marcio can make it so both of his tireless trackers live through this combat. It'll basically tap him out though, and BBD then potentially has the openings to attack with his final 3 creatures. It also will kill 3 of BBD's creatures if Marcio does, just basically move all in here by sacrificing 3 clues and then using Jamoka's command plus a fight to remove one of BBD's blockers. Marcio kind of running through all this as well.
That's right. This is an incredibly complex board state that we've found here. And a very complex combat step. And of course, these players have been competing in the World Championship for multiple days in a row. We started off with draft and constructed, then draft, then constructed on 3 days in a row. And this is Brian asking that Marcio order the blockers. This is, of course, the first thing that needs to happen after blocks are declared.
First, second, third. So the mages, both mages first? Yeah. Okay, sure.
If that's an Avacyn,
he can't do that, can he?
He cannot.
I think that got Reflector Mage last turn. Did it not? It has been a very tough game to track, but...
Yeah. Trigger on the stack.
It must not have then.
No, BBD cast Reflector Mage last turn.
I thought he did.
He did.
He cast Collected Company,
He
and
targeted
Reflector
Avacyn.
Mage.
When was it bounced with Reflector Mage?
2 turns ago, right? Multiple turns ago. Yeah, he can recast it. Yeah, multiple turns ago, I think, right? Yeah. Oh, wait.
No,
I
Tamio
don't
got attacked from 5.
actually think that's true, yeah.
Tamio got attacked from 5 to 1 by Avacyn.
Okay.
BBD then played Reflector Mage, bouncing Avacyn, and ticked Tamio up to 2.
Last turn, because I bounced with an attack with a tracker. So you can't cast it until much.
Yeah, you cast Collected Company and got a mage.
You sure?
No, he just he cast it from his hand.
Got a mage off of it.
No, I didn't. I got a tracker off the company, and then I cast a Reflector Mage from my hand on Avacyn, and then I attacked with this tracker at Nissa.
Yeah, Marcio cannot cast that Avacyn
it
turn.
actually can't be cast until my turn.
Okay. That's right, yes.
So can we hold? They're gonna check the replay.
They're gonna double check the video, so we'll pause for that.
I'm fairly certain that's the case. But
Well, Avacyn or not, this is still a very interesting combat step.
Yes, and I was trying to get out of the way to let the discussion happen there, just to make sure that we're as clear as possible on what's happening, and that is the dispute there is whether or not Marcio has the ability to cast Archangel Avacyn here. By our recollection, he does not. They're going to double check. Not something that we normally have a chance to do, but here at the World Championship, we do have a little setup. So.
You cannot cast it.
And you hear the judge saying he cannot cast it.
So despite this being a pretty complicated set of blocks here, Marcio now had this plan, and he actually has to recalibrate because clearly he thought he could cast Avacyn, and that's what he kind of made these decisions.
I did want to ask you: does that change the order of the blockers at all? I don't know if that was part of the equation.
I don't believe it does because Reflector Mage is slightly better to kill, but basically Marcio has to decide whether he's fine trading the bigger tireless or one of the tireless trackers for just a Reflector Mage, or he wants to just completely move in, use command, sack all his clues, and just take everything out. Because the kind of middle ground of just sacrificing some clues to take out 2 of those blockers, it's certainly an option, but it is less appealing than trying to go the whole distance and having your tracker survive.
If he does go the whole distance, will he be able to kill all 3 creatures? That's 4/8. That's 11 toughness he needs to come up with. Is that right?
So Marcio's already sacrificed 1 clue. Tracker's currently at 5/4. If he sacrifices 2 more clues, it becomes a 7/6, and then he's able to cast Dromoka's command, having Ashaya fight one of the Reflector Mages, putting another counter on Tracker, making it an 8/7, and then that takes out the other 2 blockers.
Okay. He did not do that, though, did he?
No, it would have required him to tap out, but that was his other option.
Okay. But he did actually end up taking a little bit more of that middle ground that you said.
Yeah, you played a land. You played a land. You played a land. You plus Nissa. Okay. No, I know. I'm just explaining.
Marcio is asking if he had played a land yet for the turn, and the answer seems to be yes.
Yeah, 2 lands actually entered the battlefield this turn because of Nissa's +1 hit of Yavimaya Coast.
That's right.
And one of the reasons that to crack that 1 clue that Marcio did, even though that didn't change the combat, is just to give more information. We saw BBD do that last turn, crack a clue before blocks, just to kind of see what else you want to use your mana for.
So I say...
And with 7 mana, Marcio is leaving up the ability to cast Avacyn and still crack a clue.
Now Marcio is asking if he's cast a spell for the turn to see if his Duskwatch Intruder is going to transform, and the answer was ultimately no. He did use up a little bit of mana and a Planeswalker activation, but didn't actually cast a spell, it seems.
A spell was put on the stack, but ultimately that did not happen.
That's right. Okay, so Crawlinhorde Howler, and now here's Nissa.
Good.
And Marcio gives him the hand gesture that says, yes, you did make a Nissa. And that means that Brian gets to search up a forest here, play it, and transform his own Nissa. So this incredible grind fest will continue.
I'm not gonna lie, I love games like this. This is
where
why
you
I play
come
Magic.
alive.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and both these players, like they're getting to play like a very complicated but ultimately satisfying game. That there's something to be said for the tempo games that we saw in the first 2, but this is a game where both players just make a ton of decisions.
Mm-hmm. So Brian's actually going to play a Fortified Village there. Revealing the forest that he got, that's going to get a counter on Tireless Tracker, and he is going to transform Nissa. He's going to plus Nissa and find a Dromoka's command. That will join the other Dromoka's command that he already had in his hand. Can he line up something here? Remember, now...
Crack a clue.
All right, he's going to start cracking clues. Let's see what he finds.
So a really important interaction that both players are going to need to keep in mind here is that BBD knows that Marcio has Avacyn. Marcio knows that BBD has Dromoka's command.
Mm-hmm.
Dromoka's command is a great answer to Avacyn. BBD needs to keep up mana to kill the Avacyn before anything happens. But Marcio also knows that. So both players are aware of all this and have to play around it.
But the cool part is that BBD has 2 now.
Right. The second Dromoka's command is something Marcio doesn't know about and could get completely destroyed by. However, Marcio also has his own commands. So there's a lot of ways this could play out, and it's going to be really interesting to see which direction it goes.
On top of all that last clue that was sacrificed for Brian Braun-Duin found him a copy of Thalia's Lieutenant.
That's a very impactful card at this stage in the game.
Yeah, another way he can start to try to take over here. He doesn't have quite enough mana at the moment. Remember, he's already played his land for the turn to play both commands and Athalia's Lieutenant this turn. He can play any two of them, though.
I'm going to plus Tamio. I'm going to target your Tireless Tracker and your Ashaya. And I'm going to go to combat.
Okay, you could hear Brian. I'm kind of letting him take some of the commentary duty here as he's being very clear about his actions. Tamio was plussed there.
On Tireless Tracker and Ashaya.
And on the Ashaya as well. And now Brian wants to go to attacks. He has left up mana for both Dromoka's commands. And Marcio's thinking.
And this is a situation where the player that blinks first can very easily get punished. You want your Dromoka's command to be the last one on the stack. Because in the wrong order, things do not go well for you. I mean, fight is an awesome mechanic. It's actually a great way for green to deal with opposing creatures. But when it goes poorly, it goes really poorly.
That's right.
When your 3/3 fights their 2/3, then all of a sudden they get to put a ++1 counter on it. Now all of a sudden your 3/3 just eats it up against their 3/4, and they get another fight somewhere else.
Okay, it comes into play with the trigger on the stack.
Uh-oh. This is not good news for Braun-Duin, is it?
I think it is, actually. I think the second Dromoka's command is going to work out quite well for Braun-Duin here, because Marcio knows about the one.
So Marcio was the first one to blink by playing Archangel Avacyn in this scenario? Oh.
Put a counter on Reflector Mage, and Reflector Mage fights Avacyn.
Now this could prompt Marcio Carvalho to play his own copy of Dromoka's command.
Because if BBD doesn't have a second command, this is so advantageous for Marcio. If Marcio just lets this happen, he traded Avacyn for a command, and BBD got just a counter out of it, which is
what a disaster.
Not a great deal for Marcio.
Yeah.
Avacyn's one of the most important cards. But if Marcio casts his own command here, like let's say Marcio says, okay, my 4/4 or my 5/4 fights your Reflector Mage in response. BBD can then have one of his other creatures fight that creature, and then all of a sudden Marcio loses 2 creatures and a command. BBD loses just the 2 commands, and BBD gets 2 ++1 counters out of the deal. There are certainly ways for this to go differently than that, but that's kind of at the base level what you're looking to. Both players are trying to use command to make the fights swing in their favor.
So let's see what Marcio does here.
Here it's coming.
And there it is, Dromoka's command from Marcio Carvalho. He has not named his modes yet.
Let's just say BBD won't be sacrificing an enchantment. I can feel like Marcio doesn't have a good feeling about this. Like
he's very hesitant to make this
BBD
play.
was pretty confident with how this worked out, and Marcio just knows this can go wrong very easily. I think he's forced to fight over this Avacyn, given that it's already in play, but...
Counter on Avacyn.
Counter on Avacyn.
And...
Braun-Duin ready to spring his trap once Marcio decides exactly what he wants to do with his own Dromoka's command.
Though by splitting up what gets the counter and what fights, Marcio is able to put himself in a position where maybe Brian doesn't get to keep both of his creatures. Like there's a lot of ways for this to go where Brian does lose a creature.
We'll fight Nightlight for Arctic.
Okay, in response to that.
And here it goes from Braun-Duin.
Counter on Avacyn and Tracker fights Knight. All right, in response to that, I'm going to do Dromoka's command. Counter on Reflector Mage, and Thalia's Lieutenant fights
There is just like a string of fights and counters happening here.
Yeah, but...
So, you're doing? Sorry?
A counter on Reflector Mage,
okay.
Thalia's Lieutenant fights Tireless Tracker.
So this is a trade. BBD is going to be losing the Thalia's Lieutenant.
Yes, but he seems like he was content with that because it was a tireless tracker that it was trading with.
Counter on Avacyn.
And now his resolves, and there's nothing to fight, so it's just a counter. And now the Reflector Mage picks up a counter and fights Avacyn.
Yep.
That was all with Avacyn's triggered ability on the stack, so that ended up working out very well for Brian Braun-Duin. Just as you described, Luis, it was actually Marcio who blinked first in that transaction, and the second copy of Dromica's command was a big deal.
Yeah, this board stall is, well, it's becoming less stalled. I mean, Marcio has 3 creatures in play. He's got a Planeswalker still, but he's falling behind, and BBD has 2 Planeswalkers. BBD has 4 creatures in play. Also, BBD has Tireless Tracker. Marcio's Tireless Trackers are gone. You know,
Cameo targets a Cheyenne.
Tracker. Yeah.
remember, Tamio's ability only cares about combat damage, so Tracker fighting does not trigger Tamio.
Mm-hmm. How big of a swing was that for Brian? Was that a game-ending, potential, or was that just like another incremental step in a direction?
It was definitely one of the most important sequences of the game because Avacyn is just one of the most important cards, in this matchup. Just an unchecked Avacyn is so huge, and the fact that she can sometimes flip is so huge. The fact that BBD was able to trade Athalia's Lieutenant and 2 commands for Avacyn command and Tireless Tracker, plus BBD gets 2 counters on that Reflection Mage. That's not irrelevant.
Mm-hmm.
BBD ended up very far ahead in that exchange.
Okay. We're going to see a Selfless Spirit now from Marcio Carvalho. He just found that off of activating his Dustwatch Recruiter. But wait, there's more. A Sylvan Advocate, and that wasn't the end of it either. Another Duskwatch Recruiter. So a very good turn here, using up almost all of his mana and adding 3 creatures to the board for Marcio Carvalho before passing it back.
Yeah, but BBD, the fact that he's got Thalia's Lieutenant plus Tamio means that BBD can set up some nice combats. Though Selfless Spirit goes a long way here.
Duskwatch Recruiter off of the Nissa activation for Brian Braun-Duin could give him yet another way to start chaining spells into his hand. He still has a clue left over from the Tireless Tracker as well. He drew a land for the turn, is that right, Luis?
Yeah.
He's got an Evolving Wilds, actually, which could give him another 2 clues off of the Tireless Tracker.
BBD is not going to miss a land drop this game.
Yeah.
You can count, if you want to figure out what turn it is, you can count the number of lands BBD has in play, plus like some various Knight of the White Orchid nonsense. Mm-hmm. Because at this point, between the clues and the Nissas, BBD not only is going to play a land every turn, he wants to play a land every turn.
Okay, Brian says, I'm going to go get a second clue after sacrificing my Evolving Wilds.
Yeah, Tireless Tracker, Duskwatch Recruiter, Nissa, it's like purchasing flood protection. There's no way to draw too many lands in this kind of matchup.
How does the game end, though? Like, if both players are just drawing multiple cards per turn and casting very similar creatures, what's the game breaker?
Big swings, something like Thalia's Lieutenant. Like, if BBD was able to find a second Thalia's Lieutenant and play them both in the same turn, he would almost assuredly have great attacks.
Okay.
Tragic Arrogance can reset the board state and kind of, get it back to the point where whatever the players have in hand is what matters. Big Duskwatch Recruiter fueled turns. If you can start your turn with a Kralin Horde Howler in play and then play 8 mana worth of creatures for 4 mana, that gives you a really big edge as well. It's funny because a lot of it just boils down to using your mana efficiently. We've entered the phase in the game where both players have 9, 10, 11 lands, and I would expect both of them to basically use all their lands every turn. I mean, sometimes you end up with an odd land untapped like Marcio did, but that's just because most of your cards cost 2, but you're at a point where there's no reason to leave mana on the table.
I'm going to plus Tamio on Selfless Spirit and Sylvan Advocate. I'll pass the turn.
He's going to plus Tamio on Marcio's 2 best threats and pass the turn back. So players have entered a bit of a holding pattern here as far as attacks go. And this is a big draw step for Carvalho. Finds a land off the top. But as we've mentioned before, he's got 2 Duskwatch Recruiters and a Nissa rolling along. Plus 3 clues on the battlefield. So he won't be short on cards either.
Well, those Tireless Trackers dying actually means Marcio could run out of clues this game. It was something that didn't seem very likely, but the way things are heading, it doesn't seem like it's that outside the realm of possibility.
He's going to go for a Duskwatch Recruiter activation rather than cracking a clue. He finds a Reflector Mage. He also found a Gideon, but that's going to have to go on the bottom of the library.
Reflector Mage at this stage of the game is less about tempo and more about doing things like resetting plus and plus counters, like that, knocking the 4 off the tireless tracker or the 3 off the Reflector Mage. Flying is very important in matchups like this as well, and that's one of the edges Marcio has. Is his deck has a decent amount of flyers in it. BBD just, humans don't fly very easily, so
that's right.
there aren't a whole lot of them with flying.
Reflector Mage to do exactly what you just described, Luis, reset that tireless tracker. It's not really a huge setback for Braun-Duin as far as cards and such, but he did build up 4+1/+1 counters on that card, which are going to fly away.
One advantage Marcio has when it comes to attacks in this stage of the game is that Selfless Spirit, that lowly Selfless Spirit is sitting there, and it means that if there ever is a gigantic combat step, Marcio will lose just Selfless Spirit. Everything else will be indestructible. There's nothing else will die. So Marcio can probably leverage that for at least a creature or two. Though remember, that Sylvan Advocate still has been cameoed. So if it enters combat, then BBD is likely to draw a card, assuming it ends up dealing damage to something.
Yeah, the Selfless Spirit was the other target for that Tameo Plus ability. We also have 2 Nisses each on 5 loyalty here.
Nissa technically could ultimate at some point. I mean, we could see that happen. That's one way to break the stalemate, is to just make a bunch of 6/6s.
Yeah, with this many lands on the battlefield.
I have 18, right?
You're at 18 on the 20, yes.
Tamio is on Selfless Spirit and?
Sylvan Advocate, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was, in fact, those 2.
Oh, wow, we're seeing a massive combat here.
Okay, so Marcio Carvalho looking to really take advantage of that Selfless Spirit interaction that you just mentioned, where he could enter a fairly large combat and still have the bulk of his creatures survive, but this could be risky for him. As the blockers on the other side look pretty decent, especially the Reflector Mage with 3+1/+1 counters on it and a 3/3 first strike as well.
Also, Brian could have a collected company here. It turns out he doesn't, but it is the sort of thing that Marcio has to worry about.
Does Marcio feel like he's falling behind and needs to start making big attacks? This feels like a risky play.
It is, and part of the reason that Marcio has more incentive is
go to blocks. Sure.
is that BBD has 2 Planeswalkers and Tireless Tracker going, and Marcio has just 1 Planeswalker.
Knight on Duskwatch, Knight on Duskwatch, Duskwatch on Ashaya.
So as things currently stand, only the Selfless Spirit and a Reflector Mage are unblocked. BBD is only going to lose a Duskwatch Recruiter, and BBD I don't think is concerning himself with cards like Dromoka's Command. I think he has identified that if Marcio has it, it's just going to be really tough for him in this situation. So he's blocking kind of as if Marcio doesn't.
This blocks looks fairly straightforward. The one interesting one is the Duskwatch Recruiter. It looks like, is it chumping Ashaya up there?
It is. And
otherwise,
Marcio,
these blocks are quite straightforward.
Yeah, and Marcio, BBD put 3/3s on 2/2s and a 5/6 on a 4/5. If Marcio wants to get Selfless Spirit's ability, he does have to sacrifice it before damage. So this attack looks like it's going to end up trading Selfless Spirit for Duskwatch Recruiter, and then BBD draws a card off the Tameo. Anyway. So that, 2 points of damage to get through with Reflector Mage, but this looks pretty good for BBD as things currently stand.
So it's a very aggressive attack from Marcio. He's got a plan. Likely will take place over multiple turns.
And he's got some tough decisions to make here, but
okay.
He's going to sacrifice a clue and see what he finds.
All right, he's going to get some more.
He found a Dromoka's Command right off the top.
All right, so that definitely changes things. That's a swing. So now, what Marcio's looking to do when you find something like Command here is line it up so that you get a good bonus out of the +1/+1 counter and a good bonus out of the fight. So one way to do that is, say, make one of those Duskwatch Recruiters getting blocked by 3/3s into a 3/3.
Okay.
Have Ashaya fight something like that big Reflector Mage, and then sack, in response to all that, sack Selfless Spirit. And that works out pretty well.
Well, this attack looks a lot better now.
Definitely.
And now Marcio's trying to decide how. So it looks like he's going to start off by sacrificing the Selfless Spirit.
Yeah, and that is where all of this starts. Because at this point, it's Marcio's just going to need that indestructibility.
And here's Dromica's command.
The Tamio is on Selfless and this one, right?
Yeah, Sylvan Advocate and Selfless.
Selfless Spirit's already gone, so that's not happening.
Make these two fight.
And it won't happen there either.
Before damage, activate Duskwatch Recruiter.
Ooh, there's a collected company.
Two companies.
Two collected companies go to the bottom.
So damage.
He also does not hit a creature.
This, and this. Tamio takes 2 and I draw a card.
That makes sense.
Okay.
He had attacked Tamio there.
And I draw a card.
And he does end up drawing a card, though, because the original fight there did not actually kill the Reflector Mage. It took actual damage.
Had BBD cracked a clue instead of using Duskwatch, the card on top was a Dromoka's command. Now BBD's in a lot of trouble.
Now he's way far behind, and that Dromica's command off the top for Marcio Carvalho looks fantastic, as it's really cleared away much of the board that looked dominant for Braun-Duin. He hits a land off of Nissa. She's at 6.
So Braun-Duin is going to be able to reload his board fairly well here, because at this point nothing's stopping him from playing a Thalia's Lieutenant, for example. But he really is going to have a little bit of trouble just dealing with the fact that Marcio is now ahead and has all his mana untapped.
He found another copy of Tamio.
And he might be kind of resorting, or be forced to resort to -2ing the Tamio that's currently in play to lock down 2 creatures. Play Tamio, -2 to lock down 2 more creatures, and kind of use that to buy time. But there you're trading resources away. So you end up down on the exchange, but you do get some time.
You do get some time, but unfortunately that would still leave 1 extra attacker there for Marcio.
You, 7 or something?
Yeah, 8.
Currently on 8 cards.
I'm going to minus Tamio, targeting Reflector Mage and Ashaya.
Okay, Reflector Mage and Ashaya are going to get tapped down. They'll stay that way for a turn cycle.
Thalia's Lieutenant. Play one for the turn. I'll cast
BBD deciding how he wants to sequence his humans, because it's not actually clear he wants all the humans to be as big. He might actually want to grow Thalia's Lieutenant.
Dromoka's command, put a counter on this. This fight's Sylvan Advocate.
Okay, well, he is starting to chew away at Marcio Carvalho's board a little bit here. He's neutralized 2 threats for a turn cycle. Now just took out the Sylvan Advocate. Now he's going to play the other copy of Tamio.
Plus on Knight of the White Orchid and the Duskwatch that has a counter on it. Okay.
And he's going to go ahead and attack and get himself a card here. And he's going to attack Nissa. And wow, not bad.
And Tamio's, of course, any combat damage. So
yes. And that Knight of the White Orchid now at 5 power, able to kill Nissa. Send her loyalty to 0 and draw Braun-Duin another card. This turn has worked out very well for him, and now here's a Duskwatch Recruiter as well.
Yeah, that was a huge swing.
Really
well played that turn.
Yeah, that was really nice. Yeah, he's left himself with a couple of 2/2s on blocks.
He's got 2 2/2s back to block. So Marcio does have good attacks here, but if Marcio attacks with that 3/3 Recruiter, Brian will draw a card. And you may ask how many cards is too many cards. Both players are very content to draw more and more cards.
Their appetite is strong.
I mean, look at how much resources they're trading off. Like their graveyards are just stacked at this point.
Yeah, these last 2.5, 3 turns have been huge swings as far as board states. Now it's Marcio's turn to take a stab at this, though. And he is going to activate his Duskwatch Recruiter. He saw a Thalia and a Sylvan Advocate.
And Thalia would have been absurd earlier this game, like this, the turns where BBD needs to play multiple creatures to stabilize. Thalia just prevents that by making them enter the battlefield tapped, but she's still going to be solid here.
Yeah, Brian has 3 copies of Thalia in his main deck as well.
Thalia actually a big concession to the Emrakul decks. It reduces the impact of Emrakul or Elder Deep Fiend, which at this point there are a few Emrakuls floating around. In fact, they've all left the building.
Indeed.
So Marcio doesn't have quite enough damage to kill either Planeswalker if BBD wants to make some blocks.
I will double block your big Duskwatch Recruiter.
Brian's going to throw 2 creatures, 2 2/2s in front of the 3/3 Duskwatch Recruiter. Remember, that one also is under effect of Tamio, so he's going to draw a card. Thalia's Lieutenant is going to be the card that he decided to kill.
And Thalia's Lieutenant is the biggest long-term threat. Even though with tons of mana, Duskwatch Recruiter is also fairly potent, so it wasn't an easy decision.
It was a Lambholt Pacifist that he found, and you can see once again using up all that mana save 1 land is Marcio Carvalho, who just goes Thalia, Duskwatch, Noose Constrictor, go.
Oh, BBD still has those 2 Planeswalkers. Yeah, this game is amazing.
It has been unbelievable. Another Nissa.
BBD with like 14 lands in play. And then still, he has millions of lands in play. Yet
Plus Tamio targeting the Knight and the Noose Constrictor.
Despite all those lands, BBD still has plenty of stuff to spend his mana on.
And he's going to attack with the Knight of the White Orchid here. The Noose Constrictor is also affected by Tamio.
You get a 13. I draw.
Marcio's going to take 5 damage here and get another card in hand. It was a tireless tracker now for Brian Braun-Duin.
And the big thing Brian Braun-Duin has to worry about right now is the fact that all of his creatures enter the battlefield tapped thanks to Thalia. So he's in the kind of position where he can play a bunch of creatures here.
It's going to be tapped.
But he's not going to be able to assemble great blocks. Tragic Arrogance would be incredibly good for Brian right now. Reduce Marcio to like a Reflector Mage and 1 clue. Though BBD would have to give up 2 of his creatures and 1 of his Planeswalkers.
Play a Forest, get a clue. Sure.
Forest being basic, of course, does not get affected by Thalia.
Crack a clue. Sure.
And Brian just continues to churn through his library here, looking for as much as he can find. He just found a Thalia's Lieutenant off the top. Needs to make sure he doesn't get killed in one fell swoop here by Marcio Carvalho. Something like a Gideon Emblem or something like that could be responsible for a massive amount of damage.
So what BBD has found here, he's found that this Tragic Arrogance is at the bottom. And by the way, both players...
Has he gotten to the point?
Both players are getting to the point where they need to keep track of the bottom of their library.
Yeah, they actually are. Because do you remember when he put that one down there?
It was a couple Duskwatches ago. But by being able to bounce Thalia with that Reflector Mage, BBD now is able to play an untapped blocker and at least have 2 creatures up to block here.
Your turn.
This is an interesting position. Remember, Brian could have used his Tamio to minus and lock down some threats, but instead he plussed, attacked, and left himself relatively shields down here after having suffered the effects of Thalia for a while there.
And Marcio doesn't have lethal here, even with the Reflector Mage he just drew, but he's not far off. Though if Marcio, we're in a position where if Marcio, makes too many attacks, BBD does have a 5/5, a 4/3 tracker, which is going to be able to grow, a 2/3. These are all creatures that can crack back on the following turn.
4.
Okay.
And I can play Thalia.
Yes.
So Marcio's going through the motions here because he needs to figure out how much damage he can actually get in for and what these next couple of turns actually look like as far as getting the job done. He's down on life total right now, but it does feel like he's able to attack for a significant amount here if he wants. He's going to activate Duskwatch Recruiter and find another Selfless Spirit.
Selfless Spirit's a big one. Well, it's very small. It's the smallest creature, but it's very big impact. It can make any gigantic combat kind of hinge towards Marcio.
Yes.
So Selfless Spirit, Reflector Mage. And now is Marcio going to line up a big attack here? One blocker, but one blocker left.
Only has a 2/2.
These two Nissa.
He's attacking Nissa with those two creatures.
Nissa is guaranteed. Marcio can guarantee kill both Planeswalkers here.
And the best Brian can do is trade a Duskwatch Recruiter for a Duskwatch Recruiter.
He could. At the point where Marcio is guaranteed killing both Planeswalkers, which is happening now. 4 2-power creatures attacking Tamiyo, and then 2 creatures that could have 3 power because the Noose Constrictor can grow, attacking Nissa. At that point, maybe
you
just
let it happen.
Let it happen, and then try to line up lethal on the way back. I mean, BBD is going to have a hard time doing that though, because Marcio still has 2 blockers. He has Reflector Mage and Selfless Spirit.
Let's look at BBD's hand though. He does have a Thalia's Lieutenant in his hand.
It's not the end of the world for BBD to have Nissa die as well, because he has a second Nissa in hand, which we will be able to flip.
Yeah, he also did get to draw another card there.
Thanks to the Thalia, or Tamiyo trigger.
Tamiyo, exactly. As it turned out, it was a forest, but Marcio once again asking if he had played a land yet for the turn. Judge says no.
Did you? You did not play land. I did not play land.
Marcio just passes the turn back.
Noose Constrictor gives you a reason to not play lands, as well as maybe drawing a Tireless Tracker.
So,
there's
a Tragic Arrogance off the top for Brian Braun-Duin. Now, what does that do, Luis?
It means that BBD can reduce Marcio to just a Reflector Mage, presumably being his weakest creature. Also, if Marcio doesn't sack a clue, he can eliminate one of the clues. What BBD loses is his 3 creatures, probably either losing Reflector Mage and Duskwatch, keeping either Tireless Tracker or Knight of the White Orchid. But what BBD gets to do, which is very powerful here, is play Arrogance first and then followed up by playing a bunch of creatures.
So it almost ends up being like a tempo type play. Now, one thing to keep in mind with Tragic Arrogance is that we're talking about sacrificing non-land permanents.
Right.
So the Selfless Spirit will not prevent this.
No, I suspect it will be sacrificed, but it will not, in fact, prevent the effect from occurring.
Indeed. So this is another massive swing here in this game that has been absolutely unbelievable. And here we go. Let's see what happens to the board state after this. It's the Tireless Tracker versus a Reflector Mage. But as you said, now this is the big turn. Now Brian is going to try to make his move where he plays as many creatures as possible, culminating with that Thalia's Lieutenant to try to make the biggest board possible.
I think I have forest.
Does not have a forest, and this is a shuffle, which could be interesting. Remember, there are 2 collected companies off the bottom. Remember that one Duskwatch Recruiter activation showed us 2 of those. Now he has potentially a better chance of drawing them, as they were in the bottom 6. This library is getting a little thin there.
And this is what Tragic Arrogance does. Even if BBD doesn't get up a bunch of cards, he's going to be able to go creature afterwards and end up with a pretty overwhelming board presence. Though Marcio has access to his own Tragic Arrogances. If Marcio draws one of those...
Village, revealing, forest, 2 clues, flip Nissa.
Nissa transforms as well.
BBD's board went from empty to just stock full once again.
Tireless tireless tracker.
Another tireless tracker as well. Now, I believe that force was just revealed. There we go, back in hand. A Lamholt Pacifist.
Reflector Mage? Reflector Mage?
Oh, you, okay,
That's what
okay.
I think so.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's right.
That's Squash, no.
I reflected one bolt and killed both twins.
The Lamholt was Reflector Mage.
Yes, the question, of course, is whether that Lamholt Pacifist was Reflector Maged. And it was.
One each.
Yes.
One each.
One each.
This game has been incredibly complex.
Crack a clue.
This is one of the longest. Was that a collected company off the top, Luis?
It was.
So, and now he's going to play the Thalia's Lieutenant, but this could be setting up for a massive turn next turn for Brian Braun-Duin.
And also the way that things have been maneuvered so far, even if Marcio finds Tragic Arrogance, I think there's a good chance BB just has 5 more spells on his next turn, whereas Marcio doesn't have a ton left, though. Marcio did draw one of the lone Eldrazi in this matchup.
He did. He drew an Elder Deep Fiend off the top of his library there.
So as it currently stands, we've got 2 gigantic tireless trackers and a Thalia's Lieutenant facing down against just a lone Reflector Mage. BBD also has Nissa on his side, so BBD is significantly far ahead on board, and Marcio has to come back for that.
That Tragic Arrogance was massive.
BBD also ahead 20 life to 7 life, so Marcio is in the kind of position where even if he has a good Elder Deep Fiend turn, he could end up in a spot where he still can't quite kill BBD, and he's at such low life that he can't be too aggressive.
Carvalho down to 7 here in this epic Game 3 between these two players at the World Championship.
Pretty good chance this Elder Deep Fiend gets hardcast, by the way.
Plan A for the Bant Company deck. You're totally right. He's got 8 mana lined up. It'll buy him a turn. Will it buy him much more than that is the question.
BPD's 4 lands ahead of Marcio, and you know, it may seem strange that I keep bringing up the land counts when they have 12 and like 15 lands respectively, or 16 lands respectively. Both players are tapping out every turn. They're using all their mana.
Yes.
And that just means BBD plays an extra spell every turn. And
Yes.
this game isn't lasting 10 more turns. This game, is lasting enough turns where those 3 to 4 extra spells are just a huge impact.
So
BBD
Tireless Tracker number 3 for BBD.
He's cracked more clues over the course of the game.
Plus the Nissa.
Plus the Nissa, and he is going to find an Evolving Wilds. Now that is going to enter the battlefield tap thanks to Thalia. He won't be able to sacrifice it.
Thalia punishes Evolving Wilds significantly.
Yeah, it comes into play tapped, gets a tap land.
So I'm not even clear they can get a land at this point in the game. BBD is getting pretty close to being out of
I would
basics.
guess he can't, yeah. He didn't have a forest. And here's the Lamholt Pacifist that he now is able to cast, and this Thalia's Lieutenant is ticking ever upwards. Now we're going to go to combat, and this is where we expect to see that Elder Deep Fiend now from Carvalho.
Deep Fiend not great at ambushing tireless trackers that are, 6'5", 7'6".
They're just bigger. Also, look at that. 4 clues, all of which could be cracked here, and the tireless trackers already have 3 and 2 counters on them, respectively.
Got out of mana. These are all taps. You have 2 cards in your hand. That resolves.
Okay, Elder Deep Fiend resolves,
use this
taps a
mana.
land and 3 creatures.
And this, I'm gonna crack a clue.
And he's going to float the mana there and then sacrifice a clue, which is going to put a counter on each of his tireless trackers. And he's going to find another Lamholt Pacifist. And these last 2 turns for Brian Braun-Duin have been amazing.
And even though Marcio is able to not only tap down Brian Braun-Duin's team, but also have a Thalia out, making sure that Brian can't play new blockers, Marcio just doesn't have enough damage to kill BBD.
He's at 20.
Brian's at 20, and Marcio has 10 power. And Marcio's not playing Thalia's Lieutenant, so Marcio's not able to have like a bursty amount of damage out of nowhere.
What does he find? He finds a land off the top. Nothing for Carvalho here.
If this clue doesn't yield anything, then Marcio's actually, for the first time, he's going to pass the turn with like 11 unspent mana.
Let's see what he finds. This is huge. It was another land off the top, Luis. He whiffed, and that is going to do it for Game 3. What an unbelievable game. That was one of the longest, most complicated, crazy games I've ever commentated. It was over an hour long, Luis.
It was over an hour long, but it didn't feel like it because the game was just exciting the entire time. That was an awesome game.
That was such an intense match. And
shuffling with your deck upwards.
Yeah, but I was looking.
And I'll tell you what, Brian Braun-Duin is going to hug that tragic arrogance when he gets home, because that was the card that seemed to really swing things for him in the deep late part of that game. Now, one question I had for you, Luis. Do these things ever come down to decking? Like, we saw Brian get down pretty low. Does it usually come to a natural end, or do we see people run out of cards in library in this matchup?
It realistically is not going to come down to decking. I mean, it might come down to whether you draw like your arrogances at the right time, or you know, like Marcio. You saw he put a Gideon on the bottom with one of the Dusk Watches. There were some turns where a Gideon emblem would have really swung the game. So I don't think that given the combination of cards in both players' decks, it can come down to decking because of Tragic Arrogance, wiping the board if it ever gets too crazy. But you can certainly see both players use up tons of resources, just an immense amount.
Yeah. One of the really key sequences there, I just talked about the Tragic Arrogance being, really one of the biggest stamps on that game. But one of the ones that came earlier that really got Brian Braun-Duin back in it was Dromica's Command. Specifically the fact that he had 2 copies of it, which trumped the only 1 copy that Marcio Carvalho had. And we saw 3 of them resolved in that rather complex sequence, ultimately resulting in Brian coming out from a favorable position.
Dromica's Command is crucial not only because it's one of the few like removal spells. I mean, the Bant Shard is not famed for its wealth of removal. Also because it, like I mentioned during the match, it can go really wrong. When you have a fight lined up and you're like, all right, my 4/5 is going to fight your 4/4, and then they respond by making their 4/4 into a 5/5, and then having their other creature fight and kill your other creature, all of a sudden your 4/5 just runs into their 5/5, and you end up just binning multiple cards to their 1. So being the last person to put command on the stack is usually very, very good, and that's what we saw in that interaction.
Yeah, it went Archangel Avacyn, command, 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 and the last one, of course, was for Brian there. One of the other cards that I think that Brian had a chance to draw and maybe affect the outcome of the game much earlier than that game actually went, but he ended up not finding it, was Thalia's Lieutenant. And this is a card, we were talking about Marcio having put Gideon on the bottom of his library there from an activation from a Duskwatch recruiter. And, something like an emblem from Gideon can be very powerful in the late part of the game when the boards are both drawn out. But in BBD's deck, that 2-mana creature, Thalia's Lieutenant, looks a lot like that anyway.
Yeah, it's a Gideon emblem you can hit off of Collected Company. It's a 2-mana card that you can sequence like, have a turn 5 or a turn 6 where you have 2 creatures in play, you play another creature, you play Thalia's Lieutenant, and all of a sudden you have a very good attack. One of the cool tricks with Thalia's Lieutenant, which you actually did multiple times when I played him, was 6 mana, play Thalia's Lieutenant, trigger on the stack, cast Collected Company, which means that any humans you find off the company get the Thalia's Lieutenant counter. So that's something that we might see come up in this match, depending on how late the game goes.
You can see her leading the charge through the woods there. Back to our main feature match area here. Just 2 players left in our World Championship. We started with 24. That was 4 days ago. And now it's all come down to this. Brian Braun-Duin up 2-1 over Marcio Carvalho. And Marcio has his work cut out for him. He is going to need to win back-to-back games in this tough Bant matchup, and if he does, he'll be the world champion. But if Brian can win either of the next 2, he's going to be holding that big trophy at the end of the day here. Take a look at it right there, in fact.
And you mentioned breaking serve. And Marcio, even if he wins this game, BBD is going to be on the play in Game 5.
I actually said stealing serve. Got lambasted by the chat for that one.
Well, when you make gigantic errors, then the chat is going to call you out.
I told him I'm not a tennis scientist, so... All right, looks like players are just about ready to present here, and we're going to be bringing you Game 4. This could be the one that decides the world champion. If not, we'll get a Game 5. Incredible to see these 2 gold pros in the finals as well.
Well, one of them's not going to be gold anymore.
It is. Very correct. And, frankly, after the good performance that they both put up, they both have a good shot of not being gold by the end of the next season.
At the World Championships, you get a pro point per match win and 2 pro points per match win in the top 4. So both these players have locked up a significant amount of pro points.
Okay, players are trying opening hands here for Game 4. Is this going to be the one that puts Brian Braun-Duin into that World Championship circle, or is this the one that's going to force Game 5 for Marcio Carvalho?
It's a close to optimal draw by Braun-Duin. Double collected company, Knight of the White Orchid on the draw, 2 lands, Thalia's Lieutenant. He has all the pieces he needs.
He has the pieces he needs.
He even has the Lambholt Pacifist to play on turn 2, so he has a 2-drop still because you don't want to play Knight of the White Orchid until turn 3. If Brian can draw 1 land in the next couple turns, then I think he's in great shape. Even if he doesn't, he's going to be able to play turn 2 Knight of the White, or turn 3 Knight of the White Orchid, turn 4 Nissa, and really not end up behind on lands despite missing potentially 1 land drop.
Can our GP master parlay all that travel, all those countries, all those states, all those frequent flyer miles into a world championship?
Marcio's got a good start too. He's got Noose Constrictor. This is a big draw step for Marcio.
Marcio found a tireless tracker. What was he looking for there, Luis?
A land.
He's missing his land here?
He's going to play a Sylvan Advocate, but Marcio does not have a 3rd land.
Take a look at Marcio's hand. You can see gummed up with 3 drops there. He does have that Advocate that he can play.
So this attack's interesting too. BBD is choosing to trade the Pacifist for just 2 cards out of Marcio's hand because Noose Constrictor is presumably going to become a 4/4 here. He's trading his board presence for cards, but he's getting card advantage out of the deal. And I think BBD figures his Lambholt Pacifist isn't going to be attacking anytime soon. One kind of interesting bit of counterplay here is if Marcio misses a land drop, which he's not happy about, BBD doesn't get to play his Knight of the White Orchid. Or at least doesn't get to get a land off of it, which is actually really
super
tough
relevant
for BBD as well.
BBD doesn't have a land either, does he? He finds another Lambholt Pacifist, so let's just run this whole thing back
We might see the same dance again.
Yes, it's a 3-drop off the top in the form of Nissa for Marcio, so we're going to just do it all over again. And if you're Brian, don't you just run it right back again? No, he's not going to block this
One
time.
danger to not blocking is Marcio didn't play a land last turn, so you know that there's a chance he doesn't play anything this turn, and you want to flip your Lambholt Pacifist.
And that's exactly what happens. Both of these werewolves are going to transform here. This is a big draw step for Brian Braun.
Definitely.
And he finds a Reflector Mage, so he has not hit.
And it's so tough because that Krylin Horde Howler is going to let Marcio cast like something like a Tireless Tracker.
There is a land off the top now for Marcio Carvalho, though. Was it a fortified village?
It was. So it's going to give Marcio the option. He's going to play a 3rd land this turn, which is going to let BBD Knight of the White Orchid for a land. But Marcio doesn't have a land to reveal for the fortified village, so he's not going to be able to play something like Reflector Mage this turn.
He doesn't have white mana yet.
Interesting to see if that Noose Constrictor comes across again. Lambholt Butcher's a little bigger than Lambholt Pacifist. It may be interested in brawling. Marcio also, because of that Krylin Horde Howler, he gets to play Nissa this turn. He gets to play Tireless Track this turn, one of those two, and that's a big swing too.
Yeah.
So despite Marcio missing multiple land drops, he's not going to miss a land drop again for the next couple turns. So he just needed to either flip Howler or draw land, and in fact he did both.
He's going to go with Nissa.
Marcio also has that Elder Deep Fiend in hand, which has seemed very far away the last couple turns, but it's actually not as far away as you may think. Another blue source and an emerge later, and all of a sudden Elder Deep Fiend could just swing this game.
Brian does seem to have the tools to win the long game here with a pair of collected companies and a Tameo Field Researcher, as well as a Reflector Mage and a Nissa Vastwood Seer. But this is Marcio. If he can just get far enough ahead, he may be able to capitalize on that lead with that Elder Deep Fiend.
That would be an aggressive Noose Constrictor attack, Marcio considering it for a second.
You'd have to discard his hand. Decides better against it here and passes the turn back. You can see that Carvalho did decide, in fact, to play the Tireless Tracker, not the Nissa that he had pulled to the front of his hand.
So BBD did draw a land this turn, but he's going to wisely decide to wait on that one.
So here's Knight of the White Orchid. That's going to get a counter on the Thalia's Lieutenant. It's going to let him dig up a Plains, though in this case, you'll see that it's not a basic Plains. Got a Canopy Vista.
Your turn.
I really like how this game is played out, where both players were missing land drops and both players got out of it at basically the exact same time. So we're going to see this game play out like a normal game, as if just two turns kind of didn't go by, in a sense. So it's going to be an interesting one. I think this is going to be a very close game.
Carvalho found another land off the top.
One thing Carvalho's lacking that BBD has is Collected Company. Because BBD has two of those, two solid company hits on each one, and this game could go from close to not very close. When you hit Reflector's Mage, Thalia's Lieutenant, or Tireless Tracker, Reflector Mage, or really Reflector Mage, anything, then the game gets a lot less close, because that's just such a big swing. Because Marcio's kind of playing he's playing normal Magic, right? He's playing one creature per turn. Though Kralin Horde Howler also gives you a bit of an edge in that department. It's actually going to let Marcio string together multiple creatures this particular turn. So if Marcio Reflector Mages the Lambhold Butcher there, that does open the door for him to make some attacks.
Yeah, and he is going to do that. Butcher back in hand.
But luckily for BBD, because it's a flip card, he can actually then play the Pacifist next turn if he so desires.
2 cards in hand.
2 cards in hand left for Marcio Carvalho, who is going to attack with the Noose Constrictor.
So BBD can double block, and that's interesting. That forces Marcio to discard 1 card. Otherwise, the first strike of the Knight of the White Orchid kills the Noose Constrictor, and then lets Marcio discard a 2nd card and trade Noose Constrictor plus 2 cards for BBD's 2 creatures.
Which is a really interesting situation there, just because Marcio is looking to try to get ahead and stay ahead. And if you're thinking from Brian Braun-Duin's perspective, he wants to try to make this game go longer. So he's just going to take the damage rather than give up his board state here.
And a big part of that, too, is he knows one of those cards is a forest from that Nissa. So maybe if he knew the other card was an Elder Deep Fiend, he would feel differently. But getting rid of a forest, trading 2 creatures for a forest, a Noose Constrictor, and a random card, it's going to put you very far behind on board.
Yeah, it feels like he could just discard a couple of lands and you'd be unhappy with that transaction. Here's Nissa Vastwood Seer. As Brian Braun-Duin continues to build up, he decided not to play Collected Company here.
And a big part of that decision is because now he gets to hit his land drops. Hitting land drops is important, and had BBD drawn a land, I think he would have been a lot more inclined to just play a land and maybe leave up company. But because he didn't draw a land, he's able to go Nissa into Lambhold, but Pacifist, and then still have 2 3/3s and 2 2/2s back to block. Marcio has double blue now, so he can set up an Elder Deep Fiend. Marcio can attack for 9 damage right now, even 10 if he wants to discard a card, by sacrificing one of the 2-power creatures, Deep Fiend tapping down the four blockers,
yeah,
and then attacking with everything. But
it put a lot of pressure on Brian Braun-Duin's Collected Companies to come up with something.
But I think Marcio might be wanting to try to sneak in a little bit more damage and then set up a Deep Fiend next turn.
Pass.
Is that another Collected Company?
3's company, or 3 companies rather.
Indeed. Is this the turn where he just starts chaining those together? He didn't play one last turn.
BBD's hand right now is 4 4-drops and then a 3-drop and a 2-drop. So, it's kind of funny that we've over and over again seen BBD go with the most mana efficient plays. Last turn he played a 3-drop plus a 2-drop on 5 mana. This turn he's going to do the same. Marcio deciding whether he wants to sacrifice the creature targeted by a Reflector Mage to emerge Elder Deep Fiend here.
What do you think Brian Braun-Duin's thinking about what Marcio just did there?
He's trying to think, what would you respond with? And one answer that comes to mind is Dromoka's command. The other is Elder Deep Fiend, if Brian remembers that Marcio does have multiple copies of it.
And there is Thalia's lieutenant here for Brian Braun-Duin, and Marcio Carvalho just puts his hand up and says, you did it. Now, this isn't the most devastating lieutenant possible because one of his humans has turned into a werewolf and the other one's, well, an elf. Still pretty darn good.
It's not bad. Marcio's not going to be able to force through lethal quite yet because he does have to sacrifice one of his creatures if he wants to play the Deep Fiend, and Brian now has 6 creatures out, so even if 4 of them get tapped down, he might be forced into bad blocks, like Marcio leaves up, Nissa and a 1 on Thalia's lieutenant, but he won't be forced to take lethal damage quite yet.
So when do I get to see the never-ending chain of collected companies here from Brian Braun-Duin?
There's a good chance that this game ends without him being able to cast all of them, because either Marcio's able to force through enough damage with this Deep Fiend and Brian casts 1 or 2, or Brian gets so much advantage out of the first 1 or 2 that he doesn't get to cast the third.
All right, well, right now, Marcio Carvalho is going for the Elder Deep Fiend.
And it costs 1 less to emerge because of the Krallenhorde Howler.
He is trying to set up lethal or some massive two-turn swing. But Brian has a lot of creatures on the battlefield, 6 blockers up.
I think despite this turn, I think going well for Marcio, like Marcio's going to get a good attack in here. I think Brian's in pretty good shape. He's going to take some damage, but having all those companies in hand really does help. Though Marcio's drawing us some cards off clues, so if Marcio draws like a Reflector Mage or a Thalia, some swingy card like that, then it could be this could be a big change.
You want to draw again? Yeah, go ahead.
It was a Sylvan Advocate off the top for
You
Carvalho.
reflected the Tireless Tracker, right?
Yes,
Turn.
I did. Yes.
Marcio just double checking about what exactly got Reflector
Marcio
Mage.
needed to take a point of damage off that Yavimaya Coast. He does have only Island Yavimaya Coast in play for blue sources. There we go.
Okay, we got it. He's going to sacrifice a clue. Find another Tireless Tracker.
Drawing the second tracker when one's already been Reflector Maged, not really where Marcio wants to be. Because this game's progressing very rapidly.
Indeed. Are we going to see some chump blocks here from Brian Braun-Duin to protect his life total, or is he safe to take a bunch here?
Well, this is exactly lethal if Noose Constrictor just, goes off. Or actually one more because there's still a clue remaining. So something has to get blocked. It could be anything, but it looks like the Noose Constrictor, that saves the most damage.
This would have Brian taking 9.
Falling to 7, but then getting to untap with company at the ready and a bunch of creatures.
That's it.
So that forest is going to get discarded to the Noose Constrictor, which is going to get it big enough to kill Nissa. And there's a Sylvan Advocate for Carvalho, who passes the turn back to Brian Braun-Duin. Now he has full shields up again with all of his creatures untapped and that handful of collected companies.
If Braun-Duin hits Lieutenant Reflector Mage off a collected company, I think that would be lethal.
Would it be lethal?
Collected company?
Okay, well, here we go. Let's see what he hits off of
Find
this
out.
collected company. It is going to resolve.
Lieutenant.
There's a lieutenant.
All right.
And he also hit a Lambholt Pacifist, so this is going to be a big swing for Brian
Alright, so
Braun-Duin.
there's going to be a lot of
Yeah,
triggers here, so...
There's going to be a lot of triggers, has been called.
he's
this
not
one's
kidding.
gonna see 2 humans plus the lieutenant, so it goes to 3. This one sees the lamb, gets a counter. This gets 1. This goes to 2. This goes to 7.
Third Thalia's lieutenant on the battlefield. Now Brian just has to try to map out how he wants to feel out the rest of this game, right? I mean, he doesn't want to lose to maybe another Elder Deep Fiend. Are there 2 copies of that? Yeah, there are 2 in Marcio's list.
So BBD could attack for 26 here, but Marcio can block the largest lieutenant. But then BBD's in a position where maybe he gets attacked
Yeah, I
back for
actually missed
lethal.
one on this, but I missed it, so yeah.
Okay, so BBD could have put an extra one on the one with 7 counters. Could have actually had 8 counters, I guess.
Yeah, it looks like it won't punish him here, as that would be the creature that was going to get blocked anyway.
I'm just going to pass the turn.
And he's just going to pass. Look, he says, look, if I can't kill you this turn anyway, I don't want to lose to, well with
Elder Deep triple Thalia's Lieutenant and double Collected Company out, BBD has a lot of very live turns.
That was a Gideon off the top now for Marcio. Does that change anything?
So it lets Marcio has access to 7 mana once he plays his land. So he can go like Tireless Tracker, play a land, play Gideon.
Solid turn.
But even with a Gideon emblem, all
his
of
creatures are just smaller.
BBD's creatures, he's got an 8/8 Thalia's Lieutenant there. So we might see Gideon start making knights.
Okay, and there's Gideon for Marcio Carvalho. Brian has 3 Collected Companies. He's played 1 of them. He also has a Tameo Field Researcher in his hand, which could be a big deal.
Tameo is a big deal.
But are we just going to see another Collected Company here? Marcio Carvalho is also tapped out. I believe that was a Tragic Arrogance off the top there, Luis, though. The board state seems to favor Brian Braun-Duin pretty significantly at the moment.
Brian, Tragic Arrogance is good when you're behind, and it can be okay when there's a stalemate, but I think Brian is getting to the point where he's building up a somewhat commanding lead here.
Collected Company, Marcio just puts his hand up. What is he supposed to do about this? There's a Reflector Mage and a Tireless Tracker.
Okay, so solid hit here.
All right, so each of these are going to get 2 counters. Okay. This goes to 3.
This to 5.
To 5.
To 9.
To 9 counters on it. I'm going to Reflector Mage.
Thinking about what to Reflector Mage. We're going to see an attack here from Brian, right? Is it too soon still?
It's really close because boards like this tend to favor the player on defense. You get to make a lot of the really relevant decisions, but I think that these Thalia's Lieutenants are getting big enough that maybe if you attack with multiple of them, you could get some action through. BBD's life total deficit does really lead to it being risky for him to go too deep, but it might be good for BBD to wait maybe just 1 more turn to make his lieutenants bigger, but I think we're going to see at least a little bit of action.
Just something starting to hit here.
Attack.
Just a 10-10.
So what are Marcio's best blocks? If he blocks with Sylvan Advocate plus Elder Deep Fiend plus a smaller creature, then
attack you with this lieutenant.
Elder Deep Fiend plus the smaller creature die. Yeah, it looks like Marcio's not even interested in that.
Marcio does not want to do that. He's just going to chump block with the Knight. And it's a land off the top for Carvalho. He has not drawn particularly well to this game. Carvalho. No Collected Companies from him thus far. The Gideon's nice. The Elder Deep Fiend was pretty good. He couldn't keep the Tireless Tracker on the battlefield. It got Reflector Mage last turn.
Yep.
So he's going to activate his Duskwatch Recruiter and find a Thalia Heretic Cathar.
Again, as we've seen in other games, both players kind of have some engines going. Marcio's clues, Gideon, this is what he's getting his advantage of, Duskwatch Recruiter. BBD is actually just casting Collected Company every turn. That's his engine. But
Yep, that is his engine.
It's not a bad place to be. So we're seeing a lot of new cards get added to the board. But those Thalia's Lieutenants are growing at a pretty fast clip. BBD now has his own tireless tracker. Marcio does have Thalia, which means BBD does not get to add to his board defensively every turn, but he's playing enough creatures that I think he's still in pretty good shape.
He just found a Dromica's Command off the top, still has Tamio in his hand, and that last Collected Company as well as the Tragic Arrogance. You were saying this is the type of game these players love to play. Super complicated, very drawn out, lots of strategic choice. And that draw step there from Braun-Duin, making it even more complicated, the Dromica's Command.
Company.
All right, Collected Company number 3 for Braun-Duin. And he missed on this one.
Oh, the full whiff. That's got to feel good for Marcio.
Marcio, you see him kind of nod his head like, okay, I've got a chance here. The third Collected Company had to feel terrible going on the stack, but the complete miss there from Brian gives him a glimmer of hope.
Real quick. I want to verify life totals.
All right, looks
I'm
like
at 7.
Brian does not have a Dromica's Command in hand. It's actually Tragic Arrogance and Tamio Field Researcher.
Combat. Attack you.
Once again, that one Thalia's Lieutenant is just going to keep
Yes.
chipping away.
Sure. Your turn.
As it turns out, it's just these Knight tokens that are dying. So now what is the game plan here for these players? Another land off the top for Carvalho. He can play that tireless tracker now, though.
Marcio is somewhat forced to continue building.
Yep.
You know, with the engines he has. He has tireless trackers. He's got Duskwatch Recruiter, and so looks like he's just going to move towards that. That's how he's drawing his extra cards. That's how he's kind of getting ahead each turn.
But as you said, you know, Magic tends to favor the defensive player when it comes to massive combat like this, and Brian has still not been able to mount a huge offensive to really clean up the board. So Brian's going to sacrifice a clue. Draws card for the turn. Like a Lambhold Pacifist.
BBD's a few lands shy, but if he could set up a turn of Tragic Arrogance plus Tamio, that would also be very effective because he'd be able to reduce Marcio's board to 1 creature and then
attack for
use
10.
Tap it down, attack for 10. So he might be moving towards that by playing Tamio this turn and setting up a Tragic Arrogance fueled win next turn. Or not win, but you know, Tragic Arrogance plus good attack turn.
Now, how risky is that from Brian's perspective? You know, Reflector Mage could really ruin that party.
Reflector Mage would be tough.
All right, well, here is Tamio Field Researcher now for Brian. And I'm curious to see what he does with it. He could take out 2 key blockers, or he could plus Tamio on 2 of his better attackers, or even just one of them, and a blocker on the other side.
Given that he's been attacking with a gigantic Thalia's Lieutenant every turn, it would make sense to plus Tamio, make Thalia's Lieutenant draw him a card and deals damage. Maybe even attack with like 2 Thalia's Lieutenants. Like a 6/6 Thalia's Lieutenant also just has good attacks here.
He also could target the Knight token, which has been the play that Marcio's made every time, to disincentivize a block with it.
He could do that. The downside is that maybe Marcio then blocks with the Reflector Mage instead of the Knight token, because there's not such a huge difference between the 2 of them. It does give you a slight upgrade.
He did that, actually, so...
At you.
If Marcio made the play he'd like to, it would cost him, it would draw 2 cards for Brian. A lot of counting here. This is actually a much closer game than it appears. It looks pretty evened up, but Brian being at 7 life means that there's plays that Marcio can come up with here that really change that. And so Marcio does end up just chump blocking. Now he did find a Dromicus command.
That's certainly going to come in handy at some point here.
That's your turn.
Marcio's going to sacrifice a clue to draw a card. Put a couple of counters on his tireless trackers. He does have 2 of them.
And remember, Marcio also has access to Tragic Arrogance, so you really want to be the first person to cast that. That's going to give you a significant advantage, and BBD doesn't have forever to wait on his.
Now, I'm assuming that Thalia's Lieutenant is not a great Reflector Mage target. Even though it's a 10-10.
As tempting as it is to bounce a 10-10, if it comes back down, it distributes, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10 counters. So you didn't get a whole lot of an advantage there.
Now, I say that because Marcio did find a Reflector Mage off of that clue.
It does give you a 2-turn delay, though, so it's possible that Marcio is interested in that, but other tempting targets are creatures that have a bunch of +1 counters.
He actually chose the Tireless Tracker. It only has 1 counter on it. Make a Night Token. These are some very well-developed boards we've got. Once again, this is similar to last game. Marcio basically out of gas in hand. He's just got a Plains, but he's got 4 clues sitting on the battlefield. Can sacrifice a couple of those, keep the land drops flowing, and keep those Tireless Trackers moving forward.
So is this a turn where we see that Tragic Arrogance come down? Do we see Tragic Arrogance plus Tamio combined to let BBD? Well, he could put Marcio on a very short clock. He could also kill the Gideon, which means you're giving up a lot of damage that you could go to the opposing player, but that Gideon is going to make a blocker next turn.
Also, Tamio's at 5. He could minus over the course of the next 2 turns. Looks like he's going for it, Luis.
Here it comes.
5 mana.
Marcio's, he's got an incentive to sacrifice a bunch of clues in response, so other Tragic Arrogance clears those out too. So that'll even tap Marcio out, which gives BBD the kind of the green light to enact his plan.
Okay, so here's a clue. And here's another one from Marcio.
Not really bothering to put counters on Tireless Trackers. He just knows those aren't going
anyway. Of the 4 possible counters, he put 1.
And I'm going to keep Tamio and this.
So he kept his biggest creature, as we predict.
Tragic Arrogance has just been a giant ruthless disposal. Both these matches, both players just sacrifice all their creatures.
All their creatures, basically.
And the basically is the rub. BBD gets to keep a 10-10, and Marcio gets to keep a 2-2.
Yeah.
Or is it? There it is.
I like BBD's 7-10 split of permanents here.
He's going to Dromicus command.
Counter on this and fights this.
And does that let him draw cards here with Tamio as well?
That's the idea.
Okay.
Attack Gideon.
He's going to attack Gideon.
Draw card.
He's going to play his land for the turn and pass. So this was Braun-Duin's huge play to try to get back, to try to win the World Championship. This could be the sequence that wins him the game, that Tragic Arrogance once again.
Oh,
it's a Tireless Tracker off the top.
BBD has the end game in his sights here, but he's not going to be able to kill Marcio next turn. He can attack for 11, maybe up to something like 15 if he plays multiple humans. But he's definitely setting it up. He's getting to the point where he's going to want to use Tamio's minus twice. He's going to attack, fill up his board with creatures this next turn. So even if he doesn't literally deliver lethal this turn, he has Marcio on a 2-turn clock, and Marcio's just not going to have enough time to crack all of those clues unless he finds something like Reflector Mage, finds something like his own Tragic Arrogance.
That's what's going to be huge here. You can see that Marcio has a Lumbering Falls there as well.
Oh, he's looking at just getting aggressive.
He's just going to attack. That's going to put Braun-Duin down to 4.
So what that does is it gives Marcio the opportunity to go Sylvan Advocate plus Lumbering Falls, attack for 5 if he can find a Sylvan Advocate and if he can find a way to remove any blockers BBD might have.
So the big key here for Brian is to put up a ton of blockers while being able to keep that pressure going.
And that's definitely a desperation move by Marcio. It's smart to try to end the game when you're behind on cards. And Marcio just looks at the situation and thinks, I've got access to 2 cards. My opponent's got an 11-11 and 5 cards in hand. I'm not winning
with
a game.
Planeswalker.
Right. I'm not winning a game by just playing out normal creatures. I'm just going to try to attack you with Lumbering Falls, next turn set up Advocate Lumbering Falls, and kill you. Problem is Marcio's missing the Sylvan Advocate part of the puzzle.
Right.
And BBD is going to be able to play some blockers, so this is definitely an uphill battle for Marcio.
Brian Braun-Duin may be closing in on the World Championship here. He's up 2-1 over Marcio Carvalho.
Deciding whether he wants to tap a clue or not.
Tommy on one of your clues, or on Charlie's track on one of your clues. Tracker counter on this.
Tracker counter on this. He's not going to be able to get it up to 19, but it is going to be a 2-turn clock.
Knight of the White Orchid will fetch BBD a land here, which is still nice at this stage in the game.
Lamb hole counter on this.
That thing has 12 counters on it now.
Nice.
Knight of the White Orchid, counter, and search.
Marcio's going to double check, but this is Brian Braun-Duin setting up for the 1-2 punch to win him the trophy.
Yeah, this is a 14-point swing with Thalia's Lieutenant, which, again, not quite lethal, but definitely sets things up for next turn.
And like you said, he needed to play some blockers to make sure that he doesn't die to that Lumbering Falls, and he's done exactly that. He's played 3 blockers out, still has Tamio at the ready as well. Can he close it out?
Duskwatch Recruiter.
He's even got a Duskwatch Recruiter as well.
Thalia's Lieutenant.
15? It is 15, yep. Get a 4.
All right, Marcio Carvalho falls to 4.
Right,
the
this
life
is the turn.
totals are equal, and this is going to be it. Marcio has to find a way. He needs Tragic Arrogance. He found an Archangel Avacyn here, Louis.
It's so close.
Remember, Brian has a Tireless Tracker in his hand. It was what we're showing here. The flash on Archangel Avacyn means that Tamio's not going to be able to get her out of the way.
But at this point, Brian has 4 other creatures, though the Lambhold Pacifist can't attack quite yet. That's very important right now. He needs to get 2 of them through to win the game, though Tireless Tracker does it by itself.
Any creatures that Marcio casts before are going to can potentially get tapped down, but interestingly, the Lumbering Falls cannot. Same thing with Archangel Avacyn.
If Marcio can find a way to survive the turn, he's 1 blocker short because he needs to find a way to survive the turn with an Avacyn and end up with an Avacyn in play. And she's an indestructible blocker, so she does work out quite well. The problem is if Marcio passes without doing anything, BBD doesn't have to use Tamio before combat. He can just attack.
Yes.
And then if Marcio plays Avacyn in combat, BBD post-combat taps her down with Avacyn.
God, this finals has been unbelievable. Brian Braun-Duin is sitting, awaiting his fate, watching Marcio.
Oh, the pacifist, of course, can't attack because of the Thalia's Lieutenant. It does not just look at itself. But either way, it means that Marcio is multiple blockers short. He needs to find Tragic Arrogance at this point.
That's right, and he's going to dig for it right now. So here's a clue being cracked. And he finds a Sylvan Advocate. That's not good enough.
Collected Company into the right sequence could potentially do it. You need to basically you need 4 blockers, and none of them can be in play before Tamio is activated. This is tough.
This is incredibly difficult position for Carvalho. He's got 3 clues on the battlefield still.
Yeah, clues make this exciting because otherwise Marcio would know his fate. But right now he gets to draw multiple cards here to try to find an answer.
Let's see if he can do it. He's going to sacrifice another clue. What does he find? He finds a Duskwatch Recruiter. Not what he was looking for.
One more draw.
He
He's
still
exactly
has,
enough
he
for
has
Tragic
enough
Arrogance.
mana
Exactly enough.
to sacrifice the clue, and if he can find Tragic Arrogance, put himself back in this game.
Reduce BBD to a lone Knight of the White Orchid or Lambhold Pacifist. Marcio's fate right here.
This is it.
It's contained within this clue.
He's going to sacrifice the clue. What does he find? He finds a forest, and that's it. Brian Braun-Duin is your world champion. He has defeated Marcio Carvalho 3-1, and he is your world champion. Take a look at Brian Braun-Duin.
Thank you. Good match. Thank you.
Soak it in, Brian. This is your moment.
You never start Tragic? Yeah. Thank you. Congrats,
Big hugs from his friends and supporters down in the crowd there. He says, you never found the Tragic Arrogance, and that won it for Brian Braun-Duin, our world champion here for 2016. Wow. that was incredible stuff. That was one of the most intense matches I've ever seen or covered doing Magic tournaments. I've been doing these for a while now, and that, I mean, my hands are actually shaking now from watching it.
Yeah, that was an incredible match. Really well played on both sides.
Yeah, it was really fun to watch. That is going to do it here for our live coverage, at least in the feature match area. Let's send it up to Rich on the top deck.
Absolutely amazing stuff. I've been joined by Brian David Marshall and Ian Duke from Inside R&D. Ian Duke, R&D, can you people cook or what?
These games were amazing here all this weekend. I mean, that final match, games 3 and 4 especially, just what a marathon, what a battle.
Brian David Marshall, we're on the top deck here at the Paramount Theatre. Clue, no. Clue, no. Clue, no. Handshake. I mean, for nothing happening, quite a lot happened there.
That was, you know, normally you get a game to end with one top deck opportunity. There were 3 there at the end of that game. It was unbelievable. And that game 3 was just one of the most exciting, longest drawn out matches of Magic I've ever seen. And I think Brian Braun-Duin might have seen every single card in his deck over the course of that game when you account for the Dustwatch Recruiter activations.
We can certainly go back and have a look at that. If you want a little bit of homework, go and watch that game 3. You'll need to set aside an hour and a half, sure, but see whether every card got seen by BBD. Listen, we'll draw a breath. Still to come on our show today, we have The Curtain Call, a 30-minute show packed with news, views, information about all the formats. We've got a very special announcement from Luis Scott Vargas that you will not want to miss. We've got the awards ceremony coming up. We've got a whole day of Kaladesh coming tomorrow. But why don't we take a breath and go right back to the start of today when we still had not 1, not 2, but 4 players still in contention for our world title. This is how we began, with Brian Braun-Duin of the United States with Bant Humans against the Bant Company deck of Shota Yasooka. And Ian, both players felt they were a little bit of an underdog in the match. The way it played out, it was 3-0 to BBD, and you were in the booth. It was a bit of a disappointment, really, as a sweep.
I wouldn't say it was a disappointment, but going into the match, it looked very close, looked like either player could win, but Brian Braun-Duin did sweep the match in 3-0.
How often do you think that would happen? If we made them play the match out 100 times, how often do you see the sweep like that?
A quarter of the time.
Right,
maybe?
okay,
Yeah.
maybe. So we had BBD advancing. Let's take a look at our bracket once again. Then we came into our second semi-final, and this featured the European representative in the top 4. This was Marcio Carvalho of Portugal, of course, and he was up against Oliver II of the United States. So we had our second Bant Company deck, and then it was Turbo Emrakul. Brian David Marshall, what happened in this one?
Well, you know, we saw this go to the Bant Company deck, and you know, you saw that the Turbo Emrakul deck has got the ability to dig through its deck and do a lot of stuff. We saw a great game where Oliver II got to hang on at 2 life for many turns, returned many cards from his graveyard, but in the end, the deck has a lot of kind of dead areas to draw from, and it looked like, and he just was run over by the Bant deck in the end.
Yes, so it was 3-1 to Marcio Carvalho, advancing to the final. So we then knew it would be either the United States, the number 1 and number 2 seed, and it was fitting because they had drawn in the penultimate round. They were in with rounds to spare. They had set the pace. They were the 2 overnight leaders at 6-1. So they really followed through BDM on the weekend.
Absolutely, and interesting. Also, in this field of 24 players, they were the only 2 players who came into this without achieving platinum over the course of qualifying for this event. It was both the 2 gold pros, so even more at stake in this match for these 2, World Championship competitors.
Right, and whereas Marcio has had plenty of success from as long ago as 2005, he was a Grand Prix champion in Lisbon, 2008 Portuguese national champion, BBD, he's someone who really has paid his dues at every rung of the ladder. And we are surrounded by Hall of Famers and Pro Tour champions, and we talk about these super teams, whether you're Channel Fireball or you're Ultra Pro. But Ian, in the end, if you keep loving the game and you keep working away, you can edge your way to the next rung of the ladder, and sometimes the ladder takes you all the way to the Paramount.
That's absolutely true. Brian Braun-Duin, a player with a lot of kills under his belt, a lot of Magic victories. He's been a player who's been known as a grinder. He's played on an Open Series. He was our GP Master for the year, and he is someone who has definitely worked his way all up the ladder, just as you said, Rich. And I think for the larger Magic audience out there, people who are kind of just beginning, he's a great inspiration for what you can do with a lot of hard work and effort.
You and I were talking before the event that you can only beat precisely who's put in front of you. And through all the Pro Tours this year, and BBD doesn't have a phenomenal record at the Pro Tour level, but he has won more games of Magic than almost anyone in this field, and success breeds success.
Absolutely, playing his way all the way through Grand Prix throughout the year, and getting just tons of reps, tons of wins, and probably won more matches of Magic than just about anybody on the Pro Tour this season.
So once we got to the final, Marcio Carvalho, BBD, Bant Humans against Bant Company. Ian, I know lots of people are going to be playing this matchup and trying to work out what could be done, what should be done, the next iteration. Did you have a sense of which deck should be favored coming in?
That's a fantastic question. I think it really comes down to whether the game goes quickly or the game goes long, and also the sideboard cards like Tragic Arrogance we saw really being the determining factor as those games went late.
Now, I mean, you and I were talking before the final about Thalia's Lieutenant and saying how important that could be, and equally, BDM, you were down with BBD talking about dice. Never mind cards. What about dice? What were you saying there?
Well, I asked him, if we look at your board quickly, how can we assess if you're winning? And he's like, if I have a lot of dice. If I have dice on 6 creatures, I am probably winning that match.
So in the end, that was a 16-16, Thalia's Lieutenant?
He had a lot of dice on 1 creature.
Yeah, it was 6-6.
He went to 3 dice.
Speaking of working your way up the ladder, that Thalia's Lieutenant started out as a 1-1, and by the end of the game, 16-16.
We should take a moment just to congratulate the other players who made this Super Sunday so wonderful. Shota Yasooka is already a Hall of Famer at BDM. There's no way Oliver 2 could yet be a Hall of Famer. His story is just beginning.
Not for 9 more years. This was his first, Oliver 2's first Pro Tour season, and a pretty incredible run. And this was his first Sunday appearance throughout that year. So expect bigger and brighter things from him as he moves into the next season of the Pro Tour.
And to me, the most impressive thing about Oliver is the way he dealt with pressure, because he was not pace setting. Remember, in the last round on Thursday, long time ago it seems now, he was drawing with Steve Rubin to end the day at 3-3-1, and by the time we reached Modern, he just had to keep on winning. So to go 4-0, knowing that every match is elimination, that was tremendous steel and it's under pressure.
Yeah, indeed. It's a difficult feat and a tremendous amount of pressure, even for the most experienced of players. But for a younger player and someone who doesn't have a lot of experience on the big stage, it's just absolutely outstanding to see that kind of tenacity hanging in there in the tournament and making it to the top 4.
Want to mark your card for what's still to come here at PAX, because there's still a ton of great stuff to come. We've got the awards ceremony coming right up. Then it's the curtain call, our 30-minute rap show featuring Luis Scott Vargas, JC Tao, Joel Larson will be up here, a cavalcade of your favorite casters working through the World Championship and some takeaways from PAX. And then tomorrow we're back again. We've got the Inventors Spell Slinging Showdown, Blogatog Live will be here from 1 p.m. Pacific. And in the closing program, I think we don't want to give too much away, but suffice to say, in the closing program, there are some things that you will want to get your eyes on. So great stuff there. But if you are just joining us, the news here is we have a 2016 Magic the Gathering World Champion. It is Braun-Duin. There you see him. He looked pretty happy. That was taken before this event began. I imagine when we see him down the stairs on the stage in just a moment, he'll be pretty thrilled there. And I know UBDM can't wait to take him away and get him sat down and work through his weekend and just find out what's going on in the head of the 2016 World Champion.
I just want to hear about Game 3 of the finals.
So you've set aside an hour then, have you?
Yeah, I just want to hear about that game and how do you stay on top of all of those decisions and how do you get to the point where you're able to break through there?
Well, great news. It is time to head down to the floor of the Paramount Theatre. Here's Marshall Sutcliffe. It's time for the award ceremony for the World Championship 2016.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the feature match area here at the historic Paramount Theater in downtown Seattle. It is time to crown our champion. I am joined on the stage by President of Wizards of the Coast, Chris Cox, to present the trophy to our world champion. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Brian Braun-Duin.
Nice. Yeah, right here. Right here. Nice. Nice. Well, Brian, on behalf of everyone from Wizards of the Coast, congratulations on an amazing tournament. Gosh, those last few matches were incredibly hard fought. I want to congratulate you. I want to congratulate Marcio and all 24 of the pro players here at our World Championship. And most importantly, I want to present to you our World Championship trophy. Wow. So here you go. Congrats. Nice. Nice. Congratulations. Thank you. Take it over, Marshall.
Okay, Brian, come over here. I got a couple of quick questions for you before we cut you loose. First off, congratulations. What an incredible tournament and an incredible accomplishment. What's going through your mind?
I'm a world champion. That's all I can think about right now.
Those matches against Marcio were some of the most intense Magic I've ever had the pleasure to commentate. I'm not kidding. My hands are still shaking just from watching it. How are you so calm right now?
I don't know. I don't know if I am calm right now, to be completely honest. It was an extremely intense match, certainly worthy of finals. And I don't know, I just kept playing Magic, played through everything that I saw, and here I am.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2016 World Champion, Brian Braun-Duin.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, wherever you are around the world, thanks for joining us here at the Paramount Theatre for The Curtain Call. It's our 30-minute show as we head round the world of MTG. We have a new Magic the Gathering World Champion, and his name is Brian Braun-Duin. Matej Big Z Zadelkai, how amazing was that final?
Yeah, it was great. 4 great games in that match. It was just exciting to watch. And that third game, 1 hour long, it was crazy.
And the thing is, it wasn't decided by mistakes, it was decided by amazing play, going back and forth. It looked like at one point you thought, yep, Marcio's got this and we can settle in and we're heading for the next game, and then no, back comes BBD. We've got tragic arrogance, we've got boards everywhere, we've got dice everywhere. That third game was possibly the most astonishing hour of Magic I've had the privilege to witness live. Incredible.
Yeah, it wasn't boring. We were back in the players' lounge with some of the pros, and they're like, oh, BBD's winning. No, Marcio's winning. No, BBD's winning. And it just kept on going for an hour. It was crazy.
Yeah, the DVD commentary on that match from the players' lounge would be pretty extraordinary, I can tell you. They were on the edge of their seats. It takes quite a lot to do that to a room full of pros. Absolutely amazing stuff. Now, we must also say hats off to the rest of our Final Four. Oliver 2, Shota Yasooka, and of course Marcio Carvalho, our finalists here at Worlds 2016.
I mean, it was a great top 4. A lot of the underdogs from the pre-tournament prediction made it into that top 4. You know, Oliver 2, 18 years old, Rookie of the Year, and straight into 3rd place at Worlds. Just incredible accomplishment for him. Also, Marcio Carvalho, finally his marquee result to mark his page in his Magic story with a finals appearance. And also Shota Yasooka proving once again that his Hall of Fame inclusion was worthy.
Absolutely. Now, we've got so much great stuff coming your way in this show. We're going to talk Jund Delirium with Joel Larson, if Standard is your thing. We're going to do a special feature on the Japanese decks in Modern, because they came with 4 of the best and sharpest decks in the room. We'll talk about that. We'll be joined by Gabby. We'll be joined by Ian. Marshall and Luis will be sitting with the limited master JC Tao to talk through some of his draft and give you some limited tips. But before all that, and before our winner interview with Braun-Duin, we're going to head across to the Deck Tech studio, where BDM is with a very special guest who has a very special announcement. Take it away.
Thanks, Rich. I'm here with Luis Scott Vargas, Pro Tour Hall of Famer. Luis, you were one of 3 players to finish with a 9-5 record in this tournament. A good enough record to make the top 4, but you missed out on tiebreakers. We call that like a virtual top 4.
Yeah, we could call it that. or we can say that I top 8'd my last 4 big tournaments, but top 8 out of 24, maybe not the same ring.
Yeah, right. Coming off of a stretch of 3 straight Pro Tour top 8s. How did this event go for you? It started out a little rocky.
Yeah, I drafted what I thought was a great deck, started 0-2, beat Joel Larson in a very close match, and then lost to Oliver 2 in the first round of Standard. So I was sitting there at 1-3. Wasn't feeling great about it. Clawed back to 4-3, 2-1 my second draft. You know, I was at 6-4. I was pretty sure I needed a 4-0 in the Modern rounds. Lost to Thiago Saporito in my first round. Won my last 3, but going into the last round, I actually knew that even if I won my round, I wasn't going to make top 4 with 5 losses. Just my tiebreakers just weren't there.
It was a pretty spectacular last round of the season, though.
Yeah, my last game in particular against Steve Rubin was one of the favorite games I played, not only in the tournament, just this year. It was an awesome game.
You end the game on 1 life.
I thought seized from 3-1, having to hit an enchantment in his hand to make my Tarmogoyf big enough to chump block his Reality Smasher. Then he played Drowner, but I sequenced a string of like Tarmogoyf, Path, Grimflare, hitting Lingering Souls, and was able to claw back into it.
Yeah, it was pretty spectacular to watch. And now, as we're heading into a new Pro Tour season, heading to Hawaii, you have a pretty big announcement about your status for next year.
I do. Pro Tour Hawaii, Pro Tour Kaladesh, the first Pro Tour I'm not going to play at in the last 9 years. So I'm going to be joining the coverage team. So I'm a full-time member of coverage. I'll be covering all the Pro Tours, the World Magic Cup and Worlds, as well as a bunch of Grand Prix.
This is awesome. So what made you decide that this is something you wanted to do with your career at this stage?
It was a lot of different things. Part of it is I have now a 2-month-old child, and leaving to test for a week or 2 weeks is a lot more difficult. I love doing coverage. Honestly, the biggest reason is that I love doing coverage. I really do enjoy being in the booth and talking about Magic and working with awesome people and BDM. But I'm really looking forward to it. It's not forever. I'm actually deferring Platinum for a year because I did earn Platinum for next year. And, this is not my last match of professional Magic by any stretch. And I'm not even going to play that much less Magic next year. I'm still going to stream. I'm still going to do draft videos. I might still play in some Grand Prix. There's a GP Denver. So it's more that it's just a new challenge. I wanted to focus on that. And I think that coverage is just such an awesome thing to do that I'm really looking forward to being part of the team.
Well, you were describing to me before we went on the air, we were talking about that 1 hour game
right.
In the finals of this Magic World Championship. And you said it didn't seem like an hour.
At the end of that game, at the end of game 3 with BBD against Marcio, we were told it was an hour and 7-minute game. If you had told me it was a 25-minute game, I would have believed you. I was just so dialed in. And that's what I love. And being able to talk about these players playing is really incredible. So obviously, my last game against Steve was such a good game. And it was a little bittersweet. I'm like, wow, I'm really not going to be doing this for a while. But honestly, it's not the end of it. And also, being on the other side of it, like, I really do enjoy coverage. And I really enjoy trying to see what it has to offer and what I have to offer it. I think that I do bring some amount to the booth.
You absolutely do. I mean, just if you listen to that finals match, you get a sense of what's in store next year on Pro Tour coverage with Luis Scott Vargas part of the team. It's going to start at Pro Tour Kaladesh in just a couple weeks. Do you feel like you're leaving Team Channel Fireball in a decent spot here?
I do. I still am going to remain in contact with all those guys. Part of my job as, a color commentator is to be up on all the formats. So I actually still think I'm going to do a lot of what I would normally do to prepare for a Pro Tour, which is play games of the format with the guys who are testing for the Pro Tour, because I want to be as up on the format as I can. My goal is to not, show up and not know what all the good decks are and not know how to draft. I still have a lot I need to learn and keep up on. So it's not me stepping back.
We need you to unlearn a little about draft for coverage drafts. But in the meantime, it'll be great to have you on the team in Hawaii and moving forward throughout the next season. In the meantime, we're sending it back to Rich at the desk.
Very much, BDN. Thanks very much to LSV. We can't wait to have him on board as part of the coverage family through the rest of this 2016-17 season. I've been joined by Ian Duke and Gabby Spots here at the desk. Gabby, is this your first time on the top deck?
It is.
It's a little bit scary, to be honest, if we're going to be truthful about it.
Yeah, that is definitely true.
It's a long way down to the stage. But you've been all over the place this weekend. You've been sort of on the floor spotting. You've been in the commentary booth. It's been an amazing experience, right?
Yeah, it's been awesome.
So what we're going to do is we are going to talk about Japan. Now, time was round about the mid-2000s. If you wanted a cool deck list, all you had to do was speak Japanese or know someone who would translate for you, because all the best decks, it seemed, came out of Japan. Well, it's much harder to do that now because everyone's dialed in to every great deck on Magic Online day in, day out. By Thursday, we already know what's been winning on Wednesday. But nonetheless, at this tournament, 4 Japanese players brought 4 really cool modern decks to the party. So if you're looking for something just a little bit off the track in modern, why don't we take a look at our 4 Japanese players, what they brought. Let's begin with Ryoichi Tamada and the astonishingly named Thing Ascension. Ian.
Yeah, as you said it, Rich, Japanese Magic players have long been known for their innovation in deck building here, and the innovation that I love to the traditional Pyromancer Ascension list is the addition of Thing in the Ice. It just really gives you a lot more additional early game and gives you breathing room against creatures to set up your combination. Now, Pyromancer Ascension, if you're unfamiliar with the deck, you're trying to get the enchantment Pyromancer's Ascension on the battlefield and then power it up by casting lots and lots of spells. Once you get your Pyromancer's Ascension active, it doubles every spell that you cast, so you can start generating lots of mana with cards like Mana Morphos, and eventually just Lightning Bolt or Lightning Helix your opponent into oblivion.
Gabby, is this your kind of deck? Is this something that you would bring along to a modern PPTQ maybe?
It is not, but I think it's a really cool deck. I think the fact that Thing in the Ice, when it was previewed, the older the format, usually the cheaper the spells are and the better a card like that is. So
right.
I definitely see the appeal, and I've definitely talked to a bunch of players who played a Thing in the Ice, and they were like, I thought things were going fine in this game, and then they would like, Gitaxi Pro, Bolt, Thing in the Ice, you're dead.
Yeah,
so,
Owen Turtenwald was saying just how much he loves Gitaxian Probe as a card, just amazing card for sure. All right, so why don't we move on? Let's take a look at Yuya Watanabe's deck list. Now, the 2-time Player of the Year, he brought along Goryo's Vengeance. Gabby, what's going on here?
This deck is awesome. It's trying to do very unfair things, such as get Grizzlebrand or Emrakul Torn out in a very quick fashion. So it's trying to use the graveyard to its advantage. Getting cards in there like Faithless Looting and Is It Charm will let you put cards in your graveyard, and then you'll use something like Goryo's Vengeance to reanimate that later on. You can also use Collective Brutality. That's a cool new inclusion that the deck got from the latest set. And then once you have a Grizzlebrand, you can draw a lot of cards. When you have Emrakul, you just decimate your opponent's board. And a lot of times modern decks will try to play a longer game, and when they do that, they just, get turned to Griselbrand and they're done.
Yeah, Ian, I think it's fair to say that anytime you see 4 Emrakul the Aeon's Torn and 4 Griselbrand, even if we blanked out the rest of the deck, we could label the deck unfair with a big tick mark.
Definitely, you are not casting explosive vegetation and trying to ramp those cards out in a fair way. You're definitely cheating. Not literally cheating, but cheating them onto the battlefield somehow.
All right, let's move on. Let's take a look at Kazuyuki Takamura, our Pro Tour champion from this season. What did he bring along to the party? Well, he was going to be all about the graveyard and dredge. So let's take a look at the dredge deck of Kazuyuki Takamura. So there it is. Ian, what's going on here?
So this deck is super cool. Unlike the last two that we showed, this is almost a brand new archetype that's really emerged in the last 6 months with the Shadows over Innistrad block. Now, the classic dredge deck revolves around the mechanic dredge, which allows you to replace your draw step by putting more cards in your graveyard. In this particular case, the deck is using cards like Faithless Looting and Shriekhorn even to put a whole bunch of cards in the graveyard very quickly, as well as dredging Golgari Grave Troll. And then what you do with that is you return Narcomoeba or Bloodghast to the battlefield from your graveyard, and that also returns all of your prized amalgams, which is the key new card from Shadows over Innistrad. So you can assemble a board full of powerful creatures very, very quickly and explosively by turn 2 or turn 3.
All right, now I'm not going to lie, that all sounded, I thought you did it brilliantly, but that sounded very complicated. Gabby, is this what I would call a hand grenade kind of deck, where if you don't know quite what you're doing, you're ending up holding the hand grenade when it goes off?
A little bit. The cool thing about the deck is that it's definitely had a resurgence because of a couple cards that have been printed for it recently. So Prized Amalgam is a great thing that it got, and Insolent Neonate as well. So the bigger problem that a lot of times dredge decks have is they don't get going, right? They need to get cards in the graveyard and they need to get a dredger in there. Once they have a dredger, they start spinning their wheels, they start recurring all their creatures, and then eventually they beat down. So it's cool that all these new cards were printed for it, because a lot of people were trying to make dredge happen in Modern to not great effect, and now these cards are in, and then the deck is now great.
Opens up a whole new area of play, which is one of the reasons we love Modern so much. That's 3 decks, 1 more to go. How about Shota Yasooka? Well, Company features in this name, so why don't we check? Yep, there's Full Collected Company. All's right with the world, Gabby.
Yeah, this deck's great. It's very much a resurgence of what used to be
the Birthing Pod,
yeah, the Birthing Pod deck. So this is kind of what happened after Birthing Pod got banned, but people still wanted to play a similar deck to it. So it's still trying to assemble infinite combos, and it does it by using cards like Anafenza Kintree Spirit. Whereas the rest of the cards, we have Murderous Redcap, we have Kitchen Finks, and Miller Silvok Outcast. And if you find a way to get those cards out at the same time and then be able to sacrifice them, if you are able to prevent those persist creatures from getting -1/-1 counters, you can do it infinitely. So the deck can gain infinite life, the deck can deal infinite damage, or make its creatures infinitely big with something like Anafenza Kintree Spirit. And then you have a little bit of a toolboxing going, so you have Port of Calling to find those pieces of the puzzle. Collected Company helps you find the pieces to assemble your combo. And you can actually grind out a really good game even if you don't assemble the combo, because your opponents have to respect the fact that you could.
Ian, in R&D, I know that you work pretty hard to make sure that Standard is not littered with infinite combos, because that eventually stops being fun. But how pleasing is it to you that there are these formats where utter craziness is allowed to thrive?
I think it's super cool. I think there's a perception that R&D doesn't like combo decks. That's just not true at all. We don't like unfair combo decks that win the game super quickly
and can never be beaten
in an uninteractive fashion. I think it is awesome that there are combos in Magic. I grew up as a Magic player. I love to build combo decks. This is a super cool deck in particular because it has a lot of moving pieces. You need a bunch of different creatures in play. They're interacting with each other, and your opponent can disrupt you fairly easily if they have, say, a creature removal spell or a sideboard card like Grafdigger's Cage. So I love watching this deck play, and I think it's one of my favorite decks in Modern.
For sure. Now, from the constructed resources angle of Modern with Japan, thanks to our 4 Japanese players for bringing 4 really cool decks to the party, we're going to head across town for, well, let's say, some limited resources. Marshall and LSV.
I guess I'll probably say that. Yeah. All right, and welcome to the big screen over here. Marshall Sutcliffe with Luis Scott Vargas, and we're going to do mini version of limited resources here, but we've got something kind of cool to look at.
Extremely limited resources.
Extremely limited resources for you, but we've got something kind of fun to look at, something that we don't normally get to do because this is a visual medium, and we get to show you actually the development of a pack as it goes around the table here at the World Championship. So let's take a look at our graphic here. You can see we're going to be sitting in JC Tao's seat, so that's at the top of the graphic there, but we're actually going to start this pack off, I believe, with Owen Turnwald. We'll find out in just a second there. And yeah, let's take a look there. So there's Owen Turnwald. Now I can tell you, as we come into this, JC has drafted green and red, Luis.
Right.
And that's the colors that he's in. But he does have one Boon of Emrakul in his pack at this point, excuse me, in his pile at this point. So he's speculated into black a little bit here, okay? Now, this pack, though, as we see it here, is actually with Owen Turnwald. Now, at the time, Owen decided to take Sigardian Priest, so I think we actually maybe watched this one on camera, but and you know, that makes sense. Like when you look at this pack, what jumps off the table to you, considering that it's pack 2?
Considering it's pack 2, I mean, certainly the most powerful cards are Sigardian Priest, Wretched Griff, and Bloodhall Priest. So
sure.
Priests 2, Griffs 1, I guess. But other than that, I mean, you're not very excited. If you have to take something like Wolfkin Bond or Extricator of Sin, then you're not in as great of a shape. So luckily for Owen, he took the Sigardian Priest.
Right, and you know, this is of course going to be very color dependent, depending on what each player is in, but we're going to watch as this pack develops. So let's go to the next person along the line, which is Yuya Watanabe. And Yuya was also in white in this draft and ended up taking the Extricator of Sin, which of course means that some of the more powerful cards are staying in the pack. You talked about the Wretched Griff and the Bloodhall Priest, they're still here.
Yeah, and pack 2 is exactly where you'd expect Bloodhall Priest to float a little bit. It's a multicolored card. It's red-black. If you're not in both those colors, this is not, I mean, it's a somewhat splashable card, but it's not a card you're jumping out of your seat for if you're, say, red-green.
That's right. It really does fit well in the red-black vampires, aggro, discard, madness deck, and other decks would probably play it, but maybe not be as excited. Okay, let's go on to the third pack here as this one starts to float around the table, and we can see it was Andrea Mengucci who did in fact take the Wretched Griff, and this is where things get kind of cool from this perspective, just sticking with one pack as it goes around, because now you start to see the options whittle down. 2 of those top 3 cards that you mentioned have been picked, and the one that isn't is a gold card, which for reasons you just explained, you know, it's not unlikely to be still in the pack.
Yeah, we're now entering the phase of the pack where if you're not able to take Bloodhall Priest, the cards you're looking at are just not that exciting. You have Unsubstantiate, it's a fine card. You have, you know, Ironclad Slayer, it's a fine card, but we also just saw 2 white drafters in a row, so having a third white drafter so close is probably not great for that person.
Exactly, so the Wretched Griff is now gone. Andrea Mengucci kind of scooped up the last of the really good non-gold cards here. Let's take a look at the next pack as we move our way through. Brian Braun-Duin. He did pretty good. Pack 2, pick 4, and you know, you just mentioned the Unsubstantiate. There it is.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a World Championship winning pick, but it is what he has to take out of his pack. A 4th pick Unsubstantiate is really nothing to write home about, but if you're playing blue, what other options are here for you? Even if you're like blue-green, you're not really going to take Wolfkin Bond here.
Exactly, and now we do see that the Ironclad Slayer and the Skurstag Supplicant is also starting to creep up the list here.
Yeah,
there's a
Geist of the Lonely Vigil too.
Yeah.
I mean,
we're starting to get a little lower in the action here. Let's go to the next one, where we've got Ryoichi Tamada, who was apparently also in white and took that Ironclad Slayer.
Yeah, this pack was deep on white cards, and Ironclad Slayer, I think, again, setting aside Bloodhall Priest, if you're not those 2 colors exactly, probably the best card left in the pack. This is a little dependent on having auras and equipment, but still a very solid card.
That's right. All right, so this is the 6th pick, and here we see on this next one, Andre Strasky. And now Andre's in red, but again, the power of gold cards and how they can be tough to draft if you're not in those colors really shows itself as he takes the Stencia Innkeeper over the Bloodhall Priest here, ostensibly not in black-red.
Yeah, he's half the colors you need to play Bloodhall Priest, but the other half wasn't black, so Stencia Innkeeper, potentially the only even playable card in his deck.
Right, and that brings us to the key pick here, which is pack 2, pick 7, which is JC Tao. Now, this is the interesting thing about this, is that JC gets this 7th pick in the second pack, but he had not fully committed to a second color at the time. He was going to be green. He had red cards. He was going to be green as well, but he already had a Boon of Emrakul, and I wanted you to talk about what it takes for you to switch over to a different color when you kind of thought you were going to be too specific.
Something like 7th pick Bloodhall Priest, that's really high on my list. Basically, if you're JC Town, let's say you're red-green after pack 1, and maybe in the middle of pack 2, you've taken a couple of each card. When you look at a pack like this, and you look at Wolfkin Bond and Distemper of the Blood as your 2 playable options, first of all, you're not giving up almost anything by taking Bloodhall Priest, right? These cards are just not even a factor. So
Right.
you're getting a Bloodhall Priest kind of for free. Second of all, Bloodhall Priest, I mean, it's like a 9 out of 10 if you're red-black. You know no one else is red-black if no one else took that card. So jumping into black right there, especially since he did have that one boon of Emrakul, all of a sudden it kind of looks like a good plan, especially if he was biased towards red to begin with.
Right, and this is Pack 2, so going into Shadows over Innistrad, you might get a chance to get your hands on some of the good black and red cards from that set as well, especially, you know, moving into that other color there.
And you know, black-red specifically is the kind of archetype where cards that are mono-black or mono-red fit better into black-red, so yeah, you might see late madness cards that other players wouldn't take even if they're in those colors.
All right, so good stuff. Thanks, Luis. And thank you for joining us as we walked through that Bloodhall Priest, kind of skipping around the table and eventually finding a home with JC Tell. Let's send it back to Rich Hagan on the top deck.
Thanks very much, Marshall, and to Luis Scott Vargas. A little limited segment for you there. We're going to go back to Constructed in the company of Matej Big C Zadelkai, one of our favourite players from Europe, Joel Larson. Joel, congratulations, of course, champion of Pro Tour Magic Origins a year ago, and here at your second Worlds, 7-7 again. It's a super tough tournament, right?
It's true.
It really is. But the reason we brought Joel here is we want to talk about a particular deck. Now, the storyline, this is the deck that was played by Lucas Blahon, Jund Delirium. It's a deck that Joel has played a version of, recently played at the Pro Tour. And the thing is, Matej, what we found was that BBD played to get this deck out of the top 4. We'd seen it already beat Shota Yasuoka, who played in the top 4. So Jund Delirium has obviously got a lot going for it. Just a real storyline developing there. So why don't we take a look at the list and see what's going on. And Matej, if you want to take over the reins and have a chat with Joel about Jund Delirium.
Well, I'm not surprised Brian wanted it out of the top 4 because it's just so well set up against his own deck with Languages, Kozilek's Return, but the deck just does so much more. So I'd like to ask you, what is the main game plan of the deck? How does it usually play out?
So the way we came up with the deck is, at first we just wanted a way to hedge against the other Emrakul decks or the other decks for the Pro Tour. So we want to build this Mindbender deck. And when we continued building it, it just became kind of an anti-Coco deck. Just crushed Coco in our testing. So that's why we decided to run it. So this deck is just very good against Collected Company. And it's a little bit worse off against the Turbo Emrakul decks, but it definitely has play.
All right, so I figure the way you get really ahead in this against the Collected Company, like I said, is probably the interaction with playing a cheaper Distended Mindbender while also triggering Kozilek's Return, wiping their board and their hand.
No, definitely. So the problem for the Coco decks is that whenever you play a 3-drop, either Pilgrim's Eye or Nissa, they have to respect the possibility of a Distended Mindbender coming into play. And if they say Dromoka's Command that or Reflective Mage that, they can't cast Collected Company that turn. And if they don't do that, we can just languish them. But if they don't care about it, we can cast Mindbender, triggering Kozilek's Return, and they can't even respond with Company, because we're gonna sweep everything if they respond, and if they don't respond, we just take it out of their hand.
All right, so we saw the banned humans list win Worlds. Brian Braun-Duin has the trophy in his hand.
Yeah, that's
so
what we chose to play.
Would you recommend people to pick up Jund Delirium? And if so, why is it so good against this particular deck?
All right, so it's even better against banned humans because they have to pressure us way more. They have to commit more to the board than a regular banned Coco deck does, because banned Coco has way more of a flash game. So I think we're even more favorite there. So I think that's a good thing. If you want to beat banned Company, Jund Delirium is where you want to go for sure.
It sounds like Jund Delirium is a terrific place to be. So if you're exploring Standard in the wake of new Standard here as we wail down towards Kaladesh coming this fall, of course, end of September is your pre-release, 24-25 of September. Why not check out Jund Delirium? Thanks very much to Joel Larson, Pro Tour champion and competitor here at Worlds. But of course, there can only be one world champion. That was Brian Braun-Duin. It was an amazing day here at the Paramount Theatre live. We watched him basically monster his way past Shota Yasuoka, and then in the final, which was one for the ages, especially Game 3, in a 4-game set, he bested Marcio Carvalho of Portugal. And as the handshake came, what an amazing sight to see BBD. There he is, winning the World Championship. What a moment. And you can see he can barely believe it. I wonder if he can believe it now. He's up in the gods as he is amongst the gods. Here at the Paramount, here's BBD with BDM.
Thanks, Rich. I'm here with freshly crowned champion of the Magic World in the Braun-Duin Theater, because you've simply owned this venue all weekend long. Brian, how does it feel to be the Magic the Gathering World Champion?
Pretty great, yeah. If you asked me a week ago if I thought I'd be here, the answer is no. So, well beyond expectations, and just, it's unbelievable.
The term underdog was thrown around a little bit early on, and a term you were perfectly willing to embrace.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of nice to be the underdog. If you do really poorly, you know, that's what you're supposed to do. But if you do really well, it's a great success story. So I never have any problem being the underdog.
Now, one other thing that you are this weekend now is Platinum. And this is something you came so close to at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. And I know it was pretty crushing for you to not get there. I mean, hard to complain about your season, but this is what you play for all year long, right?
Yeah, it's pretty insane that I missed Platinum and then still somehow got it. I can't really... I don't know what to say about that. That's just kind of awesome. And I thought, you know, for a while I was going to get it at the last Pro Tour, like you said. And then I had a really poor showing day 2. And that was kind of disappointing, even though I had already qualified for Worlds and I was happy about that. So to be able to get the Platinum as well, like, that's just icing on the cake.
Now talk a little bit about how you prepared for this event. Like, how much work went into getting you here in the balcony of the Braun-Duin Theater?
Well, I basically tested for like a week and a half straight leading into this event. Brad Nelson and I went to the SCG Invitational a couple weekends ago, played there, and then we flew immediately from there to Seattle, and we've been testing almost nonstop like since until the tournament started. So like a week and a half of just nonstop testing, and it really paid off.
Now, I think everyone watching at home was amazed by that 1 and 7 minute long Game 3 of the finals. The game was crazy. Players in the Players Lounge were just yelling back and forth about who was winning at any given moment. At what point in that game did you think you would win and go to Game 4?
I basically felt like I was winning the entire point after I had killed his Avacyn. With the, like, there was like a double Dromoka's command with his one Dromoka's command, like crazy stack. And once I was able to like come out ahead of that, I thought for sure I was going to win the game. I was just going to play like a pretty conservative, grindy game for the rest of the game until I found Tragic Arrogance, and then get a ton of card advantage off of Tragic Arrogance and then go for the kill afterwards. It ended up getting really close because I just couldn't find a Tragic Arrogance for a really long time. Like, every time I activated a Duskwatch or cast a Coco, there's like a Tragic Arrogance in there. But eventually I found it, and it was like a huge blowout, and I was able to win.
Now, in Game 4, what would you say the key moment where you thought, yes, I'm going to win this, I'm going to become the world champion? You were down to 7 life. It must have felt a little precarious.
Yeah, I was really nervous Game 4 because he got me down so low so early. If I had been at a higher life total, I could have played really aggressively, and I had a much bigger board than he did, and I would have been able to win pretty easily, I think, had I not been at like 7, if I was at like 15 instead. But because of Elder Deep Fiend, I had to play like super conservatively to not risk losing. And I felt like could really go either way for most of that game. I had a Tragic in my hand, but there was never really an opportunity to play it. And I had to keep just like playing creatures out into my later Tragic Arrogance. But once he started like cracking clues that last turn, and I could see from his facial expression that he was not finding what he needed, that's when I started to think that like I'm probably gonna win this game for sure. And like my heart started pounding, and it was wild.
Now, we've been following your career for a long time. We followed you when you were coming up on the SCG Opens, when you first started qualifying for the Pro Tours, doing well at Grand Prix, competing on the Pro Tour regularly. And it has to be such an inspiration to players at home who find themselves entering that same pattern of play. They're going to, their local Open Series. They're going to their GPs. They're competing at the RPTQs. What advice do you have for someone, not too far off from that play pattern yourself? What advice do you have for someone, some of the young Magic players watching at home that they might want to get here, and be interviewed as the Magic the Gathering World Champion one day?
Basically, you have to put a lot of work into it. It's not easy. You can't just will yourself to win. You have to like put in the effort. You have to constantly be improving. I think that's the big thing. Like, you just have to always be trying to better yourself. Always look for where your flaws are as a Magic player, and then just keep working at it. And sometimes it takes a really long time. Like, for me, I've been grinding for, I don't know, many years, and my success has kind of come incrementally.
So be patient.
Yeah, you have to be very patient. You have to be willing to suffer through a lot of losing and hardship. And I went 8 months one time without top eighting a single event, like any event, like not even F&M, like in 2014. So really, you just have to battle through the good and the bad.
All right, what's next for you? You're going to Pro Tour Kaladesh. Who will you be testing with? What can we expect to see from you there, real quickly?
Testing with team face-to-face games again, and as for what to expect, hopefully a better limited performance. That's all I have to say.
Is that something you feel like you still need to improve in your game?
Absolutely. I went 3-3 here in limited, and even though I'm playing against the best of the best, it's still something that I wanted to improve. My goal coming in was 4-2, so I want to put a lot of effort into becoming better at limited and making sure that I can, consistently go 4-2 or 5-1 at Pro Tours and limited. That's how you make top 8s.
Gives yourself a little bit more room for your constructed deck too, right?
Oh, absolutely.
All right. Brian Braun-Duin, you are the Magic the Gathering World Champion. I am sure your friends are eagerly awaiting to let you buy them dinner. You've now increased your lifetime winnings from just short of $30,000 to just short of $100,000. $70,000 first prize. He's platinum. You're going to see him at Pro Tour Kaladesh. Sending it back to Rich at the news desk.
This just in, the world champion wants to get better. That's one of the reasons that he's the Magic the Gathering World Champion. 4 days ago, 24 of the finest players from around the world came here to the Paramount Theater in downtown Seattle to battle for that share of $250,000 in prize money and that slice of Magic immortality, not to mention a healthy dose of pro points as well. They battled across 6 rounds of draft. They played 4 rounds of standard. They shifted to modern before we cut to our final 4. Today, BBD bested Shota Yasooka in a blistering 3-game set. On the other side of the bracket, it was the draft master from Portugal, Marcio Carvalho, who finally put an end to the fantastic run of Rookie of the Year and Constructed Master, Oliver II. He's only 18. What a future is ahead for Oliver II. But in the end, 2 done, Marcio Carvalho, Brian Braun-Duin face off in the final. At 1-1, we sat down for what turned out to be one of the greatest games ever seen on camera. BBD won that to go to 2-1, and then, still with permanence littering the board, he claimed the title by 3-1. Magic, of course, is the game that never sleeps. Tomorrow at 1 p.m. Pacific, we'll be right here again from the Paramount live to bring you all the action from the final day of PAX. We've got a deck building panel. We've got the Spell Slingers showdown for you. That's going to be amazing. Blogger Live with Mark Rosewater. And a closing show that fans of Magic will not want to miss. All of that comes tomorrow. But this is the curtain falling on our World Championship coverage for 2016. And we leave you with the news that Brian Braun-Duin is on top of the world.